Hey, good morning. It's Bongo. Good morning. How's it going? Only one here. You might want to leave. You get stuck here. You get stuck here. Oh my gosh.
Finished passing their appropriation bills either. I'm here to urge my colleagues in the House and the Senate that we must come together and remember our oath of office, remember the people that we serve, and do our jobs. We serve the American people, and we should be serving the United States of America.
$95.3 billion
Madam Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't know.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
See how long I want to be here.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the supplemental aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan.
Highly unlikely I'll be here longer
than 5 minutes. This morning, the Senate passed the aid package with nearly all Senate Democrats voting in favor of the bill. I'd
only
like
one
to thank
person
Senate
here.
Democrats for their tireless leadership on this issue and their commitment to democracy around the world. 22 Republicans also voted with nearly all Senate Democrats to move this bill to the House. 22 Senate Republicans voted to put country over party. 22 Senate Republicans voted to put democracy over Donald Trump. This bill includes funding to stand with our allies in Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. It also includes $9.2 billion in humanitarian assistance that is desperately needed to provide food, water, shelter, and medical care for the civilians in Gaza and the West Bank, Ukraine, and other war zones around the world. Now, Madam Speaker, the eyes of the world are watching the House of Representatives. Russia is watching, China is watching, Iran is watching, and North Korea is watching. Authoritarian regimes around the world are watching the House. They're watching the People's House to see if we'll honor our commitments and stand with democracies around the globe. We must stand with Ukraine and our allies. Madam Speaker, the world is watching the United States House of Representatives. Just last night, Speaker Mike Johnson said that the bill was dead on arrival in the House, saying, quote, in the absence of having received any single border policy change from the Senate, the House will have to continue to, quote unquote, work its own will on these important matters. He is reading straight out of the Vladimir Putin playbook. Inaction would be a gift to Russia and Vladimir Putin. By doing nothing, we would hand over Ukraine to Russia and Putin. Madam Speaker, Russia would not stop at Ukraine. As soon as Ukraine falls, they would move directly to another NATO ally. Now, many of my constituents rightly question the high cost of this aid package. Support for Ukraine and our allies is in our national interest. It is a national security issue. If we hand over Ukraine to Russia, then Putin will win. Our alliances will crumble. While the costs are high, we will spend 100 times more containing an aggressive Russia around the globe if we do nothing. We must stand with our allies. This will be a vote where members will be forced to choose between democracy and authoritarianism. That is the great challenge of our time, and we cannot fail. If Speaker Johnson fails to bring this bill to the floor, I believe the House will, quote unquote, work its own will on this issue. Now, our Speaker has made it clear that he is totally beholden to far-right MAGA extremists like we just heard from on the floor. It is the tail wagging the dog. However, I believe that a majority of the Republican conference would vote for the Senate aid package if they were allowed to work its own will on this bill and this issue. However, if Speaker Johnson brings the bill to the floor, I believe he will be sacked by MAGA extremists in the Republican conference. And let's be clear, it is the far right that's running the show in the House Republican conference today. And far too much attention has been given to far-right extremists in this Congress. Much more attention should be given to the members of the Republican conference who are retiring. Now, Madam Speaker, any one member can come down to the floor to offer a motion to vacate the chair. Only 4 House Republicans are needed to elect a new speaker. If Mike Johnson fails to act, I believe there are many Republicans in the House who agree with the 22 Republicans in the Senate on this issue. Now, I don't think we would have a Democratic speaker. I believe, though, there is support for a temporary speaker, a moderate, to move bills that can get 60 votes in the Senate and move those through the House. Maybe a temporary speaker for 2 or 3 weeks. That's what the nation wants. Members of Congress willing to work together to get things done and to solve our nation's toughest problems. We've just seen 22 Republicans in the Senate willing to vote country over party on this issue, and I believe there are Republicans in the House willing to do the same. That's the way we get bipartisan immigration reform and border security. It's the way we pass this supplemental appropriations bill to stand with our allies in Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. House Republicans have a choice, Madam Speaker. House Republicans have a choice, Madam Speaker. Are they pro-democracy or are they pro-Putin? House Republicans can choose country over party or Russia over the United States. House Republicans can stand with our allies or they can stand with Donald Trump. Will House Republicans stand with democratic nations like Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, or will they stand with authoritarian regimes like Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea? I have hope for the retiring members of the Republican conference, and I believe there are members willing to stand with democracy over Donald Trump. And Madam Speaker, you have heard House Democrats come to the floor and talk about voting to put people over politics. This is an issue that is people over politics, and we must not fail. I yield back now to my time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, today the House will vote again on 2 articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
That's what I'm really waiting for.
The fact that the impeachment vote failed to pass the House last week due to a Republican being absent for health reasons. While I would have, of course, rather that it had passed, it did serve to highlight that House Republicans are largely in this fight to secure our national borders all by ourselves. House Democrats know that Secretary Mayorkas has intentionally failed to secure our borders, but most agree with President Biden's open border policy. So not one single House Democrat joined with us to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Essentially, they like the job he's doing, or should I say not doing. The Immigration and Nationality Act requires that those who clearly do not meet the requirements for asylum be detained for removal. Yet in 2021, Secretary Mayorkas wrote to ICE officials, quote, the fact an individual is a removable non-citizen should not alone be the basis for an enforcement action against them. The law says an alien who is deportable on certain criminal and terrorism-related grounds should be taken into custody. Again, Secretary Mayorkas wrote, quote, personnel should not rely on the fact of conviction alone, close quote. Our laws say parole can only be granted on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. That is far from what's happening. Secretary Mayorkas has sat at the helm of an historic, unconstitutional catch-and-release scheme that's resulted in tens of thousands of illegal immigrants being released into the United States with no way of tracking them. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals concluded in Texas v. Biden that Mayorkas' DHS was ignoring the limits Congress placed on their parole authority. Let me say that again. The court found that DHS was ignoring the limits placed on their parole authority. There have been more than 8.3 million illegal immigrant encounters under Secretary Mayorkas' watch, more than 1.7 million known gotaways, and more than 360 attempted crossings by immigrants on the terrorist watch list. Yet, unfortunately, we'll likely see another party line vote later today. A Harvard Caps Harris poll last month found that 35% of registered voters approve of the president's handling of immigration. 68% of registered voters say they believe the administration should make it tougher to enter the United States illegally. Half of those voters identified as Democrats. This shouldn't be a party line vote, Madam Speaker. Contrary to what we hear coming from many in the mainstream media, last week's vote was not so much a defeat for House Republicans as it was a defeat for our national security and the rule of law. When the executive branch goes rogue, the Constitution doesn't request, it requires that the legislative branch holds it to account. We're already getting a look at what this fiscal year will bring. Numbers show we've already reached more than 1 million encounters since October 1st. In that time, Customs and Border Protection officials have encountered 50 more people whose names are on the terrorist watch list. This further underscores the dereliction of duty taking place at the Department of Homeland Security. Last week, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy referred to illegal immigrants as undocumented Americans and called them, quote, the people we care about most. That refers to what the Democratic Party cares about most. I could not disagree with that statement more. I care most about the hardworking Tennesseans I represent, those who play by the rules and embrace legal immigration. It is with them in mind that I will proudly vote again to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life of my very good friend, Raymond Ray Cordova, and his legacy of service. Ray was a proud Vietnam War vet, and after serving in Vietnam, he returned home to help build our nation through his work with the Communication Workers of America. Ray didn't care who you were, Democrat or Republican. Ray represented every working man and woman that he came across, and he fought for the rights of every worker that he came across. In fact, Ray Cordova is the only man that I know that debated Jimmy Hoffa and outlived Jimmy Hoffa and lived to tell the story about how he debated Jimmy Hoffa. He was a staple in our community, and I was lucky to name him, to call him my very good friend. Ray will be remembered for his tremendous service, not only to his country, but to his family, community. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my very good friend, Dr. Rafael Luevano, for his appointment as a Grisette Chair in Bible and Christian Traditions at Chapman University. Dr. Luevano is an accomplished scholar from Santa Ana, and his contributions to religious studies have shaped how we see religion in the context of our communities. His dedication to teaching students makes him an excellent choice for this prestigious position. Dr. Luevano students will continue to have an opportunity to learn from a nationally recognized religious scholar, as well as having our own priest at Chapman University. Dr. Luevano, my good friend, I congratulate you today on your appointment on being the Grisette Chair at Chapman University. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and legacy of my very good friend, Dr. Bill Cott, and to celebrate the dedication and naming of the Anaheim Post Office after Dr. Bill Cott. Dr. Cott.
Okay, hold on. I wanted to, since there's people here, I want to look at something, show you something that was kind of interesting about the shooting. Dude, I need to blow my nose now, Simon. Just push that in. There it is. There's what I wanted. Where'd it go? This one. This morning.
Jonathan Lee Rich's
the audio is bad.
A terrible tragedy
check
occurred
this out.
at the Lakewood Church in Houston, Texas. The Joel Osteen megachurch. Let's talk about this individual right here. Genesee Moreno, a.k.a. Jeffrey Escalante. Who is this individual, and why did this individual take their own child and go to a church to do a probably mass shooting? Why? Why did it happen? How did it happen? But I want to share some new information about this individual. This individual in 2010 got arrested for assault, got arrested under the name Jeffrey Escalante. Jeffrey Genesee Escalante. And I want to show a court document right here. Now, in that court document, got arrested, right? Was detained in Harris County, Texas. Then they put an immigration detainer on Jeffrey G. Escalante. An immigration detainer. An immigration detainer means that you are from another country and there's a problem with your legal status. But guess what? Normally when people get an immigration detainer, a lot of them get deported. But with Jeffrey G. Escalante, he didn't get deported. He got released. And then once released, changed his name to Genesee Moreno. Was the name change a reason to change it because to avoid real identity?
So is it a dude or a chick?
Interesting question.
Man.
A lot of times people change who they are for
what is it?
reasons, right? We're not here to judge that.
Was it the dad of the kid?
Get an understanding.
I don't even know, dude, anymore.
Genesee Moreno is, or Jeffrey Escalante. It's interesting because over the years there were subsequent arrests for Jeffrey Escalante, but it was under the name Genesee Moreno.
Why did he start calling himself a woman, and how? What is happening?
What's going on with the mind?
I don't know if it was a chick though. This is weird. So it was a chick. So 14 years ago, but the kid's only 7. The kid's only 7. So 14 years ago.
Why was Jeffrey
he was a dude,
released
but
in 2010
having sex with
immigration
dudes as a woman.
We'll talk soon. Stay tuned.
It's a little ridiculous. 14 years ago, 7 years before the kid's born, dude was acting like a dude, getting arrested as a dude, being booked as a dude, and then went and had sex as a woman 7 years later and had a kid, right? 6 years later. It's crazy. What the fuck is going on, man? That's crazy. This is like the most breaking news of the shooting thing so far. It only has 4,000 views. It's really weird. It's a weird part of the story that most people don't know about. Only 3,839 people know about it. Plus one. Oh, 41. 3,841. Of the whole world know about it, pretty much. It's a very interesting piece. This, like, him talking has millions, hundreds of millions of views. Him talking has hundreds of millions of views. Him talking about this has 3,843. Oh, I meant I'm pointing at Joel Osteen over here. I'm sorry you can't see him. He's in the top right corner up there. Like this on all the different platforms he was on talking probably has hundreds of millions of views worldwide. And talking about his church getting shot, but finding out why the church got shot doesn't. That's a problem. That's slightly a problem, isn't it? Immigration detainer, dude. Dude, my whole case of water, this one, they filled all the way up to the top. So much so that the like literally the water is touching the cap when I open it. It's all the way up to the cap. And it was like this little bitty microscopic pocket of bubble that's there. Little air pocket. Bro, I got my money's worth on this one. It almost spills just by setting it down. If I push down on it, it'll start dripping all over the table. That's how full it is. My money's worth. I'm going to start looking for the ones that are like that. That way I know I'm getting my money's worth. Dude, I heard something today on YouTube that our water in the that we're drinking right here, 30 to 50% of it, scientists are saying, is older than the sun. Isn't that phenomenal? Apparently, they used to not think that it was possible to create water like we have done here. Like, apparently, it's pretty rare to be able to create water. I think that's what makes Earth so, like, what could be a target for aliens. Maybe they need the water. This is a water factory. There aren't many water factories in the universe. And water is magical, dude. Most life can't live without it. You gotta appreciate, you gotta just take a second to appreciate water every now and then, I think. Just to be an earthling. Because that is Earth. I mean, Earth is mostly water if you look at the geographics of it. It's so much water, dude. Most of it's undrinkable. Only a fraction of it is drinkable, though. Such a small percentage of the Earth's water is fresh water. Very small. Wow. Trippy. But you can always desalinate water and make it fresh water. So, I don't think we figured a way to do that efficiently yet. Like, we can do it, but to do it like in a massive amount, we had, I think that we would have cured like problems in Africa by now. We're having too many kids. Hey, have you seen this lady? Check this out, bruh. Show you something. Hey.
Birth of 44 kids before turning 40, and she raises all of them as a single mother. This is one woman's incredible journey of motherhood, but she refuses to be reduced to just that. I'm heading to Uganda to meet her and hear from her kids for what is sure to be an emotional roller coaster.
Are you?
I crossed the
So, is that why they need so much humanitarian aid? Because I can't afford one kid. I can't afford half a kid. Simon is enough for me right now. Buddy? I'm sorry. Alright. You're too loud for him. He doesn't know what's happening. He just thinks I'm yelling at the wall. You know? I feel sorry for him a little bit with that. Poor guy. Hey, Ted. Dick. I don't know, man. It looks like a dude, though. So, I still understand why we support this type of behavior. Why we condone it. I'm pretty sure AIDS was us trying to control it biologically. It didn't work. I mean, they say it originated there, and it's still rampant there. It's still the worst it's ever been in Africa. And where is all the money coming from that is paying for their AIDS medication? Because, of course, now, you can live with HIV for, like, indefinitely with the right medication, right? Right? So, they're getting that. And they're having more kids with AIDS or HIV, and we're having to pay for their food and for their medicine. I bet that's happening, dude. That's definitely happening. We're not letting them die of the HIV. You know, we're not letting that happen. So it's just like how we give the bombs to one side and then feed the other side so that they can use their food money to go get bombs of their own. We gave them the virus, and now we're taking care of them now that they have it. Pretty much, I'm pretty sure. Like that. What else? How else that happen? And why can't they keep that shit under control? We've tried what we can with the condom. Whatever. Going out there talking to them about condoms. We had to have done stuff like that. We tried to make them Christians and less likely to go around fucking around everybody. That didn't work. Why can't they stop having so many kids out there? And it's not just that one lady. If you look at the birth rates, the fertility rates by country, Africa leads the way by like the top 50 countries. As well as being the highest in humanitarian aid recipients. What are we doing, man? Why can't anybody fix this dumb shit? This lady's being celebrated by her local village for having 44 kids. They're like, heck yeah, have more, because if you have more, then the numbers, like it's like how when the census, they want more immigrants to come in, so the census numbers go up, so that the Senate seats go up, and Democrats get more voting power in the Senate, right? Well, it's the same. It's the same type deal with the birth rates with these countries. They get their numbers up. They get more aid, and they know it. The government knows it. The government knows it, dude. The government's like, yeah, have more kids. Please have more kids. We can get more money if you have more kids. They're incentivized to have more kids by us. Just like they're incentivized to come here by who they think is all of us, because our government's doing it. They think it's us doing it. We're voting for these people, so they think that's what we want. We want them to come here. That's what they come in there smiling and waving. Yeah. Oh yeah, these people are talking back here.
Was a son of immigrants. Dr. Cott was born in Philadelphia, and he served our nation in the U.S. Army during World War II.
Is he still talking about this dude?
And Dr. Cott showed his bravery and determination by walking across 3 nations to fight in the Battle of the Bulge. And he was the first responder who liberated the Buchenwald concentration camp.
I thought we were talking.
And my friend, Arnoldo Gutierrez. Throughout his life, Pastor Gutierrez played many.
No. I thought we were talking about some.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding Southern Arizona high schoolers who showed
no,
for our
man.
community.
Just no.
Our camp kits out into the community to educate people in terms of what to do in these situations, these crisis situations. And again, it's showing real results.
From Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden for 5 minutes.
What are we talking about now? Van Orden.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a great leader, innovator, industrialist, and philanthropist from my district on the occasion of his induction into the Wisconsin Manufacturing Hall of Fame. Ron Waddick founded Arcadia Furniture in 1970 in the small western Wisconsin town of Arcadia. Back then, Mr. Waddick employed best for them. He did an apprenticeship and went to trade school.
The Senate bill is a status quo measure. Madam Speaker, this is a missed opportunity. Sponsored terrorism that the United Nations reports has killed more than 10,000 and determined their own destiny, said Ronald Reagan.
I thought they were going to be doing the talking about. That's it. Like perfect. That actually is awesome. But I wanted 44 kids. That's a lot of fucking. That's disgusting. I bet her vagina is all tore up, dude. Can you imagine? She's probably having them cut out of her by now. At this point, she's got a zipper, a Velcro. Yo. 6 cycle. If only they could somehow like make it so that they only a certain percentage of them could have kids or something. Like, or after 1 kid, you had to have your a vasectomy or something. That's your 1 kid limit. You guys have too many kids. Sorry. England could have done that when they were in charge, probably. Huh. Dude. Is that inhumane? Maybe. Might be. What is this? Whoa. Oh shit. We got action. Hey, sometimes you just fall into it. This happened to come on 14 minutes ago. A pro-Palestinian protest. You can't see it. It's for me, not you. It's a special. Whoa. That's crazy. There's a still shot. That's all you get. Butt that, dude. I've lost it. You're just some pissed off Italians, bro. it's a bunch of youngsters though, mostly young. It's like people in their 20s maybe. I don't think they'll fight for Palestine, man. They're fighting age. What the fuck do they expect Italy to do about it? They're so shiny, dude. Their helmets. Oh man, I can't see yet. Oh shit. Roll it over. Dude, that's a badass van. They're so nice looking, like brand new looking. If this were Chile, it would be all dented and shit. That thing looks like it just rolled out of the shop. Bougie out there. Makes you fancy. I mean, if this were Chile, boulders would be flying and like people would be getting hurt. Italy's kind of soft right now. There's a little pushing going on down there though. Oh shit. Oh shit. Police 1, Italians, civilians 0. And the shields and the helmets and the batons really make a big difference. Nobody looks severely injured though. No blood or anything. Nobody's knocked out from it. He doesn't have a helmet on right there. Seems a little risky. Yeah, you can't punch them in the face, or the head or anything, so... Yeah, and the dude behind him will have his back if you would like try pulling on his helmet or something. He'll hit your hands probably with the thing. I'm trying to figure out how I'd go about this if I really had to. Man, they're pretty protected, dude. The shields are a weapon too. The edge of that thing would hurt like hell if it hit you underneath the chin. Like that. They're keeping them from going into the subway or something. I think they're keeping them from going in there, actually. That's why the vans are set up the way they are. I think they're intentionally surrounded though. Like they actually have an exit to go to the left, but they're keeping those people from going that way. That's what the cops want to be, is what I'm saying. They went there intentionally to that spot, not the other way around. The other people were going there intentionally too, but the cops knew it, and they got there first. That's what it looks like. I wonder if I could rewind and see what. No, they started right there. Been there the whole time. How long will they stay there? Because people are so lackadaisical over here. Chilling. Like it's not a big deal. When are they gonna run at them? If they just ran at them, they could get in there probably. I wish they'd stop chanting the same thing though. Biden's gonna be talking soon on the $89 billion agreement or whatever it is. What do they expect Italy to do for Palestine? Stop giving Palestine Italian tax money? How much could they be given? Pretty good money. My lip keeps cracking. And if it's online. It was Valentine's Day tomorrow, isn't it? That's crazy. Can you believe it? Simon was looking at something peculiarly different than normal, kind of up in the window more. And I thought maybe it was a cat, but it was a squirrel. He was checking the squirrel out. I wonder if he wanted to kill it, or if he wanted to play with it, like just sniff it and hang out with it. Because when he finds mice, that's all he does. He just looks at them. He's my pointer cat. I know there's something around, but he just looks at it. Actually, he stares at it. I know something's around when you just start staring. Hey, moments. Is that working now? Dude. I don't think it's working. I tried to fix it. Or if it ignore it. I don't know, man. I don't know why Awesome works on Twitch. I used to be able to do both of them, didn't I? At the same time? Or what happened with that? Reload them. Getting out of order. Oh, no. Okay, now I know what I need to do. I know how to do it now. One more click. I have to reload the scripts afterwards. Man, they got feisty a second ago. Now they're just gonna chant, probably. Chant the night away. Chant the night away with Italy. The top 10 hits. Such as Free Free Palestine and From the River to the Sea. Palestine will be free. It's got all the classics. Get it for a limited time only for $9.99. But wait, that's not all. You also get a tube of DD7. Get stains out of anything. Use it as toothpaste. Yours for free. Call now. $10:15. Wait, he's late. The president's late on me. I'm not gonna have this insubordination, you know? We're the civilians supposed to serve us on time. It says 10:30, 10:15. It should be 10:50. Oh. Oh shit! Don't do this to me! Oh, don't do this to me! You don't see anything. Holy shit. Fucking Twitch is strict on weird shit, dude. Would you stop trying to zoom in on her, dude? Fuck. Be careful with Twitch, dude. They got like blood on Twitch for some reason. Even if it is strawberry jam. I'd at least show Twitch that I'm not trying to put it on their platform. Otherwise, they'll actually use it against me. They could. She definitely got gonked in the forehead though, or the nose. So it was a gusher. Pissed who off? The kids or the police? Okay. Well. What are they gonna do about it? I think if they even get caught out there with a stick, they get some kind of extra charge. Actually, it's a serious crime to be out there with a weapon. So they're all just with their fists. You can't do much against a cop with a helmet, a billy club with a shield. Even with their numbers, the way that the cops have this set up, they can't get in on them without getting hurt bad. Because they'll just start going. Ain't nobody trying to get hit by that thing. See, this is America. You'd have dudes out there with weighted gloves, shit that's in the knuckles, so that they're able to punch and it doesn't hurt them, but it hurts the person really bad. They'd be out there with shields. Remember? Do you remember, dude? Do you remember our protests, right? They were out there with fucking shields of their own. With pepper spray and shit. They can't do any of that in Italy. You don't see any kind of them spraying the cops with anything, because they get a lot of trouble if they do something like that. I mean, sure, you go to a cop and just spray him in the face with pepper spray, you're gonna get a lot of trouble here too. But I don't know, man. COVID made it kind of crazy because everybody was wearing masks, so it made it so they were more likely to get away with it. I'm surprised they're not wearing masks. Maybe they're not allowed to. Interesting. Fireworks, yeah, me too. They're throwing fireworks. You'll see that kind of stuff in France, you know, but it seems that Italy's a little more reserved in France when they protest. France will burn cars and everything, you know what I mean? France gets crazy. You know, we owe a lot of our independence to France. I was reading about that earlier this last week, actually. Because they loaned us a bunch of money. We ended up paying them back for it, but without that, it would have been pretty hard. We used to be pretty close to France. Not long ago. Are they leaving? These people are leaving. They're all leaving. So it looks like it. Oh wait, no, they're just switching up their... What do they think these cops are going to be able to do? The cops are gonna change some shit. Hey, bud. So hungry.
Che cazzo cali la testa, coglione? Avete il sangue addosso. Vergogna! 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 Vergogna!
He was just back here meowing. What? Are they leaving? Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras happening today, Lots of people getting drunk tonight. If so. Tuesday. It's Fat Tuesday. Since Biden's taking forever. A window into New Orleans. I should label things a little bit. Is the police station, maybe? But why would they protest outside of the police station for Palestine? I can't tell what it is. It looks like it might be a police station, though. It's a weird looking building. Maybe it says somewhere. Or in the description. Oh, RAI. It does say that in the description, but I didn't know what that meant. What's the RAI building? RAI headquarters. What is this? It's in Torino, Italy. Dictorate. It was built as the headquarters of the Directorate General of Radio Televisione Italiane. Italy's national public broadcaster. One of the first tall buildings constructed in Torino after World War II, the tower is part of the complex of buildings which together occupy a whole block. The 72-meter tower has a steel frame with glass and aluminum curtain walls. At street level, the building features an arcade-like, those found in adjacent older buildings. It's an arcade.
Oh, compa, combattiamoci un attimo, andiamo insieme, dai.
It took 6 years to build it. 62 to 68. It's like a different building though. Oh, but I guess the whole, maybe the whole. Because the one they're talking about looks like this. Wow. But this says it's in Torino, and that's the RAI building. It's a little confusing. But they must be protesting the broadcast station. It's not that dangerous out there. People just moseying about there at night. Dude, dogs always seem so much better behaved in Europe to me. I don't know what it is. Like people in Europe train their dogs better or something. American dogs are kind of stupid, just doing what they want all the time. They're not as, they don't seem to be as obedient. Kind of weird. If people even leave their dogs outside the grocery store, they got these things in Vienna. It's like a dog, you know, where you take your horse. What is that thing called? People take their horse and tie it up. But it's like for dogs. And so when you go in the store, you don't take your dog in with you. You just leave it out there by itself, tied up. And nobody messes with the people's animals. Well, I've never saw it happen. I'm sure it happens, but interesting. Must be a big crime though to take someone's stable. I don't know. They would have them like outside of. It's like that piece of wood. It would just be outside of places, and they would wrap their thing around it. I forget what that thing was called. You see it in old westerns. It wouldn't be a stable. It was a cupboard. Probably has a name, dude. Probably Hitchin' Post, probably it. Hitchin' Post. But I was probably like saying that back in the day. It was probably like saying parking space. It was normal. Hey man, I'll get my horse at the hitching post. Now, over outside old Crumley's our warehouse. It's a whole other side of town, man. It's like we've been walking, man. I didn't know I need the horse, dude. I got to go back and get her. Probably hungry. They'd just do that, wouldn't they? How long did we ride horses like that? 100 years? That was an American thing, dude. That's what's so wild. Horses, weren't they American? And then they were taken from America, right? Everywhere else. Is that a thing? Where did horses originate? The very first horses evolved in the North American grasslands over 55 million years ago. Then they deserted North America and migrated across the Bering land bridge onto what is now Siberia. From there, they spread west across Asia and Europe and south to the Middle East and North Africa. Okay, so they did it themselves, but they started here 55 million years ago. America, fucking America. North America. Yeah, Spanish probably helped by bringing more of them, but it seems that they were able to navigate the Bering Land Bridge on their own. That's impressive. Smart animals, huh? Oh wow, the horses left in North America, became extinct about 10,000 years ago, and were reintroduced by colonizing Europeans. What? So the horses left here, dude. And the Europeans brought them back. Now that is even trippier. Didn't know that. I thought the natives had them that whole time and were using them. But for most of the native lifespan, it seems like they didn't have the horses. The Europeans brought them, and along with their germs and everything else. Damn, man, why'd all the horses leave? I didn't say Spanish, what did I say? Oh, right, yeah. Well, it says you're colonizing Europeans, but yeah. Did the Spanish colonize? Or did they have they had probably this colony before we did a colony. Why did they give it up? Oh, either the Spanish-American War or something, over the Spanish colonies? Probably. I think I remember something about a Spanish-American War. Hmm, 1898. Oh, but this is the Caribbean. This isn't... The Spanish colonies. I think we're in the Caribbean. The Spanish colonization of the Americas began in 1493 on the Caribbean island of Hispaniola. After the initial 1492 voyage of the Genoese mariner Christopher Columbus. But what about the rest of America? So Christopher Columbus was mainly... Oh, there it is. Right, okay, yeah, that's right. Florida was in there. They had Florida at one point, and they had a big old chunk, dude. Look at all this. They had all the blue. How'd they lose it? In 1790, they had so much. Oh, look, there's why Brazil speaks Portuguese. Because Portugal had all that chunk right there, and most of that's Brazil. That's interesting. São Paulo right there. Oh, it says Brazil. Wow. The number, I just read an excerpt right here. It says the indigenous population plummeted by an estimated 80% in the first century and a half following Columbus's voyages, primarily through spread of disease. Practices like forced labor and slavery for resource extraction and forced resettlement in new villages and later missions were common during the first decades of colonization. Europeans imported enslaved Africans to the early Caribbean settlement to replace indigenous labor, and enslaved and free Africans were part of the colonial era populations. A mixed-race Costa population came into being during the colonial era, a term which means lineage, so racial, social identifier, caste system, I guess. Interesting, dude. Spain started looking bad for using indigenous people to mine their own ore, so they started bringing slaves from Africa to do it for them. That's crazy. See, it's okay now. It's just Africans. Why would, like, what do they think that this store has to do with it? Is it a bagel shop? Oh, maybe. No, it's a McDonald's. Oh my. Oh, is McDonald's pro-Israel? Probably. Never had another one. Oh, look, the Shaka Zulu tribe. That's cool. They'll have afros. Are they getting food or what? What's happening? Dude, imagine working there and that being the line of people that all of a sudden want to eat. I think I might quit. She looks like a McRib type of girl. She looks like a McFish type of girl. McFish fillet. She looks like a... And all she eats is apple pies. Yo, what's up with her hair? Could you just make me look like a little boy, please? The little boy look is in now. Women find it like something. The really Pat. It's the Pat. Remember Pat? You can't tell what gender it is. Person. Saturday Night Live. It's the Pat haircut. That is in now. What the fuck happened to us? What happened? And they're like, oh, you're so proud to have that hair. They're patting her on the back for it. Pat and pat. Oh, is that it? McDonald's gave out free meals to Israeli soldiers. Oh, they just had to get involved, didn't they? Well, that's on them, man. They wanted to get involved, now they're involved. They probably like this. Da, 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 da. I'm loving it. That's what they're saying. Is it time? It's time. I don't think it's time. It's food. He's hungry. I'm hungry. You ready? I'll give him a beer. You see him all stretched out? His neck's all stretched out.
che chi ha interessi nel genocidio palestinese sono gli stessi che hanno gli interessi nella guerra in Ucraina. Noi sappiamo che sono le grandi aziende, che sono i governi criminali dei nostri paesi, perché il nemico ce l'abbiamo in casa, il nemico è una faccia, il nemico è un nome, il nemico è Giorgio Meloni e il suo governo criminale che continua come questa sera a revivere le giuste e necessarie mobilitazioni a sostegno del popolo palestinese. Per questo ci organizzeremo anche da Torino dopo la data di sabato prossimo per andare a Milano in forze per sostenere un processo di mobilitazione che dovrà andare avanti ancora a lungo. Palestina libera!
Okay, I did my job. I'm off cat duty until 5:30. 6.5 hours, and I have to. Well, I might have to stir that. Actually, I might have to stir it. That's about it. It entices it to eat more. I can get it back in the middle. I added 2 more steps in the process by giving him the green limped muscle oil extract. Sweet area. That's outside. Ghostbusters is there, dude. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. You can enjoy chicken. Dude, you can enjoy chicken no matter what. Doesn't even matter. That's why slaves liked it so much.
Durante il boicottaggio
Makes sense to me. Chicken's just that good. Yo, they're twerking over here in New Orleans. Listen to twerk. That's probably a dude. Boy, that was twerking. She just wishes she was a dude. She wishes so badly. She doesn't actually wish to be a dude. She just wishes to have the power of a dude. She probably hates men. A lot of women, I've noticed, are at these things. So many women. Like, Antifa during George Floyd was a lot of, like, young white dudes. There were women there, but this Palestine thing is, like, predominantly women, and all of them. The women really care about Palestinians. So sweet. And not just, like, they're mainly women, but they're ran by women. They always have a woman on the megaphone, dude, at these things, at the Palestinian protests. A lot of them. The one in New York had a woman in charge. This one I'm seeing does, and there have been others. And what's interesting about that is women, historically, well, especially recently, don't have much power in Palestine. Women are like, they gotta put the thing on, some of them still there, the head covering. Like, the civil rights for women in Palestine isn't high on the list for, it's not the lowest. Like, they do have some civil rights, but I'll look at it. Yeah, no, women are, there are tons of different articles I'm seeing right now on women's rights being violated in Palestine, so. They even have, like, people, their whole mission in life is to get women's rights at a better level in Palestine because it's so bad. They even had an organization that was established in 2003 called the Ministry of Women's Affairs in Palestine, the main governmental agency responsible for promoting and protecting women's rights. Yo. And it's because of, Yeah, entrenched discriminatory social norms and traditions. The main reason. The most common types of violence against women observed in Palestine include domestic violence, sexual harassment, early marriage, and femicide, as well as public and private spheres, including streets, workplaces, homes, and high-density areas such as refugee camps, particularly in Gaza. The outdated and discriminatory laws in Palestine hinder survivors of violence from accessing gender-responsive services and obtaining justice. In addition, survivors of violence often face social stigma and are blamed as responsible for the violence occurred to them. Yikes. This is from UN Women, Palestine. This is what I'm looking at. It says, let's see, the UN organization. It's legit. Like, the stats are going to be legit if they're, I think, if they say that that's happening, it's probably happening. I could see it happening there. Because it happens in America, where there are laws, where there is a punishment, and, you know, you're going to regret it afterwards. There, they can just get away with it. So, yeah. They're definitely doing it. We saw they just killed people like it wasn't nothing. They're brought up murderous, actually. Kind of, a little bit. They're using these bombs as a way to teach their kids why they should kill later on, actually. I think. They're using it to create monsters that might slip through our border one day as an unaccompanied minor, because these little fucking shits are smart. They're out there like middle school age and younger digging tunnels, and they know what the fuck's going on, dude. They've had documentaries with it. If you haven't seen them, check them out, look for them. Tunnel diggers of Egypt and Gaza, look into it, they're on YouTube. Young ass kids know what the hell's going on, and they could know what the hell's going on some mission to do some stupid shit here, man. It's not that far out of the realm of reality for that kind of thing to happen, is it? Especially when they see their whole family get blown up by an Israeli bomb that we paid for. They were civilians or something, maybe? Who knows, dude? That can create a certain type of person that's willing to die, especially when they already think that that's their martyrdom, and they're gonna get the virgins, and like they're completely sold on the situation. Dude, we're in trouble. We need to shut the fucking border down at this point. It's out of control. People aren't fucking thinking about anything. They got blinders on. Dude, they're just going through life with blinders on. Most people. Feels like it. Because everybody's just so busy working. They don't have time to sit and think about anything. Rat race, man. Full effect. They got us now. Just tearing us down, man. So it is against the station. What's that say? Something about censoring genocide? Oh, they're censoring they think that they're censoring the genocide that's happening by only showing half of it or something, half of what's going on. Oh shit, Biden's talking. Hold on.
Certainly not to Vladimir Putin. So let's get on with this.
That's what I heard.
Remember, the United States pulled together earlier this morning.
I know I heard something else happening. Alright, gotta get her out of here. She's screaming. She's a screamer.
Before we begin, I'm going to make this statement. Let it stand on its own. I'm not going to take any questions, but I'll be taking questions tomorrow and the next day. But I don't want anything to get in the way of the statement. To be very blunt about it. Not that you wouldn't just focus on the statement. Earlier this morning, the United States Senate, as you all know, voted overwhelmingly by a margin of 70 to 29 to move forward with the bipartisan national security bill. Now it moves to the House. And I urge Speaker Johnson to bring it to the floor immediately. Immediately. There's no question that the Senate bill was put on the floor in the House of Representatives, it would pass. It would pass. And the Speaker knows that.
So Congress has
to Speaker to let the full House speak its mind and not allow a minority of most extreme voices in the House to block this bill even from being voted on. Even from being voted on.
I thought the Senate
This is a critical act for the House to move. It needs to move. The bill provides urgent funding for Ukraine so it can keep defending itself against Putin's vicious onslaught.
That's how this works.
We've all seen the terrible stories in recent weeks. Ukrainian soldiers out of artillery shells, Ukrainian units rationing rounds of ammunition to defend themselves, Ukrainian families worried that the next Russian strike will permanently plunge them into darkness or worse. This bipartisan bill sends a clear message to Ukrainians and to our partners and to our allies around the world. America can be trusted. America can be relied upon. And America stands up for freedom. We stand strong for our allies. We never bow down to anyone, and certainly not to Vladimir Putin. So let's get on with this. Remember, the United States pulled together a coalition of nearly 50 nations to support Ukraine. We unified NATO, expanded it. We can't walk away now.
What was he saying? Like, if we didn't fund Ukraine, we're bowing down to Russia? How is that? How does that make it so that we're bowing down to Russia?
That's what Putin's betting on. He just flatly said that. Supporting this bill is standing up to Putin. Opposing it is playing into Putin's hands. As I've said before, the stakes in this fight extend far beyond Ukraine. If we don't stop Putin's appetite for power and control in Ukraine, he won't limit himself just to Ukraine.
How do you know that?
The cost for America and our allies and partners is going to rise. For Republicans in Congress who think they can oppose funding for Ukraine and not be held accountable, history is watching.
Oh, that's too big.
History is watching.
Yeah,
history is watching. Failure to support Ukraine at this critical moment will never be forgotten. I want to be clear about something, because I know it's important to the American people. While this bill sends military equipment to Ukraine, it spends the money right here in the United States of America, in places like Arizona, where the Patriot missiles are built, in Alabama, where the Javelin missiles are built, in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Texas, where artillery shells are made. And the way it works is we supply Ukraine with military equipment from our stockpiles. And then we spend our money replenishing those stockpiles so our military has access to them. Stockpiles that are made right here in America by American workers. That not only supports American jobs and American communities, it allows us to invest in maintaining and strengthening our own defense manufacturing capacity. Look, this bill meets our national security priorities in the Middle East as well. It includes greater support for our troops serving in the region, who continue to defend against militia attacks backed by Iran. It also provides Israel with what it needs to protect its people against a terrorist group like Hamas and Hezbollah and others. And it will provide life-saving humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people who desperately need food, water, and shelter. They need help. And finally, this bill includes critical funding for our national security priorities in Asia. Because even as we focus on the conflicts in Gaza and Ukraine, we must not take our eye off our national security challenges in the Pacific. It's the responsibility of a great nation, and we are a great nation, that the rest of the world looks to. And I mean that, the rest of the world looks to us. The stakes are already high for American security before this bill was passed in the Senate last night. But in recent days, those stakes have risen. And that's because the former president has sent a dangerous and shockingly, frankly, un-American signal to the world. Just a few days ago, Trump gave an invitation to Putin to invade some of our allies, NATO allies. He said if an ally didn't spend enough money on defense, he would encourage Russia to, quote, do whatever the hell they want, end of quote. Can you imagine a former president of the United States saying that? The whole world heard it. The worst thing is he means it. No other president in our history has ever bowed down to a Russian dictator. Well, let me say this as clearly as I can. I never will. For God's sake, it's dumb, it's shameful, it's dangerous, it's un-American. When America gives us word, it means something. When we make a commitment, we keep it. And NATO is a sacred commitment. Donald Trump looks at this as if it's a burden. When he looks at NATO, he doesn't see the alliance that protects America and the world. He sees a protection racket. He doesn't understand that NATO is built on fundamental principles of freedom, security, and national sovereignty. Because for Trump, principles never matter. Everything is transactional. He doesn't understand that the sacred commitment we've given works for us as well. In fact, I would remind Trump and all those who would walk away from NATO, Article 5 has only been invoked once, just once in our NATO history, and it was done to stand with America after we were attacked on 9/11. We should never forget it. You know, our adversaries have long sought to create cracks in the alliance.
That doesn't have to do with anything.
The greatest hope of all those who wish America harm is for NATO to fall apart. And you can be sure that they all cheered when they heard Donald Trump and heard what he said. I know this, I will not walk away. I can't imagine any other president walking away. For as long as I'm president, if Putin attacks a NATO ally, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory. Let me close with this. You've heard me say this before. Our nation stands at an inflection point in history, where the decisions we make now are going to determine the course of our future for decades to come. This is one of those moments. And I say to the House members, House Republicans, you got to decide. Are you going to stand up for freedom? Or are you going to side with terror and...
But Ukraine's not in NATO, is it?
You're going to stand with Ukraine? You're going to stand with Putin? Will we stand with America or with Trump? Republicans and Democrats in the Senate came together to send a message of unity to the world. It's time for the House Republicans to do the same thing, to pass this bill immediately, to stand for decency, stand for democracy, to stand up to a so-called leader hell-bent on weakening American security.
They're not on the list,
and I mean it sincerely. History is watching. History is watching. In moments like this, we have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. The world is looking to us. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. In this case, acting together includes acting with our NATO allies. God bless you all. May God protect our speakers. And I promise I'll come back and answer questions later. Thank you.
Sir, when Trump said that, sir, what did Putin hear?
What's plan B if the speaker doesn't act?
Sir, the hostages...
Yo, Czechoslovakia is not on there either. Check it out. These are the NATO countries. So Romania, Slovenia, Slovakia are on there. So that's for Hungary. Is Hungary on there? Hungary's on. Oh, the Hungary's there. Okay, so east of Austria is pretty covered because Austria is where Europe ends. Oh, right. Oh no, is Hungary in the EU now? But Hungary's here anyway, and then Romania is to the east of Hungary, And so Slovakia and Slovenia are actually before Hungary, actually, too. So they're most is covered, but Ukraine's not in here. And what else? Maldive, is that in here? I don't think Maldive is in here because that's right next to Romania. No. So then they could be attacked, I guess. Just look the fucking map up, dude. NATO map. Brought up NATO multiple times. These are the NATO countries. Is this a good one? It's colorful. Come on, bro. All this shit. I just want to see it. There. Looks like Italy's over. And it's hard. They're not. The countries aren't labeled. I give up. Oh, is this one? There's one that's labeled. Okay, there we go. So shit, man. Right. Here. Where'd it go? Out of here. Alright. So, Ukraine, Belarus, yes, Moldova, or whatever. Not making the words any bigger. Oh, Austria. I didn't even notice Austria wasn't in there. Switzerland. Interesting that Turkey's in it. NATO. That's where the missiles come from. NATO, bro. There's some audio here. That's a nice radio. Oh man, it's I have to find something. Everything happened at the same time.
Hey Robinette, where are you, Robinette? Wave to us. The mayor is leaving. Good to see you, Robinette. Hope you're having a good time. The mayor has a couple of coconuts for you.
What's this? How about trafficking in persons?
Your own courage, but especially your determination to try to take your own experience and put it to the service of others. We're grateful for it. So I think you all know these numbers, but it bears repeating. Around the world, an estimated 27 million human beings are subjected to trafficking through forced, fraud, coercion.
A lot of people.
They're exploited for labor, they're exploited for services, they're exploited for sex. The victims are women, they're men, they're children.
They're commodities.
Disproportionately from marginalized communities. Each of them denied the fundamental human right to be free. As President Biden says, human trafficking is, and I quote, a stain on our society's conscience.
Pretty crazy, isn't it?
Trafficking also fuels crime. It fuels corruption. It fuels violence. It distorts our economies. It harms our workers. In 2021, the White House released an updated national action plan to combat human trafficking. And guided by this strategy, each of our agencies and our partners have been working every single day to prevent trafficking, to protect victims, and to prosecute those who are responsible. We're cracking down on the importation of goods that are made with forced labor. We're strengthening our efforts to counter online sexual exploitation and abuse of children, as you've heard, and through the presidential memorandum the President issued last November, we're taking additional steps to shore up worker rights and worker protections. Now, so much of what we've been able to accomplish is due to the partnership and input of other governments, of our private sector, of civil society, and maybe especially survivors themselves. So before we get into the progress that each of our agencies has made, which is really the purpose for gathering today, and to discuss priorities for the year ahead, I'm going to take this opportunity to just move over to the podium to honor two of our partners, the recipients of the 2023 Presidential Award for Extraordinary Efforts to Combat Trafficking in Persons.
This is a pat ourselves on the back meetup. Oh, Mayorkas is there. I didn't know. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of people there.
This makes it more official.
Shit! It's a big ass table, bro. I thought it was just them 5 or whatever.
For the past decade, Dr. Min Dong has offered her fellow survivors hope and healing, while empowering them to play a central role in the global fight against trafficking. As co-founder and executive director of the Survivor Alliance, Min helps train victims to become effective advocates. The Alliance ensures that our collective understanding of, as well as our policy response to trafficking, is actually informed by the experiences of those who've been its victims and have lived it. It connects survivors to job opportunities. The Alliance also teaches people how to engage ethically and effectively with survivors. Min says that she wouldn't be here if not for each and every person on my journey who kindled the fire of freedom within me. And she, in turn, has helped to fuel that fire of freedom in so many other people. Min couldn't join us today, but I'd like to read the citation that's printed on the award that she's receiving. And again, I quote, "To Dr. Min Dong, for her efforts to advance the anti-trafficking movement through research and advocacy, her substantial dedication to uniting, supporting, and empowering the global survivor community, her long-standing efforts to place survivors at the center of anti-trafficking work." So we're going to make sure to get this award to her very soon, but meantime, congratulations. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Ambassador Dyer just to join me for the second award presentation today. Ensuring that survivors have adequate support systems, from stable housing to job opportunities, is a key element of the President's National Action Plan. So our second awardee, Restore NYC, exemplifies this approach. Restore NYC's mission is to make freedom real for victims of trafficking. Going back to 2009, this organization has done exactly that for almost 3,200 people from nearly 100 countries across our planet. The group offers counseling from licensed clinicians to improve victims' mental health and well-being. They help survivors transition to safe, affordable homes. They provide pathways to employment, helping with everything from resume writing to entrepreneurship training, including through an innovative partnership with New York University. At every step along the way, Restore NYC anticipates and works to meet what are genuinely unique needs for those who are survivors of trafficking. Now, whether that's providing services in their native languages, offering child care while survivors attend training, or establishing a relief fund during the pandemic to support victims, and the list goes on. To describe how she felt in her time with Restore NYC, here's what one survivor said. she painted a butterfly and said, "This is me." That's the feeling that Restore NYC gives to the victims that it helps. So, in honor of all the lives that they've transformed, I'd like to invite Beck Sullivan, Restore NYC's Chief Program Officer, to receive the award today.
To Restore NYC for its extraordinary commitment to improving outcomes for survivors of human trafficking through continuous expansion of its housing offerings and economic empowerment services using innovative models and partnerships.
So to get back to the business at hand of the Commission, let me turn back now to Cindy Dyer to give us an update on the interagency efforts of the Senior Policy Operating Group. Cindy, right over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. It is a privilege to be in the presence of such extraordinary advocates in the fight against human trafficking. First, let me echo your thanks to the U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking. I am inspired by the Council's engagement and partnership, and am thankful to have them join us at this table. Their participation in anti-trafficking initiatives and their 2023 annual report provides us with the invaluable insight and expertise necessary to forge ahead in our collective efforts to combat human trafficking. The Senior Policy Operating Group, which consists of senior officials of the 20 federal agencies represented here today, continues to coordinate measurable actions across the federal government to address human trafficking. I would like to focus on a few of our recent accomplishments. The Grant-Making Committee released a review of promising practices in U.S. government-funded anti-trafficking in persons programs. The committee developed this resource to address recommendations made by the U.S. Advisory Council to identify promising practices for anti-trafficking grant programs that are survivor-informed, trauma-informed, and culturally competent. We hope this will be a valuable resource for federal grant-making agencies, practitioners, and other stakeholders. The Public Awareness and Outreach Committee published a federal anti-trafficking resource inventory, which includes a list of federal human trafficking outreach efforts and resources, awareness campaigns, toolkits, and programs. The list also helpfully includes evaluations of the effectiveness of the particular resources. Just last month, the Procurement and Supply Chains Committee hosted a virtual public outreach session for contracting companies, non-governmental organizations, international partners, associates of state, local, tribal, and territorial officials, and other interested stakeholders to build understanding about the anti-trafficking requirements of the Federal Acquisition Regulation. This was the second public meeting by the committee, and topics included the federal government's guidance on anti-trafficking risk mitigation and management, trainings and resources for government contractors, the use of government reporting to help analyze supply chains, and developments in efforts to prevent and address human trafficking in global supply chains that would analyze supply chains, and developments in efforts to prevent and address human trafficking in global supply chains that would be helpful to apply to federal procurement. Last, in furthering the government's implementation of the executive order on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government, the Senior Policy Operating Group is developing a plan to integrate racial equity into our anti-trafficking work. We know that Black, Indigenous, and other people of color are differently and disproportionately impacted by human trafficking. To inform our plan to address these disparities, we sought information related to the intersection of race and human trafficking through several channels, including through a request for information, a virtual public meeting, and a series of small in-person roundtables with different communities around the country. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight some of the Senior Policy Operating Group's recent efforts. I look forward to continued work together in the coming months.
Thank you. Cindy, thank you very much. Thank you for that report. Thank you for the great leadership that your office has shown. I'd actually like to give Samira Jain now an opportunity to speak representing the U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking. As a number of us have mentioned, the Council is an indispensable partner in everything that we do. So, Samir, we're grateful to have you with us today and grateful to get an update from you on the Council's work.
Thank you, Secretary. Good afternoon. My name is Samir Jain. I'm a member of United States Advisory Council on Human Trafficking. I would like to thank the administration and all the PIT agencies for their to combat human trafficking. In 2017, 20 years later, today, I visited power with each of you. And on behalf that is first of its kind, where leaders with lived experience advise the highest level of our government. It is a great honor for me to present on behalf of the Council today. The scourge of human trafficking continues to evolve. Civil unrest and war across the globe, natural disaster, climate change, and advent and increasing reach of social media all pose significant challenges. It is within these contexts that we recently submitted our 2023 report. This report focuses on data, on access and services for all victims, and on visa and immigration systems. We specifically made recommendation on the intersection between human trafficking and missing, murdered, and indigenous and Black communities. We call for the adoption of best practices in prevention and services and focus on building capacity for culturally diverse organizations. We also made recommendation relating to labor trafficking among temporary work visa holders, particularly in high-risk industries, as well as unaccompanied children at risk of experiencing labor trafficking. We specifically called for increased data sharing among agencies to prevent visa fraud. In light of increases in child labor trafficking in this country and lack of deterrent to prevent it, we also called upon administration to bring a legislative proposal to Congress that would amend the TVPA with respect to criminal charges involving child labor trafficking. Common theme across our recommendation is that of accountability. Accountability within our government processes to address system-related vulnerabilities. We also focus on theme of diversity. Diversity in the services provided to survivor through federal programs. Diversity with respect to how U.S. government engages different communities across the United States. As we look to 2024, the Council plans 2 trips to inform our work. The first is to Alaska, where we hope to gather information about the needs and challenges Alaska Native population face in fight against human trafficking. The second will be to the U.S. southern border to learn more about efforts to prevent and identify human trafficking among vulnerable immigrant populations. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Samira, and thank you for the great work of the Council and for the partnership that we enjoy. So we now want to have a chance to basically hear from all of our departments and agencies that have been leading our anti-trafficking efforts, and we'll go around and do that. I have the honor of kicking us off, taking off my hat as chair of this meeting and putting on my State Department hat to give you a little bit of a report on what the State Department's been up to, and then I'll turn it over to colleagues. So first, our department is working to ensure that our human trafficking efforts are informed, as you've heard, by survivors and the trauma that they've endured. Wherever department employees encounter victims of trafficking, at our consulates, in refugee camps, at shelters, or anywhere else, we want to engage survivors in a respectful and sensitive way. We've worked with the U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking, as well as the Department's own Human Trafficking Expert Consultant Network, to develop key resources that allow us to meet that essential goal. We've launched 2 new online trainings, one through our Foreign Service Institute for department employees, another to assist our anti-trafficking stakeholders, our grantees, our other partners. Second, we're taking steps to prevent forced labor and other forms of migrant worker exploitation. We've been updating our consular training course to empower staff to better prevent, detect, and respond to human trafficking. And just as a parenthesis here, I think one of the things I've found really instructive over these last 3 years is the ability for all of our departments and agencies to make sure that as we're learning more and as we're experiencing more and dealing with an issue, perhaps even an issue that was not something that our departments and agencies were focused on in the past, our ability to bring people up to speed, to make sure that we're sharing best practices within our own departments and agencies, and to have career-long training and education for our workforce is vitally important, and this is something we're really focused on. We're empowering workers coming to the United States with the information and resources they need to protect themselves and protect their rights by simplifying the Know Your Rights pamphlet that we distribute to many visa holders, and we're conducting workshops, for example, in Mexico, for prospective temporary workers. Third, we're launching new models of foreign assistance to combat trafficking. Going back to 2015, the Department has funded innovative partnerships through which the United States and participating countries jointly develop plans to prevent child trafficking. This year, we've expanded that approach to address all forms of human trafficking. Through what we're calling our Partnership to Prevent Human Trafficking, or P2P, the Department will provide up to $12 million for projects that effectively prevent trafficking, prosecute traffickers, and provide care for survivors. Finally, we're advancing new research projects to better understand human trafficking. This year, for example, we'll fund a groundbreaking project with the International Labor Organization to create standardized tools for determining the prevalence of human trafficking, which we hope researchers around the world will adopt, because knowing where and knowing how much trafficking is occurring is obviously a vital step in addressing it. So, I'm proud to say there's lots of great work happening at the State Department. I'm proud of all the work that our team is doing, and very much looking forward to seeing more of that in the course of this year. But really the point of this gathering today is that this work transcends any one of our departments or agencies. It demands constant, creative coordination across virtually the entire federal government, which is represented here today, and including with our intelligence community. So with that, it's a nice segue to my friend and colleague, the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken, and really thank you and to President Biden and Ambassador Dyer, others who have really just prioritized this issue, who have maintained our focus on it in the way that you have, and to all of the leaders that are here today. For we see this in the intelligence community as a critical national security challenge. So much so that we're including, actually for the first time, a separate section on human trafficking in our annual threat assessment. And so you will see that reflected in our work. Transnational criminal organizations, or TCOs as we often refer to them, and criminal actors view human trafficking, including sex trafficking, forced labor, as low-risk crimes of opportunity, seeking to exploit vulnerable individuals and groups to bolster illicit revenue streams. And of course, not only does human trafficking fuel the global growth of organized crime and deprive people of human rights and freedoms, but also negatively affects global health and long-standing psychological and physical impact on individuals, families, and communities, and has been reflected in the comments so far, particularly historically marginalized and underserved communities. To help address this disturbing reality, the intelligence community, in close partnership with law enforcement, has been improving its production of detailed data analysis and reporting to better discern patterns and trends in human trafficking of migrants. And with the help of new tools for conducting such analysis, we're investing in these efforts, we think, to good effect, as we also work to continually improve our connection to both local and federal law enforcement, as well as the Department of Homeland Security, to assist them in their work to countering the problem. And for example, last year, the intelligence community hosted a crisis cell which comprised itself of intelligence, law enforcement, other key partners, to enhance support focused on combating human smuggling and human trafficking. And the crisis cell resulted in improved reporting and information sharing, increased support to border enforcement, and aided activities to disrupt human smuggling. These are the kinds of organizational mechanisms we need to build on in order to enhance our capacity to provide the intelligence that our operators, our policymakers need to combat trafficking in persons. Relatedly, we're also working to support coordinated partner efforts to enhance public awareness. For example, the intelligence community actively lends support to the Department of Homeland Security's Blue Campaign, a national public awareness campaign designed to educate the public, law enforcement, and other industry partners regarding human trafficking. And in addition, we continue to work on strategic assessments on human trafficking that draw on the robust expertise that resides not only in this task force and in the folks that work for all of the people that are here, but also in the Advisory Council, to really discuss a whole range of issues in this area, to provide assessments including on sex trafficking, on forced labor in the global supply chain, and other issues that are of interest to the policy community in this work. And then moving forward, the intelligence community is focused on initiatives through which we might provide further support to law enforcement to improve detection and disruption of trafficking networks. For example, FBI's Transnational Organized Crime Actor Detection Program is an operational coordination system that advances counter-transnational organized crime, advanced data management, and information sharing that we participate in and support. The program over time will assist with the identification and disruption of transnational criminal organizations involved in human trafficking. Ultimately, we hope programs like this and our collective efforts will better support the policy and law enforcement communities in their critical efforts to not only raise awareness around this issue, but also to effectively counter global trafficking more broadly. And we just thank you again for the opportunity to discuss our contributions on this issue. Thank you.
I will thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to the Attorney General. Eric.
I will thank you, he said. I will thank you.
And good afternoon, everyone.
What does that mean?
So we are all familiar with the horrors of human trafficking, but I want to highlight just a few stories that capture the urgency of our work. Last year, the Justice Department secured a 35-year sentence and an order to pay nearly $1 million in restitution against an individual in Louisiana who used sexual abuse, violence, withholding of food, and other forms of abuse to compel multiple minors to work for his business. The department secured the sentences of a mother and son for 30 and 6 years, respectively, and in order to pay $140,000 in restitution for luring vulnerable victims from Mexico, some as young as 16, and compelling them into commercial sex at the mother's bar.
Damn.
And the department secured a sentence of 6 life terms in federal prison and an order to pay $68,000 in restitution against an individual who forced women struggling with homelessness or substance use disorders to engage in commercial sex.
They're trying to turn it into Mexico.
These cases represent just a small fraction of the work we have been doing to combat trafficking crimes and pursue justice for victims. During the last year alone, the Justice Department secured almost 300 convictions of defendants on both sex trafficking and forced labor trafficking charges. Since our last meeting, the Justice Department has continued our work to implement our national strategy to combat human trafficking. Where'd the black guy go? Bro. The Attorney General's Advisory Committee of United States Attorneys convened a human trafficking working group to guide all 94 of our U.S. attorneys in combating human trafficking in their districts. The FBI established a specialized anti-trafficking team in its Crimes Against Children and Human Trafficking Unit to disseminate victim-centered, trauma-informed expertise to the FBI's 56 field offices. The Civil Rights Division's Human Trafficking Prosecution Unit led the Interagency Forced Labor Initiative Steering Group in detecting, investigating, and prosecuting forced labor with a focus on forced child labor. Last summer, the department released its own national strategy for child exploitation prevention and interdiction, which covers child sex trafficking and complements the national strategy to combat human trafficking. And through the department's Office for Victims of Crime, we issued over $95 million in grant funding for direct victim services and legal assistance, and for specialized training and technical assistance on the needs of labor trafficking victims. In the year ahead, we plan to expand this work across all of our components and across the country. The perpetrators of human trafficking prey on vulnerable people for profit. In so doing, they attempt to undermine not only the victim's sense of safety, but of their dignity. The Justice Department will continue to use every tool we have to combat human trafficking and to vindicate the rights of victims and survivors.
Can we just keep them out of the country?
We look forward to continuing
that would help
to work
a lot.
alongside all of you in this difficult task.
Then it's someone else, some other country's trafficking problem.
Thank you so much. We are next going to turn to the Department of Homeland Security. My friend and colleague Cardell Morant, who is the leader of the Center for Countering Human Trafficking, will be speaking on their behalf.
Thank you, Ambassador. Human trafficking is more than a violation of our laws. It is a violation of our values and our humanity. That's why in 2023, for the first time in the department's history, we made the fight against human trafficking and crimes of exploitation one of our core mission priorities. In our fight against the scourge of trafficking in persons, we take a victim-centered approach. The department's victim-centered approach seeks to minimize additional trauma, mitigate undue penalization, and stabilize and support victims. We have consolidated our lines of effort through our Center for Countering Human Trafficking, which I'm proud to lead. The center has recently doubled the number of permanent employees supporting this important effort across the country. The team works with 16 agencies and offices across the department to collaboratively and aggressively combat human trafficking in all of its forms. Last month, 1,100 members of the DHS workforce attended a CCHT-hosted multi-day seminar to train and connect to counter human trafficking officers across our department. We remain focused on several key lines of effort. In the area of criminal investigations, Homeland Security Investigations recently investigated a case in which 4 human traffickers were sentenced and ordered to forfeit $1.4 million for engaging in human trafficking of non-citizens at a commercial laundry business. The investigation helped victims as young as 14 who were forced to work 11-hour overnight shifts before attending school. In the area of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, in fiscal year 23, CBP stopped 4,415 shipments of goods valued at over $1.46 billion, suspected to have been made wholly or in part with forced labor. This represents a 78% increase in the value of shipments compared to FY22. In the area of public-private partnerships, the Blue Campaign recently announced the first-of-its-kind partnership with Lyft to teach drivers the signs that indicate someone may be a victim and provide them with resources to help, including guidance for how to contact the right authorities. The training started in Las Vegas last week ahead of the Super Bowl. In 2024, we are also focused intensely on harnessing technological innovation, especially AI, to advance our mission. In the coming weeks, we are launching a pilot using AI to aid investigations at Homeland Security Investigations, which will include trafficking cases. We are working to improve local law enforcement coordination with DHS,
Minority Report, dude.
Suspected victims of trafficking who may need assistance stabilizing their immigration status to break free from their trafficker and support investigations to hold perpetrators accountable. We will also further institutionalize this work across the department, including by selecting a senior victim-centered approach official to support victim identification and build capacity across the department. Our resolve has never been stronger to fight against human trafficking and crimes of exploitation using every authority at the department.
We got a lot of horses
remain
in
committed to the critical and heroic counter-trafficking mission.
Thank you. And over to the Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland.
Thank you so much. I want to recognize Secretary Blinken's leadership and thank him and the department for everything they do and for everyone here for your service on this critical task force. I'm grateful to be a part of an administration that takes the health and safety of our communities so seriously. At the Department of the Interior, we're leveraging every tool at our disposal to address violence in Indian country. Much of this work is focused on tackling the crises of missing and murdered Indigenous peoples and human trafficking. As a member of Congress, I helped lead the effort to pass the Not Invisible Act and Savannah's Act. These laws take steps to address these crises by identifying gaps in information sharing and data collection. Now, as Secretary of the Interior and with the President's support, I am putting these laws into action. The Not Invisible Act Commission, established by our agency and the Justice Department, led by, of course, our dear friend and colleague, Merrick Garland, brought together members of law enforcement, tribal leaders, federal partners, service providers, family members of missing and murdered individuals, and survivors to host public hearings, engage with communities, and identify the ways in which Congress and federal agencies can best address this crisis. Last November, the Commission submitted its recommendations to the Department and to Congress, which emphasize a needed focus on tribal law enforcement recruitment and retention, survivor and family services, and cross-jurisdictional coordination. These recommendations will help us to reshape our existing efforts at the Department, including through our Missing and Murdered Unit. Our Department is also making a concerted effort to address this crisis through our fiscal year 2024 budget request. Specifically, we've called for an increased funding for the Tiwahi Initiative, which enables tribes to design their own programs for the delivery of Bureau of Indian Affairs program services, including public safety initiatives for children and families. By integrating tribal traditions, customs, and values into the delivery of these services, we can ensure that community safety and resilience are at the heart of program implementation.
They're trafficking them through tribal territory.
To detect, report, and prevent human trafficking.
Because
this past year, our Office of Law Enforcement and Security finalized its human trafficking awareness training, and we will continue our collaboration with the Justice Department's Indian Country Training Initiative to develop additional training of law enforcement officers. Together, we're making progress to address this horrific crisis and the trauma it leaves behind. We have a long way to go, but the advancements we've made on behalf of Indian country are truly historic, and that's thanks to all of you. So thank you all so much again for having me today.
I know the dance, okay?
Thank you.
This is
we'll now turn over to the Secretary of Agriculture, Thomas Vilsack.
Thank you very much. We all know that human trafficking in rural communities will provide a key opportunity for interagency collaborative work to better understand how rural providers encounter and confront the issue of human trafficking.
Where's my organs?
Including victim identification.
Hold up, man. He was sitting there at the beginning. Did Blinken leave too?
Trafficking. USDA is going to continue to reimagine and improve our program design and delivery of services. I can assure you that every component of USDA has a role in this work. While there are several factors, as everyone knows, that drive the presence of human trafficking within rural localities,
dude, that's whack.
Persistent and disproportionate rates of poverty are often a major contributing factor.
See ya.
When the COVID-19 pandemic first struck, we
work.
were all given a wake-up call regarding an important group of people called farm workers. They were deemed, as they should have been, essential employees. And the pandemic put a spotlight on the importance of this workforce and their contributions to our nation's food security. As you know, they work every day in food orchards and dairy farms in the blazing heat and freezing cold to ensure that our families have food on our tables.
Turkey neck. You see that?
It is not easy work. It is back-breaking work that requires long hours in the field and pays low wages.
I don't want that to ever happen to me.
Who harvest our food lack enough to eat themselves and report family incomes below the poverty line. Of all the USDA stakeholders, they are the most susceptible to trafficking, particularly the folks that travel to the United States to work.
I'll work by now.
Because of this and their importance in agriculture, I instructed USDA employees to break down institutional barriers and create meaningful opportunities to impact the lives of farm workers through USDA programs. Last year, in coordination with many of the agencies at this table, USDA launched the Farm Labor Stabilization and Protection Pilot Program. Now, this pilot program is utilizing up to $65 million in American Rescue Plan funding to provide support for agricultural employers in implementing robust health and safety standards to promote a safe, healthy work environment for both U.S. workers and workers hired under the seasonal H-2A visa program. This program aims to raise the bar with employers on worker protections. Employers engaged in the grant program must ensure ethical, safe recruitment of any worker employed through the H-2A visa program. We know that the recruitment process is an area of particularly high risk of exploitation of workers looking for opportunities to come to the United States. It must stop, and we're sending the message that this kind of conduct in recruiting is unacceptable. Additionally, we're ensuring that all workers employed by grantees in this program have access to Know Your Rights and Resources training that will help ensure workers have better information and a better understanding of how to seek help if they need it, hopefully setting the standard for the entire migrant workforce. At USDA, we're also taking strides to ensure our contractual relationships are with responsible industry partners. In 2024, we're working towards gaining further visibility into the supply chain of prime contractors to mitigate risk in the provision of food commodities and labor-intensive services. We will, of course, also continue to include requirements that contractors and grant recipients must prevent the trafficking of persons or forced labor. You have our commitment to continue to advance the understanding of trafficking in persons and identifying the best way to integrate and track the many ways in which this issue intersects and impacts rural communities and rural people.
Thank you, sir. We'll turn now to the Acting Secretary of Labor, Julie Su.
Thank you so much. As many in the room know, about 30 years ago, 72 garment workers from Thailand were trafficked to the United States and were forced to work behind barbed wire and under armed guard in an apartment complex for 18 hours a day. These workers were vulnerable in part because they had been told their whole lives that they should keep their heads down and know their place, and that all they would ever know were poverty wages and a lack of opportunity. And that made them susceptible when traffickers came and promised them a good job. And that promise, of course, turned out to be a lie. When those workers were freed, improbably, they spoke up and challenged not only their traffickers, but the industry that had made demands for their labor. And that created a tremendous amount of change. I was privileged to be their attorney during that time, and back in September, I was privileged again to induct them into the Department of Labor's Hall of Honor. It was really lovely. So I know we've talked a lot about listening to survivors and understanding their work, and 67 of the 72 were women, which is also indicative of how this problem works globally. In terms of looking forward, the Department of Labor is focusing on two things. The first is enforcement of labor laws in this country. And I think it's important to note that we shouldn't look at the abuses that happen to trafficked workers as aberrations. They really turn out to be one end of a spectrum of abuse that is often common in those very same industries. And if we don't look at the context in which the abuse occurs, then we're missing out on a key lever we have to try to prevent the abuse. We, like so many agencies, are also training our staff on recognizing indicia of trafficking, right? As we enforce labor laws, we can often be the first line to see that, and we're making sure that our training is both trauma-informed and survivor-centered. We have been working with the Department of Justice on assessing back wages and using forfeiture and restitution and other tools, but again, recognizing that the ability of survivors to actually collect real wages is limited if we don't look at the entire context in which their abuse occurs. We are also certifying T and U visas, and it's important, I think, to note that those visas exist because of the Thai workers and their work and their advocacy. The second thing that we're focused on is our international work. We are investing in organizations around the globe who are identifying forced labor and child labor and the risks in supply chains of those kinds of practices. We've worked with Secretary Mayorkas and the Department of Homeland Security on what was already mentioned, making sure that any goods that are made with forced labor are prevented from being imported. We follow the extraordinary leadership of Ambassador Tai, who is breathing life into this president's promise that when we look at our trade policies, we will look at the well-being of workers, and that includes those who have been trafficked. And we work with the Department of Education, and I know that Deputy Secretary Martin is going to talk about some of that collaboration. So as has been said, none of us does this work alone.
He hasn't talked
DOL
yet.
also has a list of goods produced by child labor or forced labor, and that is the result of research we do to combat these practices in supply chains. So we are very much on board with and share the goal of making sure that nobody who hears that their only option is to keep their heads down and know their place actually believe that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll turn now to Secretary of Health and Human Services, Javier Becerra.
Thank you, Ambassador. I extend a special thank you to the U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking and the hundreds of individuals with lived experience who have worked with and informed HHS. You have helped us strengthen efforts to prevent trafficking of migrant workers and families, address inequities and barriers to accessing services, and increase prevention education. Last year, HHS funded programs connected more than 4,000 survivors of human trafficking to housing, health, and other critical services. We responded to requests for assistance from every state in the nation, and our National Human Trafficking Hotline received nearly 8,000 calls, texts, and chat messages directly from survivors of trafficking. We want to stop human trafficking before it occurs and minimize its harmful impact. Today, we are releasing our National Human Trafficking Prevention Framework, which draws on research and best practices in proven violence prevention strategies. Additionally, protecting children and youth from trafficking continues to be at the core of our prevention efforts. This spring, HHS will start the work of the National Advisory Committee on Child and Youth Trafficking to strengthen coordination among federal, state, tribal, and local agencies to prevent forced labor and commercial sexual exploitation. Each of us has a role in reducing violence in our society. Last summer, thousands of survivors and leaders across government, private sector, and nonprofit organizations joined our National Human Trafficking Prevention Summit and brought with them a shared commitment to taking on this issue. Studies show that most survivors of trafficking have seen a healthcare provider while they were exploited. This year, we invite partnerships with healthcare institutions to expand the number of providers trained to identify, screen, and provide trauma-informed responses to human trafficking. We also invite coordination to continue strengthening the resilience of public health supply chains against forced labor. In addition, we will continue to work with tribal leaders and indigenous organizations to address the intersections of trafficking and missing and murdered indigenous persons. And we will organize regional convenings to share best practices and interstate coordination among child welfare and other youth and family serving organizations. HHS recently announced the Anti-Trafficking Leadership, Innovation, and Sustainability Project to support high-impact, survivor-led programs to advance anti-trafficking efforts. Later this month, we will announce the first round of awardees under the HHS Innovation Challenge to prevent human trafficking among women and girls. We will be enhancing our understanding of the role of technology-facilitated exploitation and leverage technology to scale the reach of effective prevention programs. We look forward to building on these collaborations to prevent human trafficking, to promote innovation and advance equity, to strengthen health and well-being for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, over to the Director of the Office for Management and Budget, Shalonda Young.
Thanks, Cindy, for all you do and for gathering us for this very...
We don't have the tax base to handle it. It's a money pit, and you guys are responsible for our money. Don't screw it up. You guys are famous for screwing things up.
Really intriguing story. This is a neighborhood, a town just west of Denver, Colorado. Frustration on this border matter boiling over at that city council meeting. Residents say their hard-earned tax dollars are going toward migrants and that resources are simply being overwhelmed. Alicia Cunha in Denver on this tug-of-war and where it goes next. Good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Yeah, the crowd was at capacity at the Lakewood City Council meeting last night. This is a community of roughly 154,000 people, about 7 miles west of Denver. And folks who live in that suburb came out to voice concerns over actions they say their city is taking amid worry it could lead to an influx of immigrants. This as the city voted on a housing plan and whether or not to accept a $9.3 million grant for a, quote, navigation center for the unhoused.
Oh, that's nice.
You're going to incentivize something that you're not going to be able to deal with long term.
Citizens of Lakewood are drowning, and you're all talking about adding more water.
Everybody's taxes are going to end up going up, and the crime is going to become incredible, just like New York City.
Council members say the proposed 100-bed navigation center would serve as a transitional home, providing job training and addiction and mental health services, mostly for those already in Lakewood.
Worse, both the housing plan and a navigation center and any other social resource may in fact support people who have immigrated here. I cannot build a wall between us and Denver. That's not City Council's job.
Lakewood city manager says they have had one informational meeting with Denver officials on how Lakewood can help with Denver's homeless and migrant overcrowding, and said there are no concrete plans to provide housing or services to those populations. Lakewood City Council meeting went on for 7 hours, and late into the night, the proposed navigation center grant was accepted with a vote of 10-1. Bill?
Okay, from Lakewood it goes. Lisa Cunha in Denver, Colorado. Thank you.
So Lakewood is just contiguous to Denver, and the mayor of Denver, he is trying to his best, but he's exasperated. This was him on January 18th. Watch it.
We think most importantly, when folks arrive in our city, we want them to have the ability to work. If they have work authorization when they arrive, they can get to work and support themselves immediately, don't need federal or state support. We just want a coordinated entry system. We want the country to be able to work collaboratively to figure out where migrants should arrive and where there's capacity.
And in an interview today in the New York Times, he was talking about how he met a migrant who said, I don't want to beg on the street. Yeah. I want a job. They can't give him jobs. And also providing jobs would provide more incentive for them to come. So it's a real problem.
Yeah, a lot of these communities are trying to figure out a way. The problem is it's February, okay? It's dead of winter. It's cold out there. Places like Denver, Chicago, Illinois. They're going to be wrestling with this for some time because there's no ebb at the border. And as long as that's the case, there will be more buses and more planes that take them to.
My dad is in Denver, and he went to do some donations, and the migrants were saying, we don't need more clothes. They need money. They want money for food, for diapers, and things like that.
Generous
so they
Americans.
are having a hard time.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Feed us. Feed us. I need food. We came here for food.
Important topic. This is one I think you've talked about some of the efforts we're doing at OMB, but I think it's worth reiterating. The United States purchased a lot of goods, $700 billion worth. So how do we put our procurement power to work, especially in stopping the horrible things we've heard about today in trafficking? And again, you've talked about some of the things, but I think it's worth repeating. OMB's role role as the co-chair of the Senior Policy Operating Group's Procurement and Supply Chain Committee. We work with many of you at this table to identify agency spends at increased risk of trafficking and to implement additional protections and oversight to reduce the risk of forced labor, tainting the goods and services we procure. In furtherance of the National Action Plan to Combat Human Trafficking, OMB's Office of Federal Procurement Policy partnered with state and labor to co-host our second annual public outreach session on January 18th to increase understanding and awareness on the anti-trafficking requirements of the federal acquisition regulation, which include a prohibition on many activities closely associated with trafficking for federal contractors and subcontractors. Participants representing government, civil society, and the contractor community from 10 countries attended and discussed actions the federal government can take to achieve more effective implementation. Finally, OMB's Office of Federal Procurement Policy has recently listed the Federal Acquisition Institute's Combating Trafficking in Persons course as required curriculum for all civilian acquisition workforce members in 2024. Following similar requirements for employees of the Department of Defense, this new requirement will ensure that over 50,000 acquisition workforce members are educated on the red flags associated with human trafficking and the government supply chain and appropriate steps to take if issues arise. And finally, I wouldn't be the OMB director without talking about resources a little. Listen to all that we've heard and all that we will hear about agencies' efforts and how essential they are to protecting against the scourge of trafficking. We cannot let up to seek more resources. And people always say do more with less. That doesn't really work out in real life. We need more in Department of Labor. Julie and I have talked about this, getting our budget requests for wage and hour, having more capacity there, having more attorneys at DOJ to have more prosecutions, have more people have to answer for their crimes against humanity, more for Samantha and USAID's effort, more for the Tawahi Project you heard Deb Holland talk about. So I appreciate when people talk about non-defense discretionary and we spend too much. This is what we're talking about. When people hear this is what the government does, they want us to do more. And I hope we speak in plain language about this to people so they understand the necessity of having more resources, to have more capacity, to do more of this. If government doesn't do it, who will do it? And so you have a partner at OMB and this director to keep pushing for resources.
It's all women.
This is what government's all about.
It's all
this
women.
is what people want us to focus on. So we're doing great things. Keep doing it. But it's my job
we're
to
doing
help
it, ladies.
resources
They
to make
gave
sure we
us
can do
power.
more of it. So
Look, the
you
guys
all.
gave us power.
I brag on your office all the time when I meet with other country governments, so thank you for your leadership. We'll turn now to the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, Ambassador Catherine Tai.
Well, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with all of you and my colleagues on the task force to share how my office is advancing the administration's commitment to
This is just to make the ladies happy. This is just to make the wives happy in politics.
This administration is taking a different approach to trade. We are using trade as a force for good by putting workers at the center and empowering them and their communities to thrive in a rapidly changing global economy. And I just want to pause for a moment and to reflect on the comments that so many of my colleagues in the White House and in the cabinet have made, which is every one of us has approached this issue in our remarks by centering our focus on the experience of people in our economy and the global economy. I think in this sense that I take a lot of inspiration from this particular table that we have set, that we are sitting here in a hall of power, each one of us with particular authorities, placing the experience of workers and people at the center. And I really want to express the honor and the privilege that it is to share a seat at this table with Samir down here at the end. who shared his experience and his courage with us in terms of what he has seen in the global labor supply chain. What we are doing at USTR is working to incentivize that race to the top. And what that means is a global economy where workers can compete on the basis of their skills and their creativity and not exploitative cost advantages, labor law violations, or degrading practices. And this includes making sure that goods made by forced labor do not enter the United States and doing everything we can to eliminate forced labor in supply chains globally. One of the most important tools that I have to carry into international trade discussions, forums, and negotiations is a piece of U.S. law, Section 307 of the Trade Act of 1930. It's been around for almost 100 years, prohibits the importation into the United States of goods made in whole or in part using forced labor. In 2023, we focused on creating a team of like-minded trading partners that are all committed to this cause, and we will continue this work in 2024 and beyond. USTR developed and is negotiating the highest standard labor texts ever developed for 3 landmark agreements: the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, the United States-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade, and the United States-Kenya Strategic Trade and Investment Partnership. The proposed texts would commit partners to meaningfully addressing forced labor in supply chains alongside the United States. Additionally, we are continuing our close collaboration with the European Union through the US-EU Trade and Labor Dialogue to further enhance our transatlantic coordination. With Japan, in this very room just over a year ago in last January, we launched a task force to promote human rights and international labor standards in supply chains. This task force continues to meet to deepen our partnership with Japan on this issue. And just this very week, the United States, Canada, and Mexico are holding a trilateral dialogue on forced labor enforcement under the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement. We are continuing to exchange information on enforcement approaches and best practices related to addressing forced labor risks in our own hemisphere. We are leveraging all available trade tools to clean up our supply chains, including, would you believe it, through the World Trade Organization. Their ongoing fisheries subsidies negotiations have allowed the United States to propose a provision to address the prevalent use of forced labor on fishing vessels, especially distant water fishing vessels. As a member, a proud member of the Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force, USTR looks forward to year 3 of implementing the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act and accelerating the expansion of the UFLPA entity list. Finally, we at USTR will release our first ever forced labor trade strategy later this year, which is the result of great teamwork with many of your agencies and also with labor organizations, governments, civil society, survivors, and businesses. I look forward to our continued collaboration over the next year. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai. Now over to Deputy Secretary of Education, Cindy Martin.
Thank you, Cindy. Great name. The 2 Cindys here. As I mentioned before to this group, this is my 34th year in education. I spent 17 years as a classroom teacher and 10 years at an inner city school in San Diego, California, where I saw firsthand students and their parents being trafficked because we were a border town next to Tijuana. I got to witness it, unfortunately, firsthand.
What are you doing?
A mother who trafficked herself because her husband had been deported, and she had to do something. I also saw a student do it. Those are some first-hand stories that I witnessed, and then I became superintendent of San Diego Unified School District after being principal at the inner city school for 10 years. As superintendent, I was able to then actively work in that leadership seat that I had to combat what I had seen firsthand devastate families that I loved and cared for. I was able to do that at all levels of the system to ensure that all school personnel, the 16,000 employees in San Diego Unified, had proper training and support to prevent and respond, detect and recover. And so I bring that experience to the work that I'm now leading with our agency, the Department of Education, and our Office of Safe and Supportive Schools, knowing what can happen to students and their families when we don't give the kind of support that we already know what to do. We are here to support the National Action Plan to combat human trafficking, and we know what to do. It's our responsibility, and with the dedicated guidance and support that we can put out there, we can make a real difference. In response, and with the actions that's required through this plan, the Department of Education has hosted 13 webinars on human trafficking and child exploitation. All of these webinars are designed to get the information out there so people know what to do. And the attendance rates are incredible. We host a lot of webinars with the Department of Education. We like to educate. We host webinars. We had almost 16,000 people register for our webinars, almost 10,000 people attending. 94% of the participants in our webinars strongly agree that the webinars improve their understanding to know the topic and to understand what it looks like to prevent, to respond, and to recover. And that's why we've published our resources on human trafficking in American schools and what schools can do to combat human trafficking, and also partner with survivors in this also second guidebook and the summary of everything that we can do with QR codes, because we love that, to give resources so schools know what to do. The participants, these 16,000 people that registered for our webinars, they range from school bus drivers who see it firsthand, to curriculum specialists, to McKinney-Vento liaisons from across the United States and several territories, as well as multiple countries. We had Waukegan Public Schools from Michigan, Long Beach Unified from California, and Fairbanks School District from Arkansas, just as an example of the kinds of people who sign up and participate. And then information from all of our webinars from the last several years we've published, and it's available on our website from our National Center on Safe and Supportive Learning Environments. So if you didn't attend, you can send people to it and you can see the resources that we make widely available. We also partner with Department of Labor, being able to work with your wage and labor and your international team to be able to get the information out there in some of our webinars. We also put, in terms of prevention, administering support in terms of $500 million in funding this fiscal year for students' wellness and well-being, because we know ultimately we need to prevent this from actually happening in the first place through exercises and training on financial literacy and self-care. We know social emotional learning is so important, and that's how we can empower our youth with the skills to recognize what might be happening to themselves, or to report it when they see it happening with other people, and to refuse trafficking and abuse, and to prevent youth from offending themselves. And then also through the BISCA, we're investing, Bipartisan Safer Community Act, we're investing in mental health professionals, increasing 14,000 mental health professional providers in our schools that will also help detect and prevent, because we know the value of school-based mental health supports. So this fiscal year, we're going to continue to do webinars implementing the anti-trafficking and exploitation strategies and resources for new youth, newcomers, and immigrant youth, and continue to talk to youth about trafficking. I'm just proud of the learning that we're doing in the series that will be continuing, and I'd love to learn from what other agencies are doing so we can collaborate and help school officials that are working with our students every single day get the resources and supports they need right in their hands. And these resources are all available for all of you to widely distribute. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Over to Jeffrey Prescott, Deputy to the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations.
Really had a real job. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Last year at the U.S. mission to the United Nations, we worked with our allies and partners across the UN system to ensure that combating human trafficking remains a key priority in Vienna, in Geneva, in New York, in Rome, and throughout the United Nations system. Our goal is very simple. It's to extend all of the work that we've been hearing about from around the table and across the U.S. government to the work that we're doing with allies and partners, and indeed across across the entire international system so that we're spreading our focus and our attention and our priority, not just here, but to other parts of the world. Let me just give two examples, one from the last year and one the kind of work that we have underway this year to advance this mission. First, we're trying to strengthen the tools that the international system has to address this scourge. For example, the United States coordinated with a few partners last year to successfully negotiate a resolution that will provide the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, additional tools, including the tools to collect essential data and strengthen their efforts against trafficking. This is something that we're doing not just at the UNODC, but at UNICEF, the UN Children's Fund, and other UN institutions as well. Second, we're going to advance our efforts to use the global platform that we have at the United Nations to address this issue as well. We're going to use our status as a member of the Human Rights Council this year to continue to advance anti-trafficking priorities, including in 2024. We're looking for opportunities and advancing opportunities to encourage the United Nations and member states to develop their own survivor-led entities, building on the example that we've heard about from our own government today. We also need to ensure that the response to combating human trafficking is truly survivor-centered and trauma-informed, and that's something we'd like to get our partners to step up and do more of in the international system. And to Ambassador Tai's point, we also want to seek to highlight the importance of strengthening not just services for victims from underserved and marginalized populations, but making sure that we're addressing forced labor and supply chains, something that we've obviously taken on as a significant focus in the U.S. government. There's much more to come in our efforts at the United Nations, and we partner, of course, very closely with others in the room, Secretary Blinken, who was here earlier, Ambassador Power, and others. We want to work with all of you to make sure that we're getting this right. I want to thank you again. Thank in particular President Biden, Vice President Harris, Secretary Blinken, and the rest of the senior officials in the room here on our leadership and on continuing this focus not just at home but around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn now to Samantha Power, Administrator at the U.S. Agency for International Development.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thanks to Secretary Blinken and all of you who are doing so much to combat this horrific crime. I have attended many of these task force meetings in my current capacity. This is my third, as it is for many of you, I believe 4 as UN Ambassador and several as a staffer as President Obama's Human Rights Advisor. And I can't think of a previous meeting where there was such personal testimony. This builds on Catherine's point. It's very inspiring to see just how personally people are taking this cause and the conviction and the commitment as manifested in the work of you and your teams. So I also am just very honored to be here. Since 2001, well before my time, USAID has invested nearly $400 million across 88 countries to fight human trafficking. And we try to bring a toolkit in partnership with the communities in which we work. The tools range from conducting research that sheds light on key drivers and flows of trafficking to helping deliver legal assistance to survivors or to people still in captivity or enslavement, to bringing together local, national, and regional stakeholders to coordinate new policy, new legislation, new regulation, new enforcement. In all of this and other work, we, like so many have mentioned here at other agencies, are committed to survivor-focused efforts. USAID's comparative advantage is our ground game and our ability to connect, the ability to support individuals at the local level while working to take what we learn from that support to enable systemic progress at the national and regional level.
It was messing
Stories
up the
of
audio.
real people
Somebody told her
at this meeting, I think, have brought home the human stakes of the effort, and I will share as well a story of Salam, who is a 26-year-old from Bangladesh. A few years ago, Salam heard about a new IT job in Cambodia that would pay 5 times more than his current job. His dad mortgaged the family farm to help Salam pay for his travel and visa, but once in Cambodia, Salam Salam was forced into a labor compound and made to work for hours for a criminal scamming network. His documents, like so many's, were confiscated and his communication with his family was cut off. Thankfully, a USAID-supported program helped Salam make his way out of the compound in September of 2022. But, and this happens so often, once he returned to his community, he had little support in getting the counseling and the resources he needed to reintegrate, much less the legal support that he needed to try his case. Bangladesh is, of course, one of the countries hit hardest by human trafficking. It falls within the top 10 countries worldwide for the number of people in the country trapped in modern slavery. And the enormity of the problem in a country like Bangladesh makes it difficult for the government to provide survivors with those kinds of resources to reintegrate them. And
Bill,
in many cases, of course, the justice system is completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of perpetrators or the sophistication of those networks. So we're hugely appreciative of the collaborative work by other agencies in the intelligence, the justice, the labor, the trade, and of course the diplomatic spheres. USAID worked with the government of Bangladesh to help craft in the first instance and then revise its national plan of action to combat human trafficking and to empower communities with the tools to enforce it. We worked with survivors like Salam and leaders in civil society and government to establish guidelines that outline a step-by-step process for service providers to offer counseling, places of safety for victims as they reintegrate, and legal support to try to bring perpetrators to justice. Today, Salam is working as what is called a survivor empowerment officer at one of our partner organizations, helping alert people who are still enslaved to their rights, while also helping integrate those who mercifully have made their way out of captivity. To keep cases from lingering in the justice system, USAID is working directly with the government of Bangladesh, and again, this is just one example, but to bring home just the range of inputs and support that are needed, but to build its capacity to actually try cases. We train nearly 500 members of the judiciary, law enforcement, trafficking tribunals, lawyers, and court administrators in handling trafficking cases so they can do so more quickly and effectively and put survivors at the center of their focus. Even in just the past year, these efforts are already making a difference. In 2023, courts in Bangladesh successfully tried 3 times as many cases as the year before and achieved 5 times the number of convictions. But before we celebrate too much, the numbers are very, very small. I will not share those numbers because we want to inspire more work, but the baseline, unfortunately, was very, very low. We are continuing to build on these efforts, sharing information to help more governments and leaders understand the evolving threat and, of course, to appreciate best practices for combating it, as well as to remember always to empower local leaders and survivors who we know are best at driving the change we seek. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Over now to Brian Nelson, Undersecretary for Procurement and Financial Intelligence at the Treasury.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Dyer. It's an honor to join you all to discuss Treasury's work to combat human trafficking. Treasury has publicly identified money laundering linked to human trafficking as among the most significant illicit finance threats facing the U.S.
I can't get their audio right.
Colleagues have noted, perpetrators of this crime prey on vulnerable populations and infiltrate critical supply chains and industries. These bad actors also launder proceeds through U.S. and international financial systems, which is where Treasury comes in. We see that by pursuing the profits associated with human trafficking, we can disrupt the illicit networks behind this crime. The work starts by closing financial loopholes in the U.S.'s regulatory framework, which human traffickers continue to abuse to launder, move, or stash their illicit proceeds. We know that human traffickers use shell companies to obscure their criminal activities. That is one reason why Treasury has prioritized our efforts to prevent human traffickers from laundering illicit funds through anonymous shell companies in the United States. Just at the beginning of this year, Treasury achieved a key milestone in this effort by launching the United States' first beneficial ownership registry. This centralized database will equip law enforcement with beneficial ownership information to disrupt the financial anonymity that human traffickers rely on. Human trafficking
mechanical and general purpose skills. Their contributions will be outlined by the official request made by the Texas Guard to our own Guard and to Director Stallings at GMA.
I lost the tab.
So I want to again thank General Carden and Director Stallings again for their leadership and their good work in helping us prepare for this deployment. Let me close by saying that this is not a partisan issue. You heard the numbers for yourself. This is a public safety and a humanitarian crisis call.
This has only been here for 6 minutes.
The disastrous effects that are here with you, because I think first thank
Georgia to offer aid to
Good
Texas
afternoon, everybody.
border security.
Let me just first thank everybody for joining us for this important announcement. Got Channel 2 joining us late in the game. I also want to thank Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones and Speaker John Burns for being with us today. Our constitutional officers, I'm not going to name all of them because I think we have all of them with us today. I certainly want to thank the leadership in the House and Senate from the Republican majority caucuses that are here with us today. Just cannot thank the General Assembly enough for their support in this effort, but also a lot of other things that we're working on. And one of those is our shared commitment to protecting Georgians from the disastrous effects of Joe Biden's failure to secure the U.S. southern border. We're also joined by just a great man, someone who has led our state with distinction, Major General Tom Carden of the Georgia National Guard. Thank you, General, for your service and for your folks. Director Chris Stallings of the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency, and General Carden and Director Stallings have done a lot of great work on behalf of our state. And I just want to thank both of you guys for your response in a lot of different ways over the last 5 years. I also want to recognize and thank the proud members of the Georgia National Guard who are with us today. Thank you all for your service. These men and women have served our state with distinction in so many ways, just over decades in our state, but certainly from my time in office with the COVID response, civil unrest, their service in country and certainly around the world has been just incredible. We cannot thank you all enough, but also just want to thank your families back home that are supporting what you do every day. So we're grateful for that. Today we reinforce our commitment to keeping Georgians safe, but also the right of states to defend themselves against threats when an administration in Washington is unwilling to step up and lead. After years of warnings from Republican governors like me across the country, and after record-breaking numbers of illegal crossings at the border and seizures of dangerous drugs, weapons, and violent criminals, no one can claim there is not a crisis at our southern border. And thanks to the failures of the White House, now every state in the country
oh my
is a
God,
border
dude,
state.
I just synced up this on the side at 1.5 times speed. Look.
8.5 million illegal immigrants have crossed the border since Joe Biden.
Read his lips right now.
The Border Patrol arrested almost
Do you see it's this? I'm using the other video's audio.
A new all-time high, up 13% from the
I'm
previous
getting pretty good at this syncing shit up thing, dude. You see, it looks like this. It's this audio. It's
this is an all-time high record. And as a result of the Texas Operation Lone Star efforts, they have seized 56,000 pounds of meth, over 48 million doses of fentanyl, and over $51 million in illegal currency. But they can only do so much in absence of any meaningful federal support. So the drugs, the gang members, and the human traffickers, they don't catch, are headed to other states, just like ours. Last year, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation was involved in 91 cases that included seizures of fentanyl. That's up 51% from prior year's numbers. Those figures don't include all the local law enforcement seizures of this dangerous drug. I've been speaking out on this issue for a long time, since before I took office and long before other people discovered it was an issue worth talking about. That's why we've had continuous Georgia Guard presence on the border since 2019, the longest of any state. And it's why I was proud to stand alongside fellow governors not long ago in Eagle Pass, Texas, and reaffirm Georgia's commitment to helping secure our border when Joe Biden fails to act. To be clear, the crisis on the border is a national problem, and it demands a national solution. But if the Biden administration continues to fail the American people, then we have no choice but to step in. Therefore, I'm announcing today that in addition to the Georgia Guardsmen already stationed at the border, we will send reinforcements to Texas this spring who will assist with the construction of a forward command post on the border with Mexico. This group of well-trained soldiers will include those with engineering, mechanical, and general purpose skills. Their contributions will be outlined by the official request made by the Texas Guard to our own Guard and to Director Stallings at GEMA. So I want to again thank General Cardin and Director Stallings again for their leadership and their good work in helping us prepare for this deployment. Let me close by saying that this is not a partisan issue. You heard the numbers for yourself. This is a public safety and a humanitarian crisis caused by Joe Biden's failure to act. The crisis is ruining lives, families, and whole communities overrun by the challenges it brings. Well, while Joe Biden may not be willing to act, we will. I'll now turn it over to one of our partners in this effort, our Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. Governor.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Speaker, First Lady, and all members of the Senate and the National Guard as well. As the Governor said, we have a crisis on our hands. We have a crisis at our southern border that has been going on for quite some time now. While they say it is 9 million illegals who have come across the border, the truth of the matter is we really don't know how many have come across. We really don't know what that number is. But I want to applaud Governor Kemp for standing with Texas, standing with Governor Abbott, and I want to applaud the General Assembly as well as the Speaker for standing with the Governor and Texas on this issue, because what we're seeing here in the state of Georgia is an influx of people from human trafficking to drug trafficking to everything that is reprehensible under the sun. And when you have kids that are being brought here displaced from family members, it becomes a strain on our agency. And our Commissioner Brose, I know, with our DFAC system, is working very hard to place kids that have been separated from their families. And it is one of those things that we're going to have to continue to work with because of the fact that the Biden administration has totally failed our country as a whole by not doing the right thing and enforcing our immigration laws and shutting down the border. And so we have been forced, the state of Georgia, along with other states, have been forced to take it into our own hands. And like I said, I want to applaud Governor Kemp for his efforts and his leadership on this. And we're lucky to have such a good, strong governor and good partnerships with our legislative branch that allows us to be able to do this for the state of Texas. And I look forward to working with the Speaker of the House, which I want to turn the podium over to right now. So, Speaker.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Governor. Well, good afternoon. It's a great day to be a Georgian and a great day to be an American. I can assure you of that. I want to thank my colleagues in the House and colleagues in the Senate, Lieutenant Governor Jones, the National Guardsmen, men and women that are here, and the leadership for supporting our governor, who's doing the right thing. Thank you, Governor Kemp, First Lady. We appreciate you both. It's hard to believe, but 4 years ago, this country had a secure border. I want to share a quote with you. I'm going to let you decide where it came from, then I'll tell you. We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country.
Abraham Lincoln.
Those words certainly ring true today, but it might surprise you to learn that President Barack Obama was the one who said that. The simplest fact of the matter is that the massive increase in illegal immigration we have seen in this country is not a red state issue, it's not a blue state issue, it is an every state issue, and that includes us right here in this great state of Georgia. And beyond the humanitarian and public safety concerns, the data reveals just how economically harmful this crisis has been. According to one report I've seen, illegal immigration is costing Georgia taxpayers over $2.2 billion each year. And as the federal government continues to pour billions into cities and communities struggling to handle this influx, if just for a fraction of those funds went to border security, we wouldn't be dealing with this issue. I don't believe that the American people will stand for this. The people of Georgia will not stand for this, and the Georgia House will not stand for the lawlessness and chaos going on at our southern border. That's why today the House was proud to pass House Resolution 1019. Two of my colleagues, one was a sponsor, one was a huge supporter. Chairman Stephen Saines, the sponsor. My dear friend, Chairman Rick Jaspers, was a huge supporter. House Resolution 1019 affirms our support for the state of Georgia and for Governor Kemp to engage in this crisis, send support and resources to Texas to help stop this massive flow of illegal immigration into our country. Governor Kemp, we've got your back. And under your leadership and with the support of the Georgia House and Senate, our state will continue to stand strong against illegal immigration and for legal immigration in this state and this country. Governor Kemp, I return the podium to you.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Jones, and members of the General Assembly that are with us. And again, thank you to Director Stallings, General Cardin, and our men and women in our National Guard. We'll open it up for a few questions. Yeah, it's probably going to be, we got 29 people down there now. We're thinking it'll be somewhere between 15 and 20 for what they're asking for. So obviously it's not going to be a huge cost for us. But look, we are responding directly to what Texas is asking us for, and that's what Director Stallings and General Cardin will be working on. We'll get that request in writing and be ready to respond. I will say there's a lot of states that are stepping up, a lot of Republican governors that are stepping up to offer assistance because they, like me, believe that we just have to do this when we have a president that will not act. Well, first of all, I'll say, look, it's divided government in Washington, D.C., and like I said in an interview over the weekend, the Congress, I think, had a bad week. One house is controlled by Republicans, the other by Democrats, but the president had a bad week, too. But I would remind you of what I said over a year ago at the World Economic Forum when I was on a panel with Senator Manchin, Sinema, and Coons. And I said, they were telling me that they were working on this bipartisan border bill. And I said, look, that's great. But while you're doing that, and by the way, you've been doing that for the last 10 or 20 years, it seems like, while you're doing that, just secure the dang border. The president can do that. He has governors. He has the National Guard, a lot of other state resources. People would love to respond if he would just ask us. I mean, over a year ago, Republican governors went to the border talking about the same issue that we are dealing with, these same problems with fentanyl, with all these other issues that even, blue city mayors, Democratic mayors around the country are complaining about. He undid so many things that were actually working at the border his first week in office. And now he's having to play political catch-up and trying to blame Republicans because, one bill didn't pass in a divided Congress. But to me, the buck stops with him. He knows what he can do, he knows what he can change, and we stand ready to help him do that if he simply will. So he shouldn't be blaming this on Congress. Look, I hope they keep working on trying to get something done. I think that would be good for the country. But in the meantime, there's still resources to secure the border. And this whole idea of, there's no money out there, the federal government reimbursed the states almost $800 million last year for having to deal with this crisis. So why not put those resources into stopping the crisis at the border to start with? There was an article about the city of Denver. They have 3,000 more kids in their school system to the tune of costing almost $20 million because of the number of unaccompanied minors and kids that are now in their school system. They had, I think it was 9,000 or 10,000 visits to their hospital because of the rise of illegal immigrants that are in the city. Dude. I mean, it is crushing their taxpayers. It is crushing their social services. That's what the Lieutenant Governor was talking about with DFACS and Commissioner Brooks. You think about these unaccompanied children, they are going to end up in our social service system. And it's going to be the Georgia taxpayers that are having to pay for it because we have a president that will not act at the border.
Mr. Governor, do you believe that people who are claiming asylum or illegal immigrants in the United States should refuse to accept people who are claiming asylum?
Well, I think that we have laws on the books to deal with those things. There's other things and executive orders that the president could do. These things have been done in the past, so there's plenty of precedent out there to do these things where you can control. Look, I support legal immigration in our country. When we were at Eagle Pass the other day, 2 weeks before we went down there, thousands of people in the gully or the gulch or whatever they call this park that they have down there. We went down there because of what Texas had done. There was nobody in the park but National Guard people and Texas state law enforcement officers because they had shut the border down. But the bridge overhead, there was people coming and going the whole time we were down there. They're doing that every single day through a legal process, which we support. We are talking about people that are coming here illegally into our country and overrunning our systems. Well, I would say that, we're going to be doing engineering, kind of setup type work. So, I mean, our National Guard's not going to be going and arresting people. We don't have those powers. We'll leave that up to the Texas authorities. So, if you will, we're going to be there in support and helping them build a command post. If y'all know more details than that before getting this in writing, you got anything else other than that? Or?
Our response to Texas is going to be at their request. Whatever they're going to need from us, I would describe our services more of wraparound services, which will be in support of their forward-facing mission, and our job will be to support them, to stand ready. Of course, Major General Tom Cardin and his team will always respond as needed with manpower, but more specialty needs in the area, as the governor mentioned, in providing shelter, structure, those type situations.
And I would just add, too, that in the past, I think one thing I learned when I went to the border, when we had a team down there that was they were helping the Border Patrol service their vehicles. If they got torn up, they would fix it. If they need service and oil change, new tires, whatever, they would fix it. They were doing surveillance work. We were flying, helicopter missions, locating folks. So we're trying to free up the Border Patrol to simply do apprehensions and do a lot of that back-end work. That they're not having to do that and deal with illegal people coming across the border. And so that's really what I think Texas is looking for now. But look, they're going to have a lot of resources down there to help them from a lot of different states. So we're really looking at them for directions on, number one, what they need, but number two, on time. Because we want to make sure when we send our folks down there that they're going to be productive, they're going to get work done, and then we'll bring them back home. Say that again, I'm sorry.
Secure the border.
You talking about what's going on in Washington, D.C. or here in Georgia? Yeah, I'll let the legislative leader speak to any piece of legislation. Our focus has been budget-driven and legislative leader speak to any pieces of legislation. Our focus has been budget-driven and working through Director Stallings and the National Guard.
Last question.
No.
Yeah, and I had the figure in my remarks that we've seen, I think, a 50% increase in the number of fentanyl cases that just GBI is dealing with. That's not talking about local law enforcement. So definitely taxing our system. Commissioner Brose actually reached out the other day after reading an article that she sent to me about the number of unaccompanied minors that are coming across and what that is going to do to our foster care system, our social services network. You can imagine what that is in other parts of the state. I mean, in some ways, we've been fairly lucky in Georgia that we're not dealing with influxes like they certainly are, in places like Texas and Arizona, or also where individuals are now being shipped to places like, whether it's New Jersey or somewhere like Denver, which is why we're responding, which is why, I would just leave you with this message. Look, we want to support helping secure our border. This is a national crisis. It's a national issue. Every state is a border state. But we realize the way to deal with this is for President Biden to act. We stand ready to work with him if he would simply just do that. And that's what we are begging that he do. Thank y'all for being with us.
Protect victims, replacing fear with freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn now to Jocelyn Samuels, Vice Chair, U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
Oh, this should be good.
Well, thank you so very much.
Equal Opportunity,
a real privilege to be here with all of you and to see the level of commitment and
it's more women. Look, 5 women
in addressing these
5 in a row. Other side of the table.
Problems.
Look outside of the table. Look how many women are on the outside of the room.
The EEOC enforces the nation's laws against discrimination in the workplace based on race, color, national origin, sex, religion, disability, age, and genetic information. And our work to combat human trafficking is not only a core part of the work that we do as we enforce the non-discrimination laws, but I hope really does contribute to this administration's efforts to end trafficking and forced labor. The laws prohibiting discrimination are often violated by traffickers who use force or fraud.
They're taking our balls and they're putting them in jars and they're putting them up on the bookshelf and looking at them and laughing.
We have
like
numerous enforcement authorities. We can take complaints and bring lawsuits to hold employers accountable. And we do that when we confront cases of trafficking. But I thought I would highlight today a little bit of the work that we are doing to encourage employers to understand when people have been trafficked and victims of trafficking to understand their rights. We have a robust outreach and education program, and trafficking is very much a priority of that work. So among other things, last July, we launched a new section of our Youth at Work website, which adds specific content on human trafficking. Our Youth at Work materials are focused on, as it sounds like, young workers, often really vulnerable individuals, teens or minors of different sorts who do not know their rights in the workplace. And so the new materials that we have launched are intended to help these young workers, educators, advocacy organizations that work with them, parents and others, identify the signs of of human trafficking and understand when that trafficking can violate the laws that we enforce. The materials that we've posted include tips on staying safe in the workplace, examples of the lawsuits we've brought to combat human trafficking, and links to other resources to help people who believe that they or others they know may have been subject to trafficking. In addition to our Youth at Work updates, we
you have the right to wash your hands as needed with soap and water, especially if you're handling pesticides, chemicals, including vegetables,
15 districts
fruit treated with
nationwide,
pesticides and chemicals.
and they held 128 no-cost outreach events in the last fiscal year to address trafficking, which were attended by somewhere in the neighborhood of 7,500 people. We are continuing our partnerships with federal, state, and local agencies, tribal organizations, non-governmental organizations, and international partners to ensure that our stakeholders understand when trafficking violates employment discrimination laws and what we at the EEOC can do about that, how to request EEOC support for UNT visa petitions, and how to obtain relief for victims. We also will this year be releasing new material to help workers understand their rights to be free of harassment. And of course, victims of trafficking are peculiarly vulnerable to threats of harassment because they are so powerless and vulnerable in the workplace. There is obviously much more to be done, but it is a privilege to be a part of this community.
I wonder if they're starting to fake being sex trafficked so that they can skip the line first.
Thank you, and thank you all
we'd be deported if you report the abuse. There are programs to protect people who report abuse.
Is daunting, but I firmly believe that we are up to the challenge. I am so encouraged by the solutions presented and the commitment demonstrated by everybody here today. This issue cuts across so many different agencies, but I really believe that working together we can make a real progress and make a real difference in the lives of so many people. It is an honor to be a part of your team, and with that, this meeting has concluded.
Like,
Thank
can
you
they
so
just
much.
say that they were sex trafficked and get some sort of immigration protection?
Making its way, a streetcar named Desire. All too familiar, the iconic streetcar. Such an important symbol right here in the city of New Orleans. This float, it honors the best known of all New Orleans streetcar lines. This is a permanent float. It depicts the streetcar named Desire, and as we all know, that was made famous by the playwright Tennessee Williams.
Oh my gosh, now what it is. Unblocking our domestic LNG potential act. It's about the gas. Is that what it is? It's about using our gas.
Security against countries like Russia and Iran.
Yeah.
Yet the Biden administration is relentlessly trying to throw all this away, as proven by the president's actions on day one in his administration, shutting down the Keystone Pipeline, curtailing.
And I don't want to listen and talk about gas. I don't know if I want to listen and talk about gas. Hey. Do you want to hear about some gas now? Some natural gas? Do you want to hear about some natural gas? Biden rips for TikTok debut. What do you mean? She's on TikTok now?
now up and running on TikTok, even though
What?
the Biden administration ordered the Chinese-owned social media platform banned from federal devices over national security concerns. The decision causing quite a fuss among both sides of the aisle. Joining us now is Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin. He's chairman of the House Select Committee on China. China must have loved this news, Congressman.
Every single Biden national security official, from the director of national intelligence to the CIA director to the DIA director to the head of Cyber Command, has warned that TikTok is a national security threat. The head of the FBI, Chris Wray, just testified before my committee and said that the parent company that owns TikTok is beholden to the Chinese government, and therefore it is a very significant threat. So here you have Biden's handpicked advisors telling him that this is effectively a CCP tool or weapon, and yet he's ignoring that. Why? To court the votes of anti-Semitic 18-year-olds, to get progressive clicks in a campaign season. It's not a serious move. It's not serious leadership. It's not the move of a serious country. If we continue to go down this road, we are going to effectively cede control of our news media to a hostile foreign country. That's unacceptable. I urge the president's, Gen Z, TikTok-addled campaign staffers to reverse course in the interest of national security.
You wonder if it's a message of desperation inside the campaign. Mark Warner, Democrat from Virginia, said
it is. That's exactly what I was thinking. He's trying to get the youth
follow
vote.
India, which is prohibited.
What else would it be?
I'm a little worried about a mixed message. You think?
Yeah, and by the way, India banned TikTok, and it wasn't the apocalypse inside of India. They have a flourishing tech and social media ecosystem there, and I think we must do the same. Either a ban or a forced sale or separation.
I want to see all the TikTok stars cry about
those
it.
who have invested in ByteDance, if they ever want the company, if they ever want TikTok to go public in the U.S., there's no way that's going to happen under the current ownership structure. So we have to have a complete separation going forward to alleviate the national security concerns. I'm eager to work with Senator Warner to ensure that that happens, and I hope that all of my colleagues, Democrats, Republicans, because this should not be a partisan issue, can find a way forward on this issue before it's too late.
Congressman, this is the first interview you've done since you announced over the weekend that you will not seek re-election, and I think that came as a surprise to many and a disappointment to a lot of people as well, because you, of course, you're a young man, you have a lot of ambition, and you're chairing this China committee, but you have decided not to go forward. And just for the viewers at home who have come to know you a little bit, what was your breaking point? Why did you decide that this was the straw that broke the camel's back and you were out?
Well, there was no single breaking point. This is something my wife and I have been talking about for a while. That is the most important reason. We have a young family now. We'd like to grow that family, and I'll be honest, this lifestyle is not well suited to that. So that was a big reason. But also, since I ran, I always said that Congress shouldn't be a career. I think that the fact that we have so many lifers and careers in this institution is why it's so dysfunctional, and that the framers, when they created the Constitution and this country, had in mind that you would embark on a season of service and then return to private life. And quite frankly, I want to make that transition back while I'm still young, and so I don't spend the next 20, 30 years in public life. So I think it was the best decision for my family. I'm going to miss it. I hope you guys will still be nice to me and invite me on your show, because I genuinely love talking with both of you. You've been incredible to me.
Well, you kind of say that. Your district is pretty red. It's probably staying in Republican hands. But you have shown a commitment to go after and to recognize and to publicize what's going on with the Chinese Communist Party. And for you to back away from that now, who will fill that void? Well,
one thing I don't intend to back away from that. That's going to remain my mission. The mission that I've set for myself is to prevent World War III, restore conventional deterrence in order to prevent World War III with China, and I intend to keep attacking that mission just from a different title or platform, and so that's not going to change. That's my life's work, but we have a lot of talented young members in Congress who get the Chinese Communist Party threat. I intend to make sure that the Select Committee is left in good hands when I leave, and I think because of the work we've done on a bipartisan basis, a lot of people are waking up to that threat, but I intend to continue that work regardless of where I go next.
Last week, you were one of 3 no votes when the House took up the impeachment vote against Secretary Mayorkas. There's another vote coming up again today. You'll still be a no, and why?
I'm a no for at least two reasons. One, I don't think maladministration or incompetence, and make no mistake, Mayorkas is incompetent, is grounds for impeachment. James Madison specifically rejected that standard. And even if I granted that this is beyond maladministration and therefore approximating a high crime or misdemeanor, I just don't understand for implementing the express policy of the President of the United States. And the final thing is just as I argued when I opposed both Trump impeachments, if we lower the bar for impeachment, I'm worried that it opens up a Pandora's box, and we know for certain that the Democrats will take every opportunity to weaponize that new standard against a Trump administration, which seems likely to happen in the near future.
They might do it anyway.
That's true, but I don't think, the argument that turnabout is fair play or they did a bad thing, therefore we get to do the same thing, you wouldn't use that logic with your kids, right? So I don't see how you can use it when it comes to the great problems of politics, particularly when you're setting a precedent that will resonate through the ages. And the fact that we're still debating precedent going back to the 1800s suggests that this is a meaningful vote that future Congresses will use to determine what they do.
Well, there is still time for us to talk, so we hope you continue to accept our invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
You guys are the best.
Appreciate
Take care.
Thank you, Congressman.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here.
Is it non-stop? They stop at a certain time at night? How does this work, man? How does Mardi Gras work?
This floats Night of All Saints. And Lefcadio Hearn, he paid tribute to Marie Laveau. We all know her as the Queen of Voodoo. Watch out. Hearn described her as a skilled Creole practitioner of natural medicine.
Oh, they do? Oh, they pause. Oh, look, I'm just gonna get a bunch of Mardi Gras videos, bro. There's like this one we're gonna have up. Kinda cool. We're about to go right now. That'll be Mardi Gras vision, baby. Mardi Gras vision. Wait, is that all I can find? I knew I couldn't be it.
Brandon, can you hear me?
There's enough over here.
Okay. Okay.
Boom.
The festive. Now remember, Hearn's writing portrayed New Orleans' bright colors
Got that one.
Sweet scents, but he also noted for pesky irritants like mosquitoes and cockroaches. Look at that.
Cockroach.
He observed 500,000.
There were a bunch of cockroaches there.
Means of invention for his destruction, but none of vanity. Their vision for drowning in food and drink might be linked to the occasional carnival overindulgence. The Royal Barge. Look at the detail on this beautiful float on this Mardi Gras day. This is reminiscent of a grand Viking ship and complete with a royal Gryphon. The Royal Barge is one of
All right, we are live at
I think this is the
we
one
are
that
continuing
is
our
talking.
Fat Tuesday coverage. Shay O'Connor out there having the time of our life on the parade route. Everybody
like a
is
royal
alive
barge.
today. Listen, we are looking at the two worlds of Lafcadio Hearn. The float that just passed was the Royal Barge. That is one of those signature Rex floats that you'll see time and time again. It's reminiscent of a grand Viking ship complete with the Royal Gryphon. The Royal Barge is one of Rex's permanent floats, as I just said, and it's the last remnant of the Royal Navy, once a feature in each Rex parade. So in this parade, you're getting some past, present, and future, if you will, when you're thinking about the theme of Lafcadio Hearn. We also have another group of lieutenants making their way down the parade route. These are people who ride with the parade just to make sure that everything is going smoothly on the route and making sure there are no obstacles or impediments on the parade route, so you see them sporadically between the floats. We have seen such a grand spectacle out here when it comes to the throws for Rex. Now we're looking now coming up at the Royal Throne float, just a cute little satirical float here in the parade. We're going to check back in now with Margaret Orr, who is down there at Harmony Circle. Margaret.
Sounds like she's drunk, bro. Wow, they're all drunk. Even the news people are drunk now. Is it mandatory to be drunk there right now?
With the Royal Gryphon. The Royal Barge is one of Rex's permanent floats, as I just said.
This is where that audio is just coming
of the
from.
Royal Navy, once a feature in each
where
Rex
that audio
parade.
is
So
coming
in this parade, you're getting some past, present, and future, if you will, when you're thinking about the theme of Lafcadio Hearn. We also have another group of lieutenants making their way down the parade route. These are people who ride with the parade just to make sure that everything is going smoothly on the route and making sure there are no obstacles or impediments on the parade route, so you see them sporadically between the floats. We have seen such a grand spectacle out here when it comes to the throws for Rex. Now we're looking now coming up at the Royal Throne float, just a cute little satirical float here in the parade. We're going to check back in now with Margaret Orr, who is down there at Harmony Circle. Margaret.
I am with the Riverside Ramblers. They are playing Big Fat Woman.
Just so people watch New Orleans.
Why are they playing Big Fat Woman next to me? But they are good.
He just blew all over a microphone. COVID. That's a COVID cannon, dude.
Woman next to me.
What happened to us? She's being very lax with her microphone.
Oh, you didn't call the tune. Who did?
Steve there.
Okay, Steve. Why were you playing Big Fat Woman next to me?
Sheer coincidence.
Are you promised?
Absolutely. Just luck of the draw.
You're not lying, right?
Well, I mean, maybe you could lose a couple, but.
What?
Okay, what are you playing next?
Oh man,
She's
I don't know.
scrawny. What do you mean lose a couple?
When the Saints.
It's a joke or something?
We got a request for Saints.
She could lose a couple pounds. She might die.
Oh, when the Saints. Come on over here.
don't know. She looks like Sharon's great-grandmother. I think she's somebody that works for the news station. She's a news person, probably been doing it all her life.
Go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, I want to be in that number. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the sun.
He said,
"Hiya, hiya."
That's the only band that would probably do it. Because are they even in the... They are in the thing. They're not bad. You can play better than them. I can't. Oh, that sounds pretty good. I don't know about that. They're walking kind of fast though. What is that, a miniature saxophone? A little it is. It looks like a saxophone, but it's microscopic. Oh, it's like a midget saxophone, dude. It's literally for midgets. He's not even legally supposed to be playing that in public.
You all are the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy Mardi Gras.
Sounds like noise.
Go marching in right here on the avenue.
You're not a horn liker, I see. The guy with the miniature saxophone is fucking everything up, honestly. The reason why he's not supposed to be using that. There he is again. There he is again. He's fucking. People don't like that thing.
Perfection.
Or instead of beads, it's supposed to mean you show your titties.
Now,
That's all.
Hello.
You get the beads for showing your titties. Oh my gosh, they played the most stereotypical.
All right, you're taking a look at Float 17, the Spring Lover and the Autumn Lover. A traditional Rex float right here mixed in with some of the special ones to honor Lafcadio O'Hearn. While we're stopped out here, you can see some of these cool signature throws and cups that they're tossing off. Then we have some more lieutenants right here. And let's talk. You mind if we ask you a question? We're live on television here. You're from Philadelphia. What do you think about this?
I think it's great. It kind of reminds me of the Mummers Parade, but on an entirely different level.
A little bit bigger than the Mummers Parade, you think?
Mummers Parade, but not as gay feeling.
And lasts a lot longer, like over, what, a month?
Fun for
Mummers
you
Parade's a little gay
right here.
feeling.
Definitely, yes.
Well, look, how about this? Somebody gave me this whole bag of Rex beads.
The
Y'all could
dudes
just
in
take
dresses.
them right here.
much. I appreciate that.
No, we have too many. It's for you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, you can see Rex is flying right about now. And then we have more bands coming up after that. They're starting to let some people cross. A lot of these people right here, you know where they're going? They're in costume. They're going down to the French Quarter where the party is going to go all night long until about midnight. That is when the crew of blue comes, the traditional police force going through, making people get off of the streets of New Orleans. As they always say, you don't have to go home, you just have to get up on Bourbon Street in the streets, because after about 3 weeks of partying, a lot of police force in the city of New Orleans, they want people to head out as Mardi Gras is officially over. They're tossing us some of these beads. There you go. Hey, how are you? And then coming up next, we have the South Plaquemine High School band, a school that's relatively new. It started after Hurricane Katrina hit, kind of a combination of what was Buras and Boothville Venice High School. South Plaquemine's down there. Great band, great kids. We're going to listen in live really quickly here for about 30 seconds.
Got him. Somebody just had a ticket in front of my house. The street sweeper went by. They ran up to their car.
What do you think about that?
I love it.
They ran up to their car to try to get it in time, but the street sweeper had just passed their car. And the guy giving out the tickets pulled up, and she pleaded her case, and I watched him hand her the ticket.
It's the best one I've actually been to.
They came from the apartment, I think, too. The apartment that I was just talking about yesterday. It takes up all the parking around there.
Everybody wants to be on TV. Did you enjoy it today?
Yeah.
Hey, paying attention, man.
How old are you? 4. All right,
She got some oil
You got a lot of
filters on her head.
Have a great time. We got more lieutenants coming up
like
right
pink
here.
oil
Rex
filters.
is rolling by. They've obviously done the toast here at City Hall, Gallery Hall. They've done the toast with their queen. You got more lieutenants in the colors purple, green, and gold. You're watching extended
because
coverage
all
here
his
on
homies had seen that he had pulled over.
Mardi Gras
Also,
Day.
there was like 2 other
You can see
city
more Rex floats coming up.
cars
We're
because
gonna
they
have more
come
live
with like
coverage
more than
coming
one
up
of them, so they can
after
one
this
can stop
commercial
and the other
break.
ones can keep going with the truck. But yeah, they got You can always get out of those tickets though if you really, really have to. If you're so destitute that you don't have any money at all, there are ways to get out of those tickets. Let me see. I think it's like 40. It used to be like 45. Street sweeping Long Beach. $70 now. Yo, $70. $50. Whoa, I didn't know that had audio actually. But now my place didn't get swept along the curb, man. I should get 10 of those dollars because now my place is dirtier in front of it.
Listen, guys, we have artists here. I mean, look at this. Literally, I've been taking my paintbrush, going around.
An artist in the palette.
Look at this. I mean, this is creativity right here.
So creative. These are
Dude, I'm tasting that damn smoked fish every time I burp now. It's so pungent.
And so, how are you guys enjoying it so far?
This is so great. It's one of the best cities in the world.
Oh my
I love
God.
it. It's so,
Yeah,
so
we
friendly.
love New Orleans. So it's a
So
great place to visit. We've never been here for
spicy.
Mardi Gras, so we had to come this year.
I love it.
your first Mardi Gras. So what was kind of the theme behind what you created today?
Gay.
I really like colors, and I designed costumes,
and we're both
I figured it was a good opportunity to put something together.
I laid on a piece of paper, and she
I
made
this out of a tablecloth.
Yeah, she sewed the whole thing up. This is all like.
We're ready to have some fun tonight.
You are so creative.
Good job.
She gets all the credit.
And y'all came
You got
all
a
the way
boyfriend,
from
girl?
LA
Or
to
you into
celebrate
girls
Mardi Gras right here in New
too?
Orleans. I mean, tell me, New Orleans, I might be a little biased because I'm from this city, but this is like no other place in the world.
It is like no other
That's
place
like a
in the
calling
world.
card to
And
tell
actually,
people you're
we've
trying to
toured
fuck in
all
New Orleans.
around
You
Europe
just
and
wear a
all
rainbow
around
bandana.
UK and the States, and honestly, this is the most unique city I've ever
Look at 'em.
been to, and it's a treasure.
I love it. And y'all, look at this. The paintbrush is literally
right on her head.
on top of her head.
I know what I'm
How
talking
nice
about.
is that?
That is so cool. How long did it take
I
you
actually
to
know
make
what I'm talking about, whether or not you think
Well,
it's
it was
some
actually
sort
group
of
effort. I had like 3 people
prejudicial
helping me with
bullshit.
this today, this morning actually. But I made this one, and I made this
I didn't make it this far
and I actually
accidentally.
threw the fanny pack on today, and I bought it by chance. I really lucked out because it's a great addition.
Love that.
Love
it's
it.
actually my first Mardi Gras too, so I'm
It is.
experiencing
And she
everything for
fits
the first
right
time.
in, having a good time, dancing. Yeah, it's
and
perfect.
Ari and Matt are actually musicians. You guys play in a band, so you've been playing all over New Orleans, right?
Yeah, we played at Siberia already, and then
Siberia.
we're playing Holy Diver on the 29th,
Oh, it's a
February
bar.
29th.
Yep.
Holy Diver.
Holy Diver, yeah.
Holy
And
Diver.
tell me, what kind of
Sounds
instruments
like
do
a
y'all play? I play guitar and sing,
establishment.
and Matt plays synths and drums at the same time.
At the same time?
Yeah.
Same time.
We have a
Magic.
sequencer. It's
What?
kind of a synth project.
So this is right up your alley then, New Orleans.
Oh, he
and
loops
music
the
everywhere,
drums.
and Mardi Gras.
That's why.
I mean, it's
He
colorful.
loops
You
everything.
guys are artists. This is just like a fun time.
We're doing it.
Loopers.
Great time.
All right.
I love
you
it.
see yourself doing it again next year?
Absolutely,
I love
without a doubt.
It's
We'll
a
be
nice
back.
time of year. Usually the weather's pretty nice. It was cold this year. It was wild.
It was.
Yeah.
When we first got out here, I had literally my long coat on. I was freezing.
Isn't it freak? What do you mean, man? Lots of people aren't freaks.
One
I'm not a
day,
freak.
Yeah, but now we're feeling
sweet
good.
boy.
We're warm. Come on, let's take this party over there. Let's see what else
we're gonna
is
go
going
closer
on.
to the music.
Let's go to the music.
See what's
Oh my
going
goodness,
on
they're
over
dressed
here.
as strawberries.
I love that.
Look at that.
Oh wait,
Oh,
we gotta
wait.
see this.
Look at the
You
magic
guys.
suits.
Hi.
I love it.
I love
Tell
it.
me, what went into putting this costume together?
Everything was her, 100%.
Don't say that.
The only thing I'm doing right now is standing in
We're
it.
just
That was
clowning
all
around.
100%
We're just
her.
clowning around.
She's like
Nothing's wrong with that.
For me.
Went with it.
decade.
We
She
wanted
does
to be
this every
clowns.
year. She built this costume. All her. Phenomenal.
We love Mardi Gras. We love
So
New
you guys
Orleans.
are local.
We are local, yes.
So you do this every year?
Every year. Every year.
I love it. It's my first Mardi Gras.
How are you loving it?
I'm loving it.
She's loving it. We're having fun.
I'm loving it a little too
We're having a blast. Listen, we had some smoked
should do this
chicken
every day,
wings.
guys.
She had some brisket.
I did. I had the
Yes.
brisket.
Girl,
The brisket was amazing.
the brisket sandwich.
Let me tell you about them chicken wings, girl. Them smoked wings was rolling with the barbecue
Anything in the
sauce.
world you eat. Anything you put in your
So
mouth
did
in
you
New
make
Orleans
these?
is fire.
Did she make these?
Yeah, she made every bit of this.
You made the fanny pack too?
No, but we put it together. You know.
But yeah.
I love it.
To see it. Well, happy Mardi Gras.
Happy Mardi Gras.
Have an amazing
I love
Fat
it.
Tuesday.
Listen, y'all, we having so much fun.
You hear the music still going. The party's still going over here.
Listen, I
so.
told y'all the Marinee, we not stopping. The party's going. It's been going since 7 a.m. Right now, all these people out here, it's been like this since early this morning, baby, and we just
And they
dancing.
just keep pouring in. I mean, I'm so thrilled to see all
No,
the
they
costumes.
keep coming.
They keep coming. So
But look, we got another costume here. That's all right, baby. Come on. Come on, girl.
show
Don't
us
run
your
from me.
costume.
Let's go. All right, Shay, tell me what you got going on over there. Hey,
Is Shay keeping the party going?
we did double juices this morning. It was awesome. Fascinating.
Happy Mardi Gras to you all. I'm here at Jackson Avenue in St. Charles. It is so lit. I've been hearing all of this bounce. So many bounce beats. When you hear the bounce beats, what does it make you want to do when you hear bounce beats?
It makes me want to dance.
Okay, let me see how you dance when you hear that bounce. Okay, go. Bop,
Why are you calling people weirdo, Jay Brown? What's wrong with you? What do you do? Everybody's new here, and your first instance is they say one thing and you call them weirdo. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
It was good.
Is something wrong with your
Where
head?
are you from?
I'm from New Orleans.
All right, what part of New Orleans?
I'm from, my daddy's from the 6th one. My mom is from out the Magnolia Project.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so tell me, how does it feel to be out today?
It feels lovely. I've been working 6 days.
Some people need
straight at
training.
Mardi Gras. That's my day.
I feel the same way. I've been working.
Bad boy.
Probably like
Bad
5
boy Jay
this
Brown.
morning. That's what time we got in for. So it definitely feels good. I'm happy it's
No,
warm
you gotta
too.
watch Jay
How's that for
Brown.
you?
Jay Brown likes to get out of hand.
Wonderful. I'm
You don't know.
glad
I know him.
February is my month because my birthday is February the 4th. I love Mardi Gras.
And who you have with you? I see you have
Scaring away the new people, asshole.
I have Wisdom. My little 1-year-old Journey's not with us. She's with her dad. And I have
You trying to make
Ryan,
friends?
Wisdom dad.
Definitely, she is so beautiful. I'm gonna let you have an amazing
Make my
Mardi Gras.
nostril
I'm gonna
itch.
keep walking. I'm gonna keep walking. Nice to
See what you do to me, dude?
Okay, she said no. You. We're on live television. What's your name?
Kelvin.
Kelvin, where you from?
I'm from New Orleans. I'm from here.
Definitely. So earlier I saw you saying don't come over here, Shay. But I wanted to come anyway because I really love your beads. Show your beads off.
I actually have these and a whole bag, but most of them came from Zulu. So absolutely.
Would you say that's your favorite parade?
I would believe so. Because I have a lot of
Zulu.
family and friends that
Oh,
ride in
Zulu.
Zulu. So
There
of
was
course,
a
like,
Zulu,
a lot of people next to me, they be like, oh, yo,
there was a
you
Zulu
must know
float.
everybody. Nah, I just got a lot of family and friends in there. So that's a good part.
Is this your normal spot every year, or does it like fluctuate?
It fluctuates.
It's a trip, dude.
It fluctuates. I'm glad you get that on camera.
It happens.
It fluctuates because you get different aspects of different parts of the city. You get what I'm saying? So you got the St. Charles Uptown route when you kind of like go like the Orleans area, Basin Street, Canal Street. All of it's different, but you can enjoy it all. You can absolutely enjoy it all.
Is this your favorite time of the year?
Definitely
It's a
besides
trip, dude.
football season.
People
I
in
seem to
New
make the
Orleans look
playoffs.
forward to this like
outside of
all
the
year
Saints,
long.
It's definitely Mardi Gras.
Next year. And then the Super Bowl will
I
be
bet
here.
you, like as a dope dealer.
So we got the whole Mardi Gras season plus Super
Not
Bowl.
saying he's a dope
I'm here.
dealer, but
Can I get a happy Mardi Gras?
if you were to
Happy
be
Mardi
one,
Gras
it'd be a
to
very good time of
everybody,
year.
If you're not here, you missing out.
Business
And
would
so
be
you said you didn't want
banging.
to talk earlier. All right, I'm gonna keep walking. One more person. Hey, we're live. What's your name?
Mia.
I got weed at a Memphis in May
Ask
once,
you what you're drinking, but I know
and
it's probably good, right?
almost everybody I bumped into wanted some
How
weed.
does Mardi Gras feel this year? It was cold at first, now it's warm.
It's lit, only because it's my birthday Friday.
Because everybody was scared to get it in, and I had it in there prepackaged.
It's kind of like a pregame for
I
your
waited with the
Yeah.
envelope scale in my
Being out
car.
here with your
and
family.
put it in little baggies
What
and
is
shit.
that like? How does that?
I was ready before I went
How
in.
does that make you feel?
It's fun, and it's a good year or whatever. We started off great.
I take their money.
We ended
I'd get the right one out of my pocket
lost my
in the
brother.
porta potty,
That's on my
and then I'd get out and give it to
my
them.
brother.
That's quite
And we
simple.
just out here turning up.
I believe he's with you here in spirit. You have a good Mardi Gras, okay?
You as well. Happy Mardi Gras to you too.
All right, y'all, we're here uptown. I have talked to so many people. Everybody has been so amazing to me. I'm going to send it back over to you all, but I told you I'm from uptown, right? I did tell y'all that. So it feels good to be here this year, reporting live from uptown. Shay O'Connor, happy Mardi Gras.
Yeah, happy Mardi Gras, Shay.
You don't have to show your tits, no. You just have to be in next to the parade. It's a family-friendly event during the day, right? At night, you gotta show your titties for the beach, maybe. Once the sun goes down, because then they're throwing them from the balconies.
All over the area. We have an update for you here now, too. Rex, the last float is officially past Gallier Hall. Float 29.
Why is their
Still here at
audio so
Gallier Hall. They
bad?
still have a little bit of their
Out in
route
New Orleans,
into
there you go.
downtown New Orleans, down Canal Street. But the truck parades are now
Humidity's
hitting
too high
behind
or
us here, Gina.
Yeah, the crew of Orleanians rolling. Still a few people left in the stands.
Yo, remember when
A lot
everybody
of
was
people
thinking that the
just are
Aztec
out trying
calendar
to
was
get
going to be
whatever
the
they
end of the
can
world?
As the parade portion of Fat
Man,
Tuesday
I was
is
one of those
winding
idiots.
down.
I was like, maybe, dude.
And then the party takes
Maybe
over
they
in
knew
the French
something.
Quarter. Bourbon Street, they're going to go to midnight. That is when police basically shut everything down. And like I said, you don't have to go home. You just have to get up
midnight.
to Bourbon Street. You can go into any establishment you want. Most of them will stay open to the wee hours, but it will be absolutely packed on Bourbon Street tonight.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and our Fat Tuesday coverage continues coming up.
Mardi Gras food. Oh. Probably French food. Croissants. Food, lots of croissants probably. Outlaw says, I feel like Noah. I feel like a lot. Neither of them could find any righteous. They each left their cities, not being able to save any, even though both of them pleaded with God on the city's behalves. God said, okay.
Back up.
Hold up. I wanted to just wash my hands of this convoy business and say, forget it. I know that would just allow Satan to win. What can I do with a people that is so lost? And even the Christians are so deceived. I don't know, just my late night thoughts. Folks, pastors, Christians, if I'm not wrong, and there are any who consider themselves not to be the same, I'm calling on you to reach out to me. I'm strong enough to see through, carry on, make this calling He has put up to me happen. However, I am going to need sincere, Christ-minded, Christ-centered individuals to step forward.
And there used to be comas which rolled at night, and I would stay
just
for
read
comas too.
What else does he have?
All right, this is float number 17. True love. We got Valentine's Day tomorrow. Notice how there are kids on the float, so it's a real opportunity.
This is a lady,
to get
man.
involved,
What do you mean?
and it's just a blast for them. All right, who's tired and
You
wants
wish
to
that
go
was your
home?
girlfriend.
Not
you.
No, not me. Not you. Are you tired? Are you ready to go home? No. No? You want to stay here all night?
While you're looking at her goodies.
How many more beads do you think you can put around your neck? A lot. A lot? Now, I'll tell you, if you put
Nice,
too
wait
many,
till you get
it
older,
takes
kid.
forever to take them off at night and then go to
To
sleep.
train them
I
to want
know,
these
because
beads
I've
at a
done
young
it.
age. I don't
With
know what
them
I think
all the
about
way
that.
up to here. So maybe just a few more. Okay.
It's a little creepy.
I mean, really, when I was a kid, I'd have them stacked up to here, and then you
That's
got to
interesting.
take each one
I didn't
off,
really
and
know
they'd
that
get
it was
tangled,
a.
and then you couldn't go to bed. It was something. So don't
It's
put
a
too many
family
around your neck.
event until
Okay,
a certain time,
who's ready to
apparently.
party?
The titties will come out.
Shall we
here.
dance?
It's that titty time.
Who wants to dance? Come on out. We're gonna dance. Come on out. Who wants to dance?
Dude, I wonder if these cameras ever get flashed.
Okay.
What would stop it?
Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna dance. All right. Now we have to catch beads.
Be careful.
Oh, they've got some nice beads.
That should be getting ideas, lady.
Wait! Did you see how fast they were going? I mean, oh, look at those bubbles. There was some kind of powder in those bubbles. I'm not too sure about that.
She sounds drunk. Everybody is freaking drunk
Are
out
you
there.
grabbing your child?
The kids are
Get out
drunk.
of the street. You know, when we first
parents are
started,
drunk.
everyone was behind
The
the
dogs are drunk.
barricades. Forget about it.
The cats
the
are drunk.
barricades
The
are
birds are
open.
drunk.
Everybody spilled out. And I mean, we're all
The rats
working
are
on
drunk.
catching those beads. What did you get?
Roaches are drunk.
I got some teddy bears, but they over there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, follow me on TikTok.
Okay, wait.
What?
Did you get a bunch of coconuts?
Only got one coconut.
Oh no, only one? But are you happy?
Yeah.
I'd be happy too. Good to see you. Okay, got one coconut.
He didn't shout his TikTok
How many
out.
coconuts did you get?
You lost the opportunity, kid.
No! What about you? I have two! Oh, she got two. Are you getting a lot from the truck parades?
Huh?
Are you getting a lot from the truck parade?
Yes, we are. I love the truck parade.
So what's your favorite, Zulu, Rex, or truck parade?
The truck parade.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, wait,
Why?
stand back. Whoa!
The heck is a truck parade? They're pulled by trucks? Man, it's just confusing because most of the people are just yelling like crazy people trying to get some plastic.
Oh my gosh!
Weird. Why do they give a shit about getting some plastic?
Well, wait, you can kind of get beat
They're
up.
not throwing anything good out of any of those things. A stupid bead necklace that no one gives a shit about, really. Why would you? What is wrong with you? If you do,
So did
you
you
have
catch
mental
anything?
problems.
Huh? Did you catch
Look at
anything?
yourself in the mirror.
Yes. What
Think
did you
about it.
get? Beads. You got beads. Are you happy?
Yes.
I'm glad. Oh wait, here they
Dumbass
come.
beads.
Back up, back up, back up,
I
back
got
up,
these
back up.
dumbass beads
Back up.
from New Orleans.
You know.
Hey, I'm the realest dude on the block. For real. This the news, right?
Yes.
I'm on national TV. Hey, tell my mama I love her. And my auntie name.
Okay, enough.
She was standing on Vigil.
So he said,
dang,
tell
man.
my mama I love her. I think that's wonderful. Hello.
Dude, the fucking kids out there ain't giving a shit. He just grabbed the microphone from the news lady and just started yanking it down. That's crazy. What is going on down there?
Family, and they're getting a lot of stuff, and that's making them
The
happy.
kids just doing what the fuck they want, bro.
What surprised me is that one person said the
Hey, look at the
truck
juke
parades
float.
are their favorite.
Juke
and I
float,
loved them as a
subliminal
kid
juke
because they
float,
threw a whole lot.
subliminal
But I still, you know, my heart is in Rex and in Zulu. Trucks are truly for family because anybody can get on a truck parade and they all are together just enjoying each other.
Seriously, man, he could like the
So
kid
on
could
a
have like
beautiful
knocked her
blue
over on
sky
accident.
day,
She's
kinda
like
cool,
an elderly lady,
perfect
dude.
weather.
You want
I
a
mean,
punk?
it's been great at Harmony Circle.
Like that wouldn't have
Travelers,
happened
Gina,
right
I know you're
out
passing a
of
good time.
the Civil
Back
War.
to you.
Would it?
All right, Margaret,
Right on the other
thank
side
you.
of the Civil
Listen,
War, that wouldn't happen like
Margaret
that.
knows how to enjoy herself on
Shit.
Fat Tuesday. Always a fan favorite out there at
Nope.
Harmony Circle. Something
That's where we're at
interesting
now,
she
though.
said about the truck parades, just how much of a family kind of centric event it is. Kids, moms, dads, sisters, brothers, cousins, everybody riding on the truck.
Yeah, look, there's no getting into those organizations. You want to ride, you get a truck, and you ride, whether it be Orleans or Jefferson Parish, and you do see a lot of families out here. This is how they spend their Mardi Gras day, and they absolutely love it. Speaking of that, Gallier Hall is kind of cleared out behind us after Zulu and Rex passed. Most
The
of the people
U.S.
who
is
were there
falling
kind
out of love
I guess,
with
headed home
instant
or went to
coffee,
go party.
possibly.
Yeah, and listen, just one more thing about the family
Instant
kind
coffee.
of environment. On the North Shore, also a family-friendly Fat
Dude, I'm
Tuesday.
kind of.
Absolutely, for more on
I
that,
like
let's go to Ariel
CNBC's
Brumfield,
little
who has
news
been on the North
things. I
Shore
want to watch this. I'm tired of hearing their shitty microphone for a minute. Seems like an interesting story. Let's see what they say.
Khi ta hái thì ta phải chọn những cái trái chín như thế này để
Dude,
hái.
I've eaten these in Hawaii when I was out there. I've been in Hawaii for like a year, and they have Kona coffee fields out there. It's out there near North Shore where the pineapple plantation is, the Dole plantation. So I walked into them and I ate one. It doesn't taste anything like coffee though, straight off the plant.
Để đảm bảo chất lượng cà phê.
Yeah, it looks kind of like that.
Americans drank an estimated 517 million cups of coffee daily in 2022, spending almost $110 billion on the beverage that year. Cold brews, espresso-based beverages, and perfectly roasted beans are among the top drinks for today's coffee aficionados trying to get their caffeine fix. But one segment of the U.S. market has given up grounds. Instant coffee, the kind that dissolves in hot water, has seen consumption fall to just 4% of American coffee drinkers. By comparison, instant coffee accounts for about 25% of the coffee consumed globally.
A lot of American coffee drinkers really look down on instant, and that's been the category's key problem for a long time.
The challenge of instant coffee has always been a challenge of quality, I would say. Instant coffee has been seen many years, and not only in the US, but in other places, as an inferior quality of coffee. But I think with Nescafe and what we do, we definitely have the means to explain more to consumers what is soluble coffee.
Is this a
But
coffee
overseas,
commercial?
it's a different story. Nescafe, Swiss-based food giant Nestle's largest coffee segment, is one of the world's biggest coffee brands. With 25 factories globally, Nescafe is sold in 180 countries. Worldwide, 1 in 7 cups of coffee consumed is a Nescafe.
The misnomer is that people often think that people have stopped drinking instant coffee because we have so much specialty coffee in abundance today. However, it actually has been steadily growing for the last 20 years.
If you look at global consumption, it rises every year. So arguably this is the best year ever for instant coffee. Next year will probably be a better one than that.
But the Nescafe brand faces headwinds, including the stigma over its taste, as well as competition from at-home brewing devices.
There are several challenges of coffee growing, and if you look back, let's say for a generation ago, it is harder to grow coffee today.
Known for its affordability and convenience, instant coffee has long been known as the black sheep of the coffee world. So how did the Nescafe brand grow so big? And what is the future of instant coffee? To find out, CNBC traveled to Vietnam, the world's second largest exporter of coffee behind Brazil, to get a look at Nescafe's operation there.
It has value like money. What's the word? Currency. Using currency
Nescafe
in
got its
jail.
start around 1929 when a group of Brazilian bankers asked Nestle to find a solution to the country's coffee surplus problem. Nescafe launched in the mid-30s in Switzerland, and by 1940 was sold in 30 countries. During World War II, instant coffee was included in emergency rations for U.S. soldiers. Following the war, soluble coffee was added to care packages for vulnerable populations in Europe and Japan.
So then when everybody came back home, suddenly that was the instant coffee boom, was in the 1940s and 50s.
1965 saw the launch of Nescafe Gold, but it was the rise of brewed coffee and the introduction of coffee houses to mainstream America that may have had the biggest impact. Starbucks launched in Seattle in 1971.
At Starbucks, the first impact was taking people out of their home to drink coffee, and that was a big change, getting them to leave their house and drink coffee someplace else. So that maybe had the most significant impact on instant coffee.
Nestle launched the first Nespresso coffee machine in 1986. By 2019, 42% of American households owned a single cup brewing system.
A lot of people became coffee snobs in the last couple of decades, became very, interested in different kinds of coffee, different brewing methods, different origins. And throughout all that, it's been bad for instant.
Our consumers are generally younger. We over-index with younger consumers. We over-index with people who are just beginning their career, so a little bit lower on the income scale.
There is a very strong, loyal consumer base in the US that consumes soluble coffee. And one of these subsets of this consumer base is the Latin American immigrants, mainly Mexicans, that are really hooked to Nescafe.
Instant coffee sales in the U.S. reached $945 million in 2023, 15% higher than 2018.
That's actually like the first time I ever used instant coffee was when I was in Spanish class in high school. The teacher was talking about café con leche, and the easiest way to make café con leche is putting instant coffee into milk.
A little over 1.3 billion cups of Nescafe were consumed in the U.S. in 2023.
Nescafe is about 40%, a little closer to 41% of the instant business in the U.S. And the instant business in the U.S. is a very positive business in that it is about 10% of the category cups, and it's 8% of the category dollars. It's growing 2 times faster than the category itself.
Nestle has roughly a dozen products in the U.S. that fall under its Nescafe brands Classico and Taster's Choice. Nescafe also has a ready-to-drink business and a capsule system available in certain overseas markets. Other instant brands in the U.S. space include Maxwell House, Folgers, Starbucks, and Chock full of Nuts.
Chock full of nuts has chicory root in it. It's an old brand.
While instant coffee consumption has fallen to the single digits in the US, abroad, it's a very different story.
So how big instant coffee is very much depends where we're talking about. It's a category that has very different things happening in different countries. In some places, it is, going up, doing really well. Some places, it is, in terminal decline. And these are happening simultaneously globally.
Globally, about 6,100 cups of Nescafe are consumed every second.
The most popular and the most important country for us when it comes to Nescafe and Nescafe soluble is Mexico, by very far and away. But there is other markets coming right after Mexico, and we have, for example, the UK, we have the Philippines, we have Japan, and the US we have it as number 5. So the US is actually a very important soluble or Nescafe soluble coffee market.
Predominantly tea-drinking countries have been fertile ground for instant coffee growth.
Instant coffee in the UK is really what turns the UK back into drinking coffee as an alternative to tea, and the coffee market in the UK becomes sort of 90%, 80-90% is instant, really right up until the 2000s.
India, above all, is where we're seeing the most growth, and one that Nescafe has said globally is a key focus for them.
So we have a really nice ready-to-drink business, mainly in Asia, and that's where China comes into play. So China is a soluble coffee market, but also we have really established a ready-to-drink, you could say, business or category through the Nescafe brand in China.
Globally, soluble coffee sales reached $33.8 billion in 2023, 36% higher than 2018. In 2017, Nestle acquired a 68% stake in high-end coffee roaster Blue Bottle and later launched a line of instant espresso coffees. 3 years later, Nestle paid $7 billion to sell Starbucks coffee, including a range of instant coffees in grocery and retail stores. It launched Nescafe Ice Roast in China and Mexico in 2023. Nestle's coffee business, which includes Nespresso, Blue Bottle coffee, and Starbucks coffee at home, was valued at $25 billion, with the Nescafe brand accounting for about 45% of that segment. Nestle's stock price has continued to climb. Though it doesn't break out specific numbers, as of November 2023, Nescafe recorded strong double-digit sales growth compared to the previous year, largely driven by its classical brand.
So there is about 4 billion consumers in the world that drink less than 20 cups a year in terms of coffee generally. And that is where soluble coffee is ideally versed to really convert those consumers into coffee drinkers.
I don't drink coffee.
While overall innovation to the instant coffee space has been sluggish, the past decade has seen a number of changes.
One of the things that's kind of evolving now is we're seeing people put more emphasis on, let's see if we do put good coffee into this process, can we make a high quality instant coffee?
I believe that many of those markets that I was describing before that don't drink a lot of coffee at the moment, they will actually go into the coffee categories, not maybe through a hot cup of coffee as we know it, but maybe through a cold, white, sweet cup of coffee or bottle of can of coffee. And they will just know coffee as this, and they will never ever taste a hot cup of coffee as we know it in other parts of the world, or the US, for example.
But it might be a wave of new consumers and changing weather patterns that could have the biggest impact on the segment.
Coffee faces several challenges. You have issues on the supply side, be it more or less rainfall, higher or lower temperatures at different times of the year, which puts pressure on the supply of coffee. At the same time, you have a growing in consumption on a yearly basis, and this tension of supply and demand needs to be resolved.
Nhưng mà do mưa bất thất thường, thời tiết khắc nghiệt, tức là lúc nắng thì nắng kéo dài, cho đến khi lại mưa thì nó sẽ không tập trung nở hoa được. Đó là yếu tố thuận lợi về thời tiết. Mưa nó mình tưới đúng dịp mà nó không bị mưa.
The two main types of commercial coffee in use today are Robusta and Arabica. Robusta, predominantly used in instant coffee, is known for its strong and bitter taste, higher levels of caffeine, and its tolerance to temperature fluctuations. Arabica, which makes up about 60% of the world's coffee production, is known for its sweeter and softer taste, and its cost, which is roughly twice the amount of Robusta. It is also less resilient to weather shocks, pests, and disease.
One of the things I think is going to be is expansion of Robusta. I mean, it's a more hardy crop. It'll probably do better in the coming decades than Arabica will, which suggests it also means more instant coffee consumption, because Robusta has historically been used mostly for instant coffee. So it is a strong possibility that one of the effects of climate change does mean more instant coffee.
Coffee consumption is expected to double from 3 billion cups of coffee a day to 6 billion by 2050. At the same time, rising temperatures could reduce the suitable area for growing coffee by up to 50% by 2050. Nescafé, for its part, buys more than 800,000 metric tons of green coffee, or about 13 million bags each year, from more than 20 countries. The company said it would invest over $1 billion to encourage its coffee farmers, like these in Vietnam, to use more sustainable methods, such as incorporating organic fertilizers and using climate change-resistant trees. But with coffee likely to be costlier and more bitter in the coming years, what are the chances Americans will gravitate back to instant?
I mean, the stigma very much still remains in the U.S., and I don't think the category is ever going to shake it in the United States. I think this is a category that's going to continue to decline, not dramatically, but a steady drop for the foreseeable future.
After COVID and after the unprecedented inflation that we have seen in the markets, a lot of people are not able to really afford going into coffee shops every day as they might used to do. And so soluble coffee or instant coffee or in-home coffee is definitely a much more cost-effective way to drink coffee.
They want everybody to be hooked on it.
For a while. We've been talking about partying for a while. Let's talk a little business. I'm going to bring over Mr. Al Groos, the general manager of the Royal Sonesta New Orleans. Thank you so much for being with us.
This is what we do. We're at Mardi Gras Central here, right in the middle of the French Quarter. So
just talk to us about the business aspect of this. We see people shoulder to shoulder on Bourbon Street right now. What does that mean for this economy?
Well, you know, it's an early Mardi Gras, which usually means maybe a little softer, but I haven't seen that. Greasing of the Poles Friday was the biggest we've ever seen. It extended out past the Conti and Bienville. It was the whole block. The hotel was full all weekend long. Business was brisk in all the restaurants. There was a lot of crowds in the French Quarter. I think it's also been a very well-run Mardi Gras. I think the police have done a fantastic job, and if people feel safe, and we've heard those comments from our guests, and so I think overall it couldn't have been more successful.
Being in the French Quarter specifically and seeing this throughout the past couple of weeks, what grade do you give this? What differences do you see from past Mardi Gras?
You know, I've been here a lot of Mardi Gras, so it's hard to give grades, but you know, you can't not give it an A. The only thing that I would say is I'd love to see our visitors and our locals wear more costumes. We have not seen as many costumes as we've seen in the past. I would love to see that. It's not a criticism. It's really it's really a plea to the people. That's part of it, costuming. Please come out and show us what you can do. But I think it's been a fantastic Mardi Gras, and business has been good. My guests are very happy. My employees are very happy, and you never know if that's going to happen in a Mardi Gras, right?
Yep, that's right, Mr. Groos. Well, thank you so much for talking with us. You heard it, people. Next year, bring your costumes, or don't come to the Royal Sonesta, actually, too. I'm just kidding. Wear costumes next year, though, but I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you.
More costumes, noted, Eli. And we want to take you right now to the Marigny, and that is where we find WDSU reporters Courtney Williams and Brittany Werner live along Frenchman Street. Courtney and Brittany, y'all have seen some very creative costumes throughout the day today.
Right.
Have we? And listen, so many. And right now we are literally strolling through the Marigny. Y'all, we are literally on a golf cart right now. We are rolling. Do you see this right now? We're rolling. Brittany, we met a couple that is actually getting married today.
They're getting married today.
They met in
last
New Orleans.
Mardi Gras a year ago, and their wedding is today. They were just an amazing couple. The husband was from Spain. The wife was a local from New Orleans. Beautiful people. They got married actually at
literally at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, at 2:30 today.
They were walking down the block to go and get married today. And he said he came to New Orleans, he fell in love with her, and he's been here ever since.
So many amazing stories. We met a lot of first-timers, first-time people who were experiencing Carnival season in Mardi Gras, just like myself.
Yes.
And everybody's loving it. I mean, it's vibes out here. It is a time,
so many costumes. I mean, we saw a walking strawberry.
Apparently most of the dried mushrooms are China, too.
Artists in a the paintbrush.
So creative. And we saw a giant pineapple.
Oh my goodness.
Y'all, this
All
is
of
so
the
fun.
costumes are here.
And look, literally, we were on their golf cart earlier so that we could take a little break, and now we're just strolling through the Marigny. I mean, we're literally just
And they're
rolling.
amazing.
I love it. Well, we'll be here all day in the Marigny having a blast. Don't you guys go anywhere. Make sure you stay here and watch us right here on WDSU. Sending it back to you guys in the studio.
See you later.
They're smart to rest their feet like that, hop on someone's golf cart. That's a smart idea, guys. We want to give you a live look outside right here. The day did kick off on the chilly side, but once the sun came up, it has been absolutely perfect ever since.
Yeah, the sun came out. It was so gorgeous as we take a live look at Harmony Circle, where I was out and meeting so many wonderful people from literally all walks of life.
Fraud and Cybercrimes Bureau, the Body-Worn
murderer. They called him murderer.
Bureau. And most of all, the investigators and the crime analysts from Homicide Bureau, which were involved in piecing this case together, these cases together. I also like to thank members of the Century and East Los Angeles sheriff stations, and our close working relationship with the City of Bell and Huntington Park police departments. They also assisted us in this investigation. Lastly, I'd like to thank the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department for their proactive policing and hard work, which led to the arrest of one of the suspects in these murders. Again, like I said, the investigation is ongoing, and currently there's no additional information at this time, but if the public has any information about any of these murders, I'd like you to please call LA County Sheriff's Homicide Bureau at 323-890-5500. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the captain of East Los Angeles Station, Captain Brandon Dean.
Thank you, Captain Meyer. As he said, my name is Captain Brandon Dean. I'm the captain of East Los Angeles Sheriff Station. And on behalf of the East Los Angeles Sheriff Station and the city of Cudahy, along with the mayor of Cudahy, who's standing behind me, we want to really say thank you to Homicide Bureau and all the people that were involved in this case and being able to get these suspects off the street so quickly. They did an outstanding job, like he said, worked tirelessly, and we were able to get this horrendous case closed very quickly. On behalf of the city of Cudahy, Cudahy is a small city. It's only about 1.23 square miles with a population of about 23,000. So something like this, where 2 juveniles get shot, ultimately 1 deceased, hits the community very hard. As such, the city has done a great job in reaching out to community members, as well as posting on their social media sites and on their website about services that will be offered to members of the community if they would like to speak with people regarding this tragic incident. Some of the other things we're doing is we will be working with the school districts. Obviously, our unfortunate incident happened very close to a K-8 school, so we will be working with the school districts to offer them services as well. On behalf of the Sheriff's Department at East LA Sheriff, we are increasing patrols in the city of Cudahy, although we do not suspect anything further. As Captain Meyer said, they have some suspects in custody. We're still increasing our presence just to bring some of those community concerns down. If you have any questions regarding the services that are being provided, we urge you to reach out to the city of Cudahy. Their number is 323-773-5143. And again, we appreciate all the hard work by Homicide, and thank you. I'll turn it over to Captain Mundo Torres of the Century Station.
Can you give us any information?
Thank you, Captain Brandon Dean. Again, like Brandon said, my name is Edmundo Torres. I'm the unit commander at Century Sheriff Station. Since this murder occurred in the 1500 block of Florence Avenue, we maintain constant communication with our community leaders and stakeholders as it pertains to the Florence Firestone District. They've also disseminated that information to our community members, and the message in essence states that if they see something or hear something, to please call the station. Our number at the station is 323-568-4800, 323-568-4800. As far as additional resources, all my deputies assigned to the Florence Firestone District are to remain vigilant and remain proactive, as although this crime has already been solved, there can be additional witnesses that are still standing and that have not come forward. I urge them to call the station, and they can remain anonymous if they wish to. We still have additional witnesses that may have witnessed this incident, and the more cooperation we get, the better it will be to present the case to the DA's office. Again, thank everybody for attending this. I will now present Supervisor Janice Hahn.
Are they not going to tell us anything what's going on here?
Thank you, Captain. I'm Supervisor Janice Hahn, and first of all, really, I want to thank the media for joining us. Sometimes we report the crimes, but when they're solved, we want to make sure that the public knows they're solved, and we want to make sure the public sees all the agencies that have worked so hard together. I also want to introduce those who are not going to speak, but I think it's important that the public also knows the collaboration in all these cities. We have Bell City Council member Ali Saleh is with us. We have Bell City Manager Michael Antwine. We have Cudahy Vice Mayor Elizabeth Alcantar. We have Cudahy City Manager Al Naoya, and we have Huntington Park Council member Arturo Flores. And it's important, again, that the public knows that these cities have mayors and councils and city managers, and when something like this happens, they are all in and providing the resources from their various cities to make sure
this is just their way of showing
that
that they did something so that
is safe.
people feel happy about giving them more tax
rampage
money.
That started Sunday night at 11:30 and continued to 2:30 a.m. early Monday morning really shook
Why do they have to be
our
there
Southeast
to do
Los
all this?
Angeles community. It really put everybody
I want to
on
say
edge.
something
Everyone was
too.
frightened.
Oh,
A couple of these shootings took place right outside of schools.
I want to say something
One took the life of a teenager and wounded another. And before these crimes are solved, people, begin wondering and worrying, and the rumors start. And I think it put everybody on edge. But I am grateful to stand here today and thank LA County Sheriff's Department homicide detectives who partnered with the local police departments of Bell and Huntington Park, and they were able to quickly bring in the suspects into custody in less than 48 hours. As we heard, this took a round-the-clock effort. They didn't sleep. And it demonstrates the commitment that law enforcement agencies have to the public safety of the residents of Los Angeles County. And because of this just really good police work, we can assure our Southeast Los Angeles community that there is no active threat to their neighborhoods. But again, if anyone still has information and wants to speak up, please call our Sheriff's Department.
No threat in South Central or East LA.
48 hours have been difficult and terrifying for our Southeast LA community. But this proves that whether you're in the LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction or you're in one of the other police agencies' jurisdictions within LA County, residents should feel confident that whatever happens, all law enforcement agencies work together. They share information. They collaborate. And I think people need to understand that a city boundary or a city jurisdiction or a law enforcement jurisdiction does not prevent them from working together for the ultimate safety of LA County. With that, I'd like to introduce Bell Police Chief Carlos Islas.
Is one of them going to tell us what happened?
Thank you. So I want to start by thanking the men and women of the Bell Police Department. They went out there unselfishly and began the preliminary investigation that ultimately maintained the scene for the Sheriff's Department to pick it up from there and conduct an aggressive investigation that ultimately has led to this arrest. I also want to thank the Sheriff's Department for their fantastic work over the past 48 hours to identify the suspects and to take them into custody. It is really refreshing that we're able to take these individuals off the street in a timely manner. And then lastly, I asked for the District Attorney's Office to take this as a call to move forward with an aggressive prosecution of these individuals. Any gun violence, it's important that we send the message together that ultimately it's not going to be accepted in our community. So I asked the DA's office to please take this forward and do an aggressive prosecution. And that's all I have now. Now I'd like to introduce my mayor of the city of Bell, Fidencio Gallardo. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And again, I just want to reiterate what's already been said. Thank you so much to the LA County Sheriff for bringing closure to this matter in under 48 hours. The loss of life is always a tragedy, but at least we have some closure to these tragic events in a timely manner. One lesson learned, and I think someone, alluded to this earlier, is that social media posts are not the best source of information. Yesterday, there were posts about this matter that caused a lot of anxiety in our communities, and they all turned out to be false. So I, for one, say please always make sure that you get your information from reliable sources like our mainstream media. Again, we are grateful to the Sheriff's Department for having made these quick arrests. Our residents in the city of Bell and neighboring cities can feel safe once again. I also know that LAUSD has been providing services at their schools to make sure that young students and staff members and everyone on campus has access to grief and services. And to reiterate, these shootings were not school related. It is safe to go to school. School safety and the safety of our students is a top priority in Bell and our surrounding communities, but in an abundance of caution, our City of Bell Police Department will increase patrol around our schools. And now I'd like to turn it over to Huntington Park Police Chief Cosme Lozano.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Cosme Lozano. I am the Chief of Police in Huntington Park. And obviously this is an ongoing active investigation. I don't have too many more details to share with you regarding the homicide in Huntington Park. What I will tell you is that we're highly confident these were random acts of violence. There is no indication that any of the victims contributed to the violence or instigated it. Our victim, a male adult, you've heard it was the observation of a patrol officer who saw him down on the street, checked on him, and discovered that he had suffered gunshot wounds. We do know that our victim is a known local homeless individual in our community, or was, and based on information that we have and other facts, we know that he was simply walking down the street and was randomly targeted. I am grateful for the assistance of the Sheriff's Department. It is our typical protocol to call in sheriff's homicide on an incident of this nature. We quickly started to realize that this homicide may be connected to the others that had occurred that evening. My appreciation for the officer, my officer who was on routine patrol and observed the victim and took the initiative to check on him and obviously render medical aid and contain the scene so that we can contain as much evidence and information as we can. I'm grateful to Sheriff Luna, Sheriff's Homicide Bureau, the investigators that spent countless hours tracking these suspects down. I'm grateful to the men and women of the Huntington Park Police Department, Supervisor Han's office, our city manager, and our city council in Huntington Park, and also my team of detectives that came out that evening and also have been working tirelessly to work together with the Sheriff's Department. Thank you. And I'll introduce my council member, Arturo Flores, for a few words.
Thank you, Chief. Just wanted Arturo Flores, council member of the City of Huntington Park. Just want to really express our condolences from the City of Huntington Park to all the families that suffered tragic loss at this senseless gun violence, and want to just reiterate our deep gratitude to the wonderful, amazing men and women of law enforcement for the amazing work that they've done. And that's all I have to say about that.
With that, we'll take questions. Anybody have questions?
Captain Meyer, Sandra Matteau from KTLA 5. Is there any indication that this was gang-related or some sort of gang initiation?
Yes.
Can you expand on that?
We believe the suspects are gang members.
And was this some sort of gang initiation targeting random?
We believe it's a random people.
Are they immigrants?
Captain, was this the idea of you saying randomly targeted? Was there anything else involved beyond the shooting itself? Armed robbery on any of the suspects? Or was it just
not that we're aware of? They had no armed robbery that we're aware of. Nothing else other than random targeting of individuals.
Do we have a weapon recovered?
No, we do not.
Captain, can you talk to us a little bit about the arrests? The car that they were in, how many people were in the car, and the number of arrests? And forgive me, I know you touched on it a little bit earlier, but for the sake of TV, just give me the top.
Sure, I can touch a little bit about that. I'm not going to go into great detail because this is an ongoing investigation, but we did arrest I should back up, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department pulled over and detained one of the suspects in these murders. So I'm not going to go into the details of who was in the car at the time, but one of the suspects was in the car, and we arrested him.
What about the second suspect?
The second suspect, through other investigative techniques, we were able to identify him. Our Homicide Bureau wrote search warrants, and we used our Special Enforcement Bureau, which is our SWAT team, to serve those search warrants last night, early this morning. And that's how we got the second suspect into custody.
So these guys are gang members, but any indication that they were deliberately targeting individuals? That they knew any of the victims at all?
No indication that they knew any of the victims as of this time. Things could change. It's still early in the investigation, but no indication as of right now.
Where was the second suspect detained, sir, or arrested?
At the city of Compton.
Do you believe there are more suspects out there relating to these shootings that have not been arrested yet?
We believe there may be a third suspect in this.
Were they targeting a certain race?
And we don't have any information about the identity of the suspect or a description other than a male Hispanic or possibly half Hispanic, half black. That's all we have. And
so the suspects are adults, sir, or are they juvenile?
Both suspects are adults.
You mentioned a search warrant was served on the second suspect. Was that at a home or a business?
That was at a home.
There was mention of a post on social media relating to these shootings. Can you kind of clear the air? Were these suspects saying anything before firing the gun?
I'm not going to get into that at this point. It's still an ongoing investigation, and I don't want to jeopardize that investigation. Any other questions?
Captain, why are you not releasing the names of the suspects?
I will release the names of the suspects.
Can you tell us about their criminal record?
Yes, I can. There's the two suspects that we have in custody are Gary Jonathan Garcia, and he is male Hispanic, 42 years old. And the second suspect is Wayne McNeely Timberland, and he is a male Hispanic, 20 years old. Wayne McNeely Timberland has no criminal history, and Gary Garcia has an extensive criminal history.
Are they citizens? I'm a little curious about that. Who else is it?
Can I either ask this of you or Chief Islay? You know, the chief had mentioned aggressive prosecution. What are we talking about here? Gun enhancement charges, gang enhancement charges?
Chief, I'll let you talk about that.
Anytime you have gun violence, the investigation is still early on. But I can tell you this, with the arrest of the individuals that they have in custody, it is hoped that the DA will do everything in their power to prosecute them and be aggressive in their prosecution and not minimize this event. If we minimize this event, we send the wrong message to those individuals that continue doing these types of crimes. So I'm asking, and I'm sure the law enforcement, I can speak for law enforcement, that we're asking when there's hard work done by law enforcement to identify individuals, that the DA simply do the right thing and do their job to prosecute them to the full extent of the law. That's what I'm talking about. Any enhancements will remain to be seen as this investigation unfolds, but we're asking that the DA's office do everything in their power to make sure that these individuals are held to the full extent of the law.
Do we believe both of the suspects fired a gun or just one?
It's too early in the investigation. We don't know that yet.
Do we know which one is the shooter?
No, we do not know that yet.
And just in terms of gang activity, is there anything you'd want to say to individuals relating to this sort of activity that, you know, maybe some...
Well, I think just in general, to the public, you need to be aware of your surroundings. You need to always be vigilant. And I think Captain Mundo Torres said it. If you see something, call the Sheriff's Department, call your local police department. That's how that's how we catch people doing things they shouldn't be doing, is by good citizens calling the sheriff's, their local police station, and reporting it.
Captain, is there anything that indicates that the age of the victims is, or probably the age of the suspects is part of the motivation here? You got somebody who's 42, who's obviously a 2 or 3 striker. You got somebody who's 20 with no criminal background at all. Obviously, there's some kind of logic as to why they're together in a car and possibly involved in multiple homicides. Is that any kind of a working theory you're putting together at this point? Was it bringing him out to turn him into a gangster, or what?
No, sir, not at this point. We don't have any working theory. We're still doing interviews. It's super early in the investigation, so we're not going to know that information for some time.
Captain, are all 3 suspects affiliated with the same gang?
I'm not going to disclose that information.
Captain, are you fairly certain that you have the shooter, one of those 2 suspects at least, or is the outstanding one also a suspect?
Real lovers.
A possible trigger.
I'm not gonna say on that. I'm not gonna make a comment about that.
You know, on the car, the pilot that you have there, how do you know all 4 are the same car? In other words, was there some damage that was consistent at all 4 scenes? Did the plate match up?
All I can tell you is that without revealing any of our investigative techniques, is that we did confirm that it was the same vehicle by license plate.
Captain, I'm a little confused as to why the message is that, to the community, that they're safe, but yet you think there could be a 3rd suspect out there.
Yes, there could be a 3rd suspect. We believe there's a 3rd suspect. That's why I'm saying you need to be vigilant. You need to report any suspicious activity to your local police department. And anything, as they say, if you see something, say something.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Spanish?
Thank you, everybody.
Miss Orange Lee, this was the name of your mother.
Yes, it's my mother.
And
she always dreamed of open her own restaurant, so she died in 2021, and we wanted to live out her legacy by opening up this restaurant.
And I know her legacy continues to live on with all of this good food. So what do we have in front of us? Because I'm ready to eat. What we got going on right here?
We have our delicious shrimp po' boy.
The shrimp po' boy. We got my famous gumbo. We got that famous king cake. We got my wife's delicious red beans right there, man. That's one of a kind right there.
Okay, so what should I eat first? I can't eat everything right now. The rest I'm gonna eat on the after show. So what should I try first?
My husband's seafood gumbo.
Gumbo, and I love gumbo. Okay, so let's do that first. And this has crawfish, shrimp. What else is in here?
Crab,
smoked sausage, hot sausage, turkey neck, little gizzard.
Okay.
Bit of everything,
Love.
Love for sure.
Yeah.
That's it, huh?
Yeah, you put your foot in that. You put your foot in that. I'll try. What else should I try? So that's a gumbo.
New Orleans red beans.
Red beans and rice. Okay, let's do that.
Famous beans right there.
If I can eat like this before noon, we're good. We're good. So what else can people come here and get? If they don't want this, what else can they order here?
We have delicious wings. Our wings are the best in Houston.
That's in the city.
Our daggeries.
Yeah. Okay.
One of a kind, closest thing to New Orleans.
Oh, this is Houston, New Orleans food.
Mardi Gras town. What else? We got a famous pasta.
Okay. So whatever you need, whatever people want, whatever taste of New Orleans they want, they can get it right here from y'all. And y'all are from New Orleans, so they better come and get it from y'all.
New Orleans natives.
Definitely could get it here.
And then
back in the food, it's his food.
So if you want some king cake,
you mean that's his bowl now? He done ate out of it anyway.
To all our
his
supporters
bowl.
that come in.
Free king cake. Okay.
It's all his food.
Y'all pull up, get y'all a slice of that
You're
king
probably
cake.
going to put this in the thing and take it with
Free
him.
king cake. Okay, so again,
You only made it for him.
live here, Orange Lee's Po' Boys and Wings, Northwest Houston, just off of
For the the news.
So make sure you come here and get
to
some.
do
I'll
this
be on
little
the
thing
after show
right
as
now.
well to try the rest of this food.
Everybody else can eat that
I'm gonna
anyway.
eat. That's one thing I'll do. I'll send it back to y'all in the studio.
So how do we get off the desk?
I'm just kidding, Eli.
We'll just be waiting with open arms for the special delivery from you.
I got you.
All right, we'll see you soon. Well, beginning.
I mean, boxes? What are you talking about, man? There's
So-
not that much shit on. Y'all are retarded. All right, this is one styrofoam thing. You can put it in a bag, the bottom of the bag, and then you put the gumbo in a little fucking sealable thing. Boom, in a bag. You put this on top because it's super light. You don't want to squish it. Boom, you got everything in a bag, baby. You got one bag full of food you take home and you eat for the next day and a half. What are you talking about? They put it, so you messing it all up in the spoon bag. You're like a soup Nazi over here. Gumbo Nazi. Bill's got a new position. Got a calling. Man, what the heck? All I know is I've gotten some big ass orders from the taco spot, and that shit all fits in a bag. Wow. Miracle. It's a gosh darn miracle. Hey, 2 bags. We gotta do 2 bags? That's worth gumbo, ain't it? That's worth some gumbo. Sure. Clearly what it was. You were just wishing you could have a little bit of it. Spoon dippage or not, you ain't getting out of that gumbo, and neither am I. That's where you had to sit this one out.
Our Toro camera, where the truck parade is now rolling on St. Charles and Elizabeth. Really a great parade for the family because you can get a lot of throws.
You can, yes. That really is such a family-friendly one. And of course, we're going to have more carnival coverage straight ahead. Right now, we do have crews in the French Quarter bringing you all the fun there that's happening live right now.
Yeah, the fun usually moves over there all night long. So WDSC's Courtney Williams and Brittany Werner, they are along Royal Street in the Marigny. I mean, you guys are dancing. You have the best costumes on. So it looks like you guys are having a blast.
Whatever. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We have been here all day. All day having a good time. Last time y'all...
Well, this is happening the one day after 6 students at Twin Lakes Academy Middle School became sick. We're looking into the dangers that these harmless-looking gummies possess. Those students ate some unknown form of a gummy substance, and this is happening as the amount of the gummy supplements has grown exponentially. From marijuana-based gummies to kratom, they are common and they're actually easy to purchase.
And the Duval County Poison Information Center says it has become a health risk, particularly for young people. News4Jax reporter Scott Johnson joins us from the Florida Poison Information Center in Springfield.
She's top heavy.
So the story's all about teenagers getting sick over some sort of gummy-like substance. Poison Control illustrated this to me this way. What group here is candy? What is medicine? You can't really tell, can you? That is the reality we're seeing right now when these gummies are all over the place.
It's always been like that, though.
You don't know what's in them. So being that this is about teens ingesting some sort of gummy substance, I want to show you an example of what we're talking about. Look at this display from Poison Control. Can you tell the difference between the candy and the gummies that are drugs? It's almost impossible. Parents were stunned when word came out from Duval County Schools that a half dozen
they're
students
not
at
even
Twin
marked.
Lakes Middle School got sick after they ingested some sort of gummy substance. Right now, it's unclear what the gummy substance was. So I reached out to the Florida Poison Information Center and talked to Dr. Dawn Soley. She says the most common forms of over-the-counter gummies are called Delta 8, Delta 10, and a product called Kratom.
Most of the products that are available, like in a gas station or a convenience store and so forth, those are not supposed to contain Delta 9 THC. Again, some of these products are contaminated with it when they have gone and tested it.
Delta 8 and Delta 10 gummies are technically legal and not the same as Delta 9, which is a form that can affect you like marijuana. She points out these others are not regulated and can make you sick, particularly young teens and children.
Those gummies could therefore, there's no regulations or no standardization, meaning that they could have what they say it has in it, or it could be anything else that they want to put in it. Because there's no standardization, there's no testing. In fact, when some testing has been done on some of those products, it doesn't contain the milligrams of what it says it does, or it has other contaminants in it.
So it's hard to say what was ingested by the students because there are frankly so many on the market, and an overwhelming amount of them look like candy. In fact, Dr. Soley put some gummies in this Petri dish next to regular candy. I couldn't tell the difference. And I wouldn't just eat one if I'm a kid. I would eat the whole thing.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, normally the rate limiting step is how many is in the container, right? When you're a child.
And what would this do to me? If I sat here if I'm a 12-year-old kid and I ate all those, what's going to happen?
That would send you to the emergency department.
So what to do? Well, this is a medication lock bag. This is a medication lock box. It's really kind of the equivalent of a gun safe. You can put your medications in here. You can put edible gummies in here to make sure people who shouldn't have them don't get access. In Springfield, Scott Johnson, Channel 4.
That's it. That's the culmination of the fucking report.
Now,
put your
at
gummies
our
in a lock
camera,
bag.
Where we continue to see a lot of families still
What
out
a
there,
shitty
Elizabeth, having a good time with those truck parades, which is family friendly. Those are the best ones. If you didn't get a chance to catch those
Gummies exist to lock them up.
This is a place to get some good throws.
Yes, and that live look right there, you can see there are families along the route. Obviously, the truck is now kind of covering them, but you could see there were different heights, little kids there. And we do want to get a check of your forecast right now with meteorologist
need to be
Deb
told
and
not to
Lucy.
let their
It is
kids eat
great
their
weather,
medical
really,
gummies.
outside for parading and catching throws right now.
Really
The kids
is.
are buying
We've
them
had the
straight
skies
up.
cleared, at least a good amount of sunshine, healthy dose
They're
behind. The
stealing
thing
them.
is, only have this for about another hour. We're already getting that sun low in the sky, and when it's
probably
completely
stealing
down,
them,
those
dude.
temps are going to cool quick tonight. A chilly one for you. We held on to the thick cloud cover this morning,
kids
but
eating
that was
gummies, man.
40s, and with the
That's
thick
what she
clouds,
said.
40s, a bit of a breeze this morning. It was colder, but even a few clouds.
What the fuck is this guy? I'm interested.
That's more excitement from the route.
All right, welcome to Metairie, Sharif Ishak, Kendall Duncan, Fletcher Mackel, also known as Kim Mulkey, the Mulkeyverse. We enjoyed our time here in Metairie for Argus and the truck parade. Dressed as Kim Mulkey, we honored her because she led LSU to its first national championship in women's basketball last season, and I was trying to work on my Kim Mulkey. Angel, Fauché, Haley, Anissa, we still have a chance to get to Cleveland for the Final Four. It's all right, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad.
Not enough. I guess I need to work on it.
Not enough tick fall in it.
Yeah, not enough tick fall.
It's not great, though.
No, it's okay. I should have worked on it a little
But I
bit
will
better.
say this, 3 Kim Mulkeys are better than 1, right?
Absolutely.
So therefore, like, we celebrated her better than anybody else could have today.
And I also will say, a nod to the 3 of us in the sports department for getting a little creative with this costume, a little loud as well. I also want to point out that The boys had to get very
I have no
adjusted
idea
to
who they're
having
talking about.
hair.
Yeah, bangs are a whole new ball game. I don't know if I could handle that.
They're full in on this one,
Imagine doing it
though.
on a daily basis, all of the hair. You're like, how do you eat with this much hair?
I'm gonna pivot.
They make Xanax lollipops? Really, what flavor are they?
Argus today. Look, we're going to talk about the king and the queen in a second, but
I want
Nudie the
strawberry.
Nutria, in my opinion, stole the show out here in Metairie.
The star of the show looked like it was also going to drink the champagne, so he was taking part in all of the festivities, including toasting the crowd here.
That was the funnest part. I enjoyed seeing Nudie the Nutria. I mean, they were holding it up like this, and yeah, the champagne, and he put them near the crowd and everything. But yeah, it was a fun ride for him. Fun ride for the king and queen, Jim Hudson and Alexandria Ingram. So I'm sure they had a great time.
Xanax candy.
The entire city of Metairie,
They're called
everyone who
Zanny
came out here
tarts.
to Metairie to watch this parade had a great time.
Yeah, they did. We're going to hear
This
from the king and
this
queen
is from
coming up in later
2020.
newscast today. Also, Chapel Hart, the local band, was part of this parade as well. So it was a star-studded, if you consider Nudie the Nutria a star, star-studded Argus today. And as the wind blows and I start to chew on the hair here, we're going to throw
actually
it back
lace
for Sharif
candy
Ishaq, Kendall
with
Duncan, and
Xanax
myself,
and repress
the
it.
Kim Mulkeyverse. Back to you all in the studio.
They look like
And let's hear
candy.
from them right now, Fletcher. The Argus king and queen gave their toasts as they rolled through Metairie.
dude?
The queen thanked everyone for coming
Tarts
out.
appear
threw
to
back
be
the
a
drink,
genuine
and threw down the
candy.
glass.
They even had the
The king
familiar
also
logo.
took time to thank
It
parish
looks like
leadership.
candy, and it tastes like candy.
You know, I think about Jefferson Parish.
What? I didn't know this was going on, man. We gotta be fucking scared of being drugged with candy now?
Is that no place else do we have elected officials
Don't take candy from strangers, kids.
who work hand in hand to continue to improve the quality of life that we have in
they're
Jefferson Parish.
making the counterfeit candies appear shinier
And
than
in
the
New
real
Orleans, Rex
thing.
rolled through Uptown today following Zulu. WDSU reporter Shay O'Connor is there bringing us
It
more
looks
of the
like maybe
excitement
a
from along the
liquid had
parade
been
route.
put
Shay?
on, making the counterfeit candies appear shinier than the real thing.
Jackson Avenue. I've met so many people here today. Everybody's excited. Everybody having a good time. Actually found
Xanax is spelled an X, man.
What's your name?
X-A-N-A-X.
Lisa, I see you're cooking. Tell me what you're cooking.
I'm cooking chicken and fish.
Same backwards as forwards.
This is my helper, Ivory Thomas. We've been out here since 3 o'clock this morning, setting up and stuff.
Xanax is
Every year, we from here. Every year we
alcohol
be
in
right
a
here.
pill, actually.
Right here for
A lot
Mardi
of
Gras.
sites
How
will
many
tell you
people would
that.
you say normally come to this area for you all?
Oh, we hundreds.
It pretty much does what alcohol does, but it does it
All friends and family?
without drinking.
All over right there.
Wow, it's just something like this to see so many people out, to be able to experience a good time with your family. How does that feel?
It feels
Some people
great 'cause
describe
my
it as
sister
feeling
from Greenwood,
fluffy.
Mississippi, Pastor Rosalind West
wow.
right here. She came
The first
down.
time I did it, that's how the guy described it.
Rosalind West
Yo,
from
look at the
Greenwood,
KISS people
Mississippi.
right here. It's pretty cool.
Imagine you're having a
The
good
upper
time.
right.
Having an awesome time.
Can I have a happy Mardi Gras?
Yes, happy Mardi Gras.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Reporting from Uptown, Shay O'Connor, WDSU News.
And Mardi Gras is for everyone in the city, and our local leaders and former leaders are also out enjoying the day. We caught up with some of them along the
is
route, so
dangerous,
hear what
though,
former
dude.
New Orleans Mayor Mitch
Very careful.
Landrieu says Fat Tuesday means to him.
You gotta have willpower. You gotta.
As the former mayor of New Orleans?
I think Mardi Gras, I'm a kid. I mean, I'm born and raised here. I've never missed
figure it
one. Mardi Gras really is a reflection to the rest of the world that our diversity is our
It's
strength.
really
Our
easy to
culture
start wanting to
is
take
really
more and
just an
more and more and more and more of
incredible gift to the world
it. They expect
that
people
only
to
New Orleans
do
can
that
give.
even.
And it's a beautiful demonstration of how great the city is and how its people are. So this is our gift to the world, and I hope they enjoy it because I'm certainly having a good time.
A lot of kids are taking it nowadays too, dude. They're getting out the streets. It's really popular.
It's amazing, and even like the weather is perfect. I mean, look at the crowds; they're beautiful. Everything's just flowing just perfectly.
I enjoy this side. I enjoy what I'm doing now in parish government. It's
So
been really
Xanax
rewarding,
Lollipop is
and
actually
to see
real.
everything
It's not a
in
street
Mardi Gras
thing.
season culminate with this today on a beautiful day is great.
Maybe I need to look more into it.
And of course, we do love seeing all of you and your families and friends along the parade route. Love seeing you guys having a good time. So as we go to break, here is a look at some of the pictures you sent to us through ULocal and WDSU.com.
Trippy. That's one of them. There, it's in the shape of a heart. What flavor is it? Yo, I've never seen one of those before. What? That's half a milligram too. That would that's enough to get. Like if you drank with this, it would be enough to really feel it. Actually, if it's a fresh one, fresh lollipop, whatever, fresh lollipop, and you have like 2 beers with that, and it would be like whoa, whoa, whoa. Man, back in the day, I used to get stupid with those things. You're taking multiple bars in a day, and drinking, and smoking. Bars 2 milligrams each. That's only half a milligram. And that's where it starts getting crazy. That's where like the physical dependence starts setting in. You have like severe withdrawal symptoms and die from it. Xanax or benzos and alcohol, the 2 main things you can die from in withdrawals. The seizures. Body doesn't know how to take all the GABA or whatever. It gets like numbed out, and then without the Xanax filling up the spaces in the neurons or whatever, it starts getting affected by like it oversensitizes the brain, because it's like if you're on Xanax for long enough, the brain is protected by the Xanax, so you don't feel as much pain. Well, then when the Xanax is taken away, if it's taken away abruptly, the brain can't take. It's like it's over sensationalized, where there's the sensations that it's getting there are like too much, and it's like start wigging out. Going to a seizure. It's true, man. Man. Klonopins are a different story. Klonopins are interesting too. I had a girlfriend who was on Klonopins, so I had my time with those at one point too.
Welcome back to Carnival Central.
Even
Happy
before
Mardi Gras.
her,
And
dude, I tried them when I was. Some dude had them. He was like, "I got these. I had never heard of them." He told me about them. I was like, "Oh, okay, whatever. I'll try those, I guess." And I remember I snorted them, and they were mentholated. They were like they were cool. They didn't burn. It was weird. It's not normal. But they're like, I think they're like a combination of Xanax and Valium, probably. Kind of a combination effect on them. They're really calming like Valium, and they last longer like Valium, but they also kind of have a little, they're a little more perky than Valium is, kind of like Xanax.
People, they love each other. It's just one
They're a little
big
more
giant
alert-minded
party,
than Valium.
and we
like
party
Xanax
to
is.
it all.
Can be.
What time did you guys get out here? 7 o'clock.
I think Xanax is more alert than Valium.
People just came
and
in
Klonopin.
like in 5 minutes. I was like, darn! How good is the turnout? Everybody is out here. Yeah. Everybody's enjoying themselves. Restaurants to eat right there. It's wonderful. Y'all come out to the West.
Dude, they have some that last for a week.
Come out to the East Bay.
Dude, here's what a lot of people don't know about. Like, there's this. Like, this is kind of wild, us having these lollipops, right? But what's wilder is that we're letting product be transported from China into our country in the guise of being plant food. They call them research chemicals, and kids are buying them. It's plant food. It says on it, not for ingestion. And some of these, I don't know if benzos, this one in particular, is doing the plant food thing, but with the forums that I was reading, people were able to get this stuff that could last a week. Like, you imagine taking a Valium or a Xanax and it lasts for 7 days, dude. But that's the dangers that surround that are pretty apparent, right? So, and not to mention that it hasn't been tested on humans to be on something like that for extended periods of time. But kids are playing with that stuff, dude. So that should be interesting to see what comes from that. And China's letting it happen. They know what they're doing, dude. They know exactly what they're doing. If we were doing that, we would know what we were doing too, dude, right? They're letting that stuff come in here intentionally because they want our youth to be on. They want us to be on that shit. I get our explanations. I have to hide the bottle whenever people come over. Oh, really? Damn, man. Crazy. Yeah. I used to hang out with those kind of people, man. I just had to stop hanging out with people. I've had people steal my pills before, actually. So, more than once. Like, I had somebody do it once when I got pulled over. They took advantage of the situation and went through my shit when the cops had me and took me. Got arrested. They took a whole bottle that time. Another time, I knocked out on their couch because I was on them, and I knocked out, and they went through my fucking pockets. They took them out of the bottle and put the jar back in my pocket. I was pretty knocked out though. That's the kind of so I've been there, dude. I was in another, like, I wasn't living here. That was a long time ago. Well, not very long time ago, but it was a decent while ago, man. Yeah, man, I've never done that. I've never stolen drugs from people. Like, I've taken alcohol out of my brother's bottle before and put water in it, and I feel bad about that to this day. Like, what was I thinking? I owe him some alcohol or something. But, like, to take someone's drug stash, that's just, wow. Bro, come on. It's harder to get than a bottle of vodka or something. It's a way bigger bitch to go through, possibly getting arrested or whatever. Or if you gotta explain that shit to my doctor now. Like, I've had postmen steal my bills before. So if you want to talk about, like, with the doctor, I've had that happen too. They straight take it and then scan it, and then it never arrived. They scanned it on my porch and took off with it. They're supposed to hand that to me. And it was the temp dude that did it. And if that happened 2 or 3 times now, or the one that's supposed to be handed to him, he ends up missing. Hey, what are you doing? I don't know, like, what's going on. Mildly infuriating. I have a tenant eat a whole Costco bottle of home after she asked after what? I don't get it. She kept coming back for more of them, or what? Hey, gum, how many times was she knocking at your door, dude? What's really going on? A tenant? Oh, she lives in your place with you? I was thinking like you owned an apartment complex or something, but she like probably lives in your place. You just go to your medicine cabinet and take them. I don't like taking that stuff, dude. I don't like taking stuff like Tylenol, aspirin, opiates even, like Vicodin, all that crap. I'm not a big fan of it. I used to be prescribed stuff, and I even have some still. Some Vicodins and some morphines, extended release morphines. So I know they last forever because they're extended release. They have some kind of special, they're made out of a special, it's like a waxy pill. So there's different types of pill compositions depending on what the pill's being used for. Of course, the extended release is a no-brainer that it's going to have like a waxy substance so that it digests more slowly. That's all it is. The time delay on the digestion of it, because it keeps it from disintegrating. Other pills like Demerol and Dilaudid are the opposite. They don't even have glues or binders in them. They're just really hard-pressed, crunchy pills, so that they're able to draw them up into a syringe and shoot them, because they don't have the liquid ampules. It's easier to ship them with the pill like that and a little water in it and just shoot it up like that. They don't have to filter it because it doesn't have anything that needs to be filtered. It's an instant pill to syringe type thing. But those are the opposite. Those morphine pills have like the opposite. They got a bunch of gunk and shit that you'd have to filter out if you wanted to shoot them. Probably another reason why they prescribed them. Harder to abuse them. Both in taking them whole or shooting them. Dude, nowadays people don't even want that stuff. They want the fentanyl. People are actually searching out fentanyl to take it. I didn't realize it was happening in numbers that is like. I thought the most people that were ODing on it were accidental overdoses. But it seems now that people are searching fentanyl out. And then other ones too, maybe. The ones that are stronger than fentanyl. Watching you have nothing to give to young people. So sad that you once did. What do you mean, man? Watching me. What did I, Am I supposed to be giving something to young people? Did I say I was? Why does that matter? Why do you want me to be doing stuff for young people? Why, is that what everyone's supposed to be? Just doing stuff for young people? That's all that matters is the young people? All I should ever care about are the young people? You must have kids or something. Well, somebody's got to care about the old people too, man. And the middle-aged people. How about that? Young people got plenty of people that want to write little kids books for them and shit. I'm not the one. Maybe you can be. Are you the one? Are you writing a kids book right now? Are you the one, Devin? Are you? Do you have a toddler in your lab? Get some more toddlers. You need to be surrounded by toddlers. Put them little the plastic different shapes to put in the. You gotta put the square. Gotta put the triangle. They're just around you, surrounding you, trying to. You are teaching them the blocks. You are the block master of the toddlers. Oh, they're just surrounding you in a circle. They're all still like. You're the one. Good chosen one, Devin. Dublin. There you say that. Watching you have nothing to give to young people. Sad that you once did. It doesn't make sense to me, dude. That doesn't even make sense to me. Why would you be sad about that? Why do you care? What's wrong with you, man? Are you getting delirious? Getting too old, maybe. Gotta watch out for that. Gotta take your mushrooms. You gotta take your proper mushroom maintenance plan. Look into it. The pack. That's what I got for him. How about that? I bet you weren't expecting that, were you? Dude, I follow a subreddit that's what is it? Kids are fucking stupid or something. What is it? Let me see. What's the name of it? It's something like that. Yeah, no, that actually is it. Kids are fucking stupid. So let's see what they got here. This is what we got on Kids Are Stupid. Look at, have you seen this one? She tries to smell the candle. The parents are stupid in that instance, though. Retarded parents. I'm sold on the parents being retarded on that one. I don't know what any of this is. Let's see. Kids burn sugarcane truck. Oh my god, they're working on the truck and the kids just went and lit it on fire. What the hell? Dude. You dude, look at this thing. It's got mud flaps on the front of the truck. Never seen that before. Damn, they tried to save it even. They couldn't save it. All that sugar cane, man. Wow. Fucking dumbass kids, man. That's probably like a whole season's crop or something. They just like... A lot of work had to be done because one dumbass kid with a match. See, I was responsible when I was playing with fire. I've only burned myself. I didn't burn like anybody else's property or anybody else. If I burned myself, hey, that's on me, dude. I didn't have to go to the hospital or anything. There's a whole subreddit that kids are stupid. I asked my cousin if he had batteries and he brought him some sockets.
For you, and WDSU reporters Courtney Williams and Brittany Werner join us live from the Marinade tonight, where the party, guys, is far from over.
That's right. Listen, guys, Brittany is on a water break, but listen, look at what I have right here. Oh my goodness, we got confetti going. Tell me, how long did it take to even put this together?
Been about 7 years in the making. Yeah.
7 years?
I add a little bit every year. Yeah.
Oh my good, give me a spin, spin around. Oh my goodness. Look at this. We have bubbles. Even his bubble machine is like covered and stuff. And then we got confetti going.
You got to go big or go home.
I love that. Go big or go home. And clearly you went all the way big. Tell me, how many years have you been doing this and coming here in the Marinade?
Over a decade now. We do this every year. We got our whole crew here. It's best day of the year. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Oh my goodness. Listen, almost every person that I spoke to here in the Marinade has told me that they do this every single year, and it's been forever. Listen, guys, confetti is everywhere. I mean, this is just so fun. Tell me, you mentioned all of your friends, y'all do this every year. I mean, did you even get to the parade?
No, now, this is, I mean, look around. This is where it's at. Yeah, for sure.
I love that. I love that. Come on, guys. Thank you so much.
I don't get it.
Let's party through.
I don't get it, actually.
Oh my goodness,
why
look at all this stuff happening
what
here.
people
Listen, guys,
do?
we're going to be here in the Marinade all day. We've been here since 8 o'clock.
Is it because they want some
The fun
penis?
does not stop. Sending it
Now
back to you
that-
guys in the studio.
I still
What an
understand.
amazing costume find.
penis.
Courtney, 7 years in the making, he said, to make that. It looked really good.
Yeah. Courtney can dance. You look great, Courtney. Having a great time out there. All right, let's turn now to our weather as we take a live look outside, another bird's eye view of St. Charles. And you can see all those tents. They're still going to cook and grill and just enjoy the night as we continue to have fun on Mardi Gras.
Yeah, the fun is definitely not stopping here, even if the parades have now wrapped up. So that's why we want to check in with meteorologist Devin Lucy. For everyone that is still out there having so much fun, the weather's really nice for them right now.
It is, but once that sun's fully down, those temperatures are going to get pretty chilly pretty quick. My question is, though, how many people have tomorrow off?
Everybody.
Yeah, well,
right? Everyone,
except
right?
for everybody here.
I'm just kidding.
We'll be with you.
Everybody is tomorrow off in New Orleans.
Really? Cam still showing those parades rolling and the truck parades. But take a look at what we have from above, too. We're getting close to a great sunset. What we did for a high today, 61. We started off in the 40s. So it was a chilly start, the overcast skies, temperatures in the 40s, a bit of a breeze. It was still a chilly day outside today. But once you got that bright sunshine out, things were much, much better. See, we have the satellite imagery, and we're going to see that we have a few banks of clouds that are rolling through still. And with that, we could have a number.
Bro, shut up. You always doing that, bro. You're getting all up in my grill, man. Shit, I'm doing something. That's when they do it. They make sure I'm doing something, and they like, get all up in my grill, dog. Mayorkas. 100 Mayorkas. What is going on with that? What happened? Or they went to recess. What? They never even came, did they? Dude. Maybe bullshit, dog. Just a gamer? Who said that? I'm just a gamer. What does that mean? You're just a chatter. You're just a typer. All you do is type. Type. Oh, they're talking to people.
Preston Shoppertown.
Tell me about what you have on the grill.
We got some
I just
chicken,
played games.
and some
You're an idiot.
burgers and hot dogs, things that we enjoy out here in New Orleans.
So how long have you been out flipping meat?
Been out here since 8 o'clock this morning. Man, we've been here.
How does it feel to be around so many amazing family members just enjoying yourself?
Oh, I love them. I love them. You see how they acting? Oh, yeah. They out here, we having a good time.
I'm the fool. I'm the clown. I'm everything. I'm the party. And I'm security.
He wants some dick in his butt. I can tell. That's what they do before they get it, where they want it, when they want it, how they want it.
Oh, New
Orleans, what part of New Orleans?
Right here in the east, out the east, baby.
In the butt.
Well, can I get a happy Mardi Gras, y'all?
You can't see what you're watching? That's because it's for me, not for you. You know what?
And the good times
Me
roll.
time.
Now to one of the most extravagant costume contests during Carnival season. WDSU reporter Cassie Sherm spoke to some of the contestants competing in this year's Bourbon Street Costume Awards. Cassie?
Hey everyone, Cassie Sherm here from the Bourbon Street Awards, and guys, the
Sherminator,
costumes,
what's up,
the details,
baby?
just incredible. Take a
she's
look at this.
sexy.
Crew Bertoni is here, and guys, how much detail goes into
no,
all
not that
this?
A lot of details, day and night, just kind of up designs and getting everything together, putting them together.
And how heavy are things like this?
They can range between 25 to 50 pounds, 60 pounds, depending on how much you add to them, you know? So yeah, a lot of work.
And what got you guys into this?
I got into this because I just enjoy Mardi Gras. I've been doing it my whole life, and literally it's just to preserve the gay carnival season and the history that we bring out every year.
I know a large crowd always comes for the Bourbon Street Awards. We always get super excited about it. I feel like this year the crowd's even gotten bigger.
It has. We've seen many of costumes out this year, and the crowd that way is just amazing, spectacular. It really is.
Are you guys enjoying Mardi Gras too, though?
Of course, always, always.
You can never have a bad time out here, right?
You are correct. Always a good time.
Well, perfect. Well, happy Mardi Gras, everyone. I'm going to send it back to you guys, and we're going to go check out some more costumes and get back to you guys in just a little bit. From the Bourbon Street Awards, I'm Cassie Sherm, WDSU News. Back to you.
All right, awesome, Cassie. Thanks. And if you missed any of today's coverage, don't you worry. You can find highlights from Mardi Gras 2024 on our website right now on WDSU.com. Now to some other stories making headlines today. The NOPD is making an arrest in a deadly traffic accident that happened overnight. 21-year-old Jeremy Lindsay was booked into the Orleans Parish Justice Center on charges of vehicular homicide and hit-and-run driving. This happened shortly after midnight near the intersection of North Claiborne Avenue and Poggers Street. Investigators say Lindsay hit a man near the intersection. He called 911 and began transporting the victim to the hospital when he met up with an EMS unit. The victim died on the way to the hospital.
Meantime, the NOPD also needs your help locating a person of interest in a homicide investigation in Treme. Detectives say the man that you see right here on your screen may have information in connection to a homicide that happened on February 9th near Orleans Avenue and North Galvez Street. He is not currently wanted on criminal charges in connection to this case. Police say a man was found unresponsive and pronounced dead at that scene. Anyone with any information on where this man might be is asked to call Crime Stoppers at 822-1111. All right, the celebrations continue on this Fat Tuesday.
And we have more carnival coverage ahead on the news at 5.
Enjoying the day.
What a beautiful day. It couldn't be any better. Look at the crowds. We're just celebrating New Orleans, celebrating Zulu. It's fun.
What are they celebrating? Being able to drink before noon?
Around 4 o'clock this morning.
Oh, this is just so great that everybody's here celebrating together, just having a great time, everybody getting along. It's just Love Fest. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Benson. Good seeing you as always.
She's too damn rich. Her family used to have slaves back in the day, for real. I can tell how she was talking. She was like, well, hello there. You know what I mean? Well, hello, darling. Got that tone. She got that tone. They used to be like Southern royalty at one point. Nice. Look at that. Look at that. I'm so tidy. I'm so tidy now. Dude. Oil spill. Oil spill in Trinidad. National emergency.
Vessel has apparently drifted upside down into Tobago's littoral zone.
Damn.
That vessel, we don't know who it belongs to. We have no idea where it came from.
Damn.
And we also don't know all that it contains. What we do know, it appears to be broken, having made contact here, and is leaking some kind of hydrocarbon that is fouling the water and the coastline.
That sucks, man. There's so many, some random shit just floated up, bro. God damn. Crazy out here. People are losing their ships. They just didn't want any more. Maybe. We're tired of having it. No more ship for me. You can have it. You can have my ship now, Tobago. It's your ship. Right, whatever. I can't even imagine wanting to be in the parade.
Happy Mardi Gras, truly the best. And over in Jefferson Parish, we were seeing triple as the WDSU sports team. They all had the same idea for costumes this year.
Yes, they did. So Fletcher Mackle, Kendall Duncan, and Sharif Ishak, or Kimoki, join us now with a look at the parades in Metairie and the Cajun Critter making a special appearance.
All right, welcome into Metairie. Kendall Duncan joined by Sharif Ishak and Fletcher Mackle. Kimoki. But a very successful day here in Metairie, Argus 2024. I'm still standing. A nod to Elton John. Great day here. 25 floats, over 500 riders in Argus. Of course, so many fun throws. Awesome day in Metairie.
Hey, look, we're all still standing.
It
started kind of cold, gloomy. Sun came
out.
Great day for everyone that was involved in the parade, especially the King and Queen, Tim Hudson and Alex.
That have provided insights to groups.
Trying to get more training.
On behalf of them, the U.S. has the world's most comprehensive governmental effort to fight human trafficking, and this law is the reason why. It is the blueprint for comprehensive action at home and abroad. Updating and reauthorizing the act is essential to maintaining America's leadership. The United States Conference of Catholic Bishops strongly endorsed the legislation and asked Congress to approve the measure without further delay, quote unquote, and went on to say we must unite to identify and address conditions that lead to human trafficking and promote efforts to prevent it, said Bishop Mark Seitz. And a great big thank you to Kenneth Morris. Now, this man is the great-great-grandson of Frederick Douglass and the great-great-grandson of Booker T. Washington. He runs a group called the Family Initiatives, and he has been of such a great source and an inspiration for this legislation. He has said that this legislation, named after his ancestor, emphasizes education and resilience as effective means to prevent human trafficking among children, prevent re-trafficking of survivors, and provide support and hope to survivors in their journeys towards self-empowerment. Mr. Morris goes on to say, in the words of my great-great-grandfather and great American abolitionist Frederick Douglass, quote, enslavement is a scourge on humanity, and that to expose it is to kill it. Slavery is one of the monsters of darkness to whom the light of truth is death. Expose slavery, he goes on to say, and it dies. This wisdom, he goes on to say, is in the form of human trafficking, which is modern-day slavery. Since 2008, he points out that they have helped and trained 60,000 adults and 500,000 children in the skills of keeping themselves safe from harm. This legislation has provisions in it to make our young people situationally aware from elementary and secondary school so that everyone knows what the traffickers do, how horrible their schemes are, their nefarious organizations, what they do with drugs and other ways of enticing young people, and next thing you know, they are trafficked and they're in modern-day slavery. Let me also point out that the bill seeks to promote, as I said, situational awareness. It also authorizes survivors' employment, housing, and education programs, authorizes a program for housing. You know, one of the things we find is that a woman or a man, but most are women, are liberated. Where do they go? They need help. And we do have programs in existence. This will redirect some of those funds to help them get a house, a home, so that they are less likely and less vulnerable to being re-trafficked. It makes scalable programs through training of the trainers in collaboration with Internet Crimes Against Children's Task Force. It encourages the use of prevention efforts to include accessible, age-appropriate, and trauma-informed approaches for USAID beneficiaries, and further incorporates counter-trafficking efforts across our development portfolio. We know for a fact that is a problem in developing countries where sometimes even the peacekeepers engage. I had hearings and worked on, and there was just another one the other day that John James chaired about peacekeepers. The fact that sometimes they become the ones who engage in trafficking and abuse young people. It streamlines statutory language for Tier 2 watch lists, reauthorizes the state office to monitor and combat trafficking. There's also language in about organ harvesting. Last March, we passed legislation to provide, to really combat this horrible organ harvesting debacle, where especially China, are killing average age 28 years old in whether it be Falun Gong or Uyghurs to steal their hearts and lungs and livers, especially livers. And unfortunately, it's a big business for the Chinese Communist Party. So we put language in this
stealing
that will be
people's
part of the
livers,
tip
man.
report. It also
Especially
reauthorizes the International Megas Law. Now, what's that?
Damn.
Back in 1994, a little girl who used to be in my district, Hamilton Township, New Jersey, was killed by a convicted pedophile out of prison, lived across the street, and buried her after horribly abusing her. Well, every state, every one of our states has a Megan's Law, and they work really, really well. We found that many of the convicted pedophiles get a passport and travel, child sex tourism. So we wrote a law.
Really?
And took 8 years to get passed. 3 times passed in the House. Senate wanted nothing to hear about it, but it finally got passed. And that says a number of things, including that before they travel, these individuals have to register with the U.S. government, and we inform the country of destination that they soon will be coming. If they want to say, no, you can't come in, well, that's exactly what happens. They don't get to go to that country. It's run by the Angel Watch Center. They do a magnificent job, and I want to thank them. The law is working. According to Homeland Security Investigations, HIS, the U.S. government has notified foreign governments of the planned travel of 27,679 covered sex offenders, and it has not been in effect that long. As late as
they probably have child sex shit going on there.
9,489 individuals who were convicted of sex crimes and children were denied, I say again, denied entry into those nations. So we've taken the secrecy out of traveling to some extent, and these countries are empowered to say, look who's coming.
I didn't even think about that shit
you're
when
not
I was
getting
out
in
there.
to abuse our children. So we also put language in it, frankly, that allows for stamping the passport to make sure that if they do lie and they get in, it's on the passport they are a covered sex offender.
I know the Tate brothers were getting in trouble for something to do with that.
The balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves.
He was using. They were supposed to be using underage kids for their.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 5856, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I was proud to help introduce this bipartisan bill alongside my good friend and one of the colleagues with whom I've worked closest in Congress, Representative Chris Smith of New Jersey, as well as my dear friend Representative Susan Wild, to reauthorize the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000. Congress has reauthorized this important bill several times in 2003, 2006, 2008, 2013, and most recently in 2019. This legislation serves as a reminder that Congress has long played and will continue to play a critical role in advancing U.S. interests and global efforts to combat and eliminate human trafficking. I want to thank Representative Smith for having authored the first modern U.S. anti-trafficking bill and its subsequent reauthorizations, and for his tireless work fighting to do the right thing to protect those who have been dehumanized by forced labor and sexual exploitation. We are deeply grateful for your leadership. We are also proud to partner with you, not only in elevating this issue, but also in saving lives and protecting vulnerable people around the world, which is what this legislation has done. Today, we build on the successes and the lessons learned over the last decades. This bill is a 5-year reauthorization of important counter-trafficking programs, and it also modernizes vital prevention, protection, and prosecution tools to eradicate this billion-dollar criminal enterprise and save countless lives from this egregious violation of human rights. This bill saves lives, and it is a bipartisan cause. It's not about politics. This is about doing the right thing. It is about our common humanity. And it is about protecting those who have been subjected to unspeakable crimes. I am very proud to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Oh, where is this? Oh, wait. Oh, this.
very beginning of the year. Chinese migrants are among the fastest growing group flowing into the country, according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection. COVID restrictions and China's current political climate believed to be some of the reasons behind that influx. Let's bring in Jim Desmond, the San Diego County supervisor who went to the border himself at the very beginning of the year. He says California has, quote, rolled out the welcome mat for illegal immigration. He joins us now. Good morning to you, Jim. Thanks for hopping on. I just want the sheer numbers that you have seen. I mean, more than 100,000 migrant encounters the last 4 months in San Diego County. You say migrants are taking the path of least resistance here. What do you mean by that?
Well, we are rolling out the red carpet, Marky. I mean, we give them free health care. We give them free, actually, we'll pay for their lawyers if they get deported here in San Diego County. And we give them free transportation. Once they get to San Diego, we give them free transportation to wherever it is they're going in the country. So, and the fact that we're a sanctuary state, just, why wouldn't somebody come here? And it's unfortunate. And I have been to that border crossing site, and I witnessed myself just people being dropped off and walking across, Border Patrol agents having their hands tied, and really, the people would walk right up to the Border Patrol agents on our side once they come through that hole in the border, and then ask for asylum and then be processed and come through. I think, unfortunately, the Biden administration is not upholding the current laws that we have, and with Texas and other places along the border, really clamping down, we're seeing a spike and an increase, and there are people from around the world. And like you said, there's been a big spike here lately in the number of Chinese coming across the border and making their way, right through the gaps that are there.
Yeah, and I also, when I was thinking about my interview with you yesterday, when I knew you were coming on, I was thinking to myself, it'd be one thing if you were the supervisor in a Texas county, right, where at least the governor has your back. Gavin Newsom, to your point, is now providing health insurance to 700,000 additional migrants. Crisis has skyrocketed under the Biden administration. So how are you supposed to stop the bleed?
Well, it's almost impossible. I'm trying to stop by getting other people elected here to Sacramento, our state capital, to make sure that we put laws in place that actually work. Because, we do have the laws. It's just we got to be able to enforce them. We've got embassies throughout the world for people to go to and apply for, to come and seek asylum and become U.S. citizens. But everybody just comes through the hole in the fence and to jump to the head of the line. And unfortunately, eventually they'll get amnesty, or once they're in the country, they don't show up for their hearings or their asylum hearings, which are usually years off. And so they just kind of blend in, and it's a lot easier path than actually following our laws that we have not been enforcing. And I think that's really the crux of the matter. I'm not even sure we need a wall. If we just enforce our laws, that would be the best effort that we, I think, could do to get a handle on this.
And
we're just taking more people than we can handle.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about, that hole that you've seen, that you have found. Let's touch on that. It's a 4-foot gap in the border fence just 60 miles east of San Diego, I believe. Chinese migrants discovered it with the help of TikTok, of all places and platforms. You saw the hole yourself. Describe that hole and what's been done to deter or block them from entering it. Is anybody patching it up?
Well, it's basically it's that large fence that you see, that big brown fence, and then it comes up to a mountain, basically a large hill, and the fence itself doesn't make the hill or go up the hill. It stops, and there's barbed wire wrapped around the couple of posts at the end right there where you see it. There's barbed wire and things like that, but it's easily, somebody with a pair of wire cutters could just come right through, and that's basically what has happened. When I went and saw it, there was, it was just cut. And one thing was kind of ironic is just as soon as you get to our side of the border, there's a pile of garbage and trash that as soon as people come right through that hole. And when we looked through it a little bit, it's mostly ripped up passports from around the world. Now, why that is, I'm not really sure, but maybe the people don't want to be identified from where they came from. But there's a big pile of ripped up passports right as soon as they come in. You can see that little trash pile there. And I thought that was ironic. But and Border Patrol was there. We watched people being dropped off. Border Patrol didn't and couldn't actually stop them from coming across.
Yeah.
They can only process them.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. Also, don't forget to click that red
Reserve the balance of our time. I'm ready to close when my friend and colleague. And I do thank you for her comments tonight.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. The Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act builds on the decades of efforts to combat human trafficking, modernizing prevention, protection, and prosecution tools. This 5-year reauthorization of counter-trafficking programs will be critical for U.S. efforts around the globe to eliminate the human trafficking industry. I want to thank again my good friend, Representative Chris Smith, for his lifetime of work on this issue. It has made a real difference, and this reauthorization will continue to make a difference for years to come by building on the lessons learned since he first introduced the first modern anti-trafficking bill in 2000. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 5856, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina yields. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my good friend and colleague. We have worked together on so many human rights issues, including combating anti-Semitism and other important human rights issues and trafficking. She was a star when we had our hearings on this, and I want to thank her for her eloquent defense of the victims, as well as trying to stop the perpetrators of these horrible crimes. You know, at a congressional hearing, that's one of the ones I'm talking about right just now with my good friend and colleague that I chaired last May, a woman by the name of Gina Cavallo, an amazing, courageous woman from my home state of New Jersey, told us how she suffered unspeakable violence, including rape, beatings, coercive drug abuse, and other torture as her traffickers sold her like a commodity from one buyer to the other. She testified, and this is only a part of her testimony, but it goes right to the heart of what we're talking about. She testified it's so critical that survivors are heard. And she said that the Federal Douglass Act is a direct result of listening, and we listen to her and other human trafficking victims, and that's much of what we have here tonight has been informed by their insights. Gina Cavallo told us that she was a survivor of domestic violence and childhood abuse. That experience as a child led me, this is her talking now, to a place where I felt ashamed, unloved, rejected. It also led to me being trafficked. Forced fraud and coercion, she goes on to say, were all used by someone who pretended to be my friend, but ultimately abducted me into being trafficked for nearly 2 years. From the age of 18, I was prostituted and sold to the highest bidder and raped over and over and over again. She went on, my identity was taken, and I was given a new name. Sleep deprivation, threats of violence, pornography, drugs, and food were all used as punishment and reward, leading to my traffickers taking complete psychological control over me. Does this sound like anything that a young person dreams of for their future? Being stripped and robbed of your peace of mind and of your body, your humanity, your dignity, and your respect? I became, she goes on to say, a commodity to be used for others' gain. But I often blame myself for the situation, because I believed it was my fault. And I've heard, and I know my good friend Karen has heard this as well as other members of this chamber, so often the trafficking victims say, oh, it's my fault. It's not. They have been coerced, deceived, and drugged often into this terrible, terrible trafficking situation. She goes on to say, as a victim, I was taught to distrust my family and friends, and especially law enforcement. The more they isolated me, the more fear I felt, and the more control they gained, which is very intentional. It took decades for me to identify that I was a victim. I learned through counseling and by my continuous healing journey that what happened to me wasn't my fault. As a victim, I was left with a lifetime sentence, ruined relationship, addiction, hospital visits, suicide attempts, lack of jobs and education, and also left with shame and fear. In her testimony, Gina said, but what you especially can do as lawmakers is to ensure that every aspect of your work to end human trafficking that you put forward mandates widespread, survivor-informed, and trauma-informed training. She goes on, we need to create a safer country where people can come forward without stigma to reveal their experiences. No one should feel the double victimization of being trafficked, as well as feeling that they stay silent because of shame, fear, and not feeling safe. Today, Gina is a brave survivor with an indomitable spirit. She works in coalitions, including the New Jersey Coalition to End Human Trafficking and others, and speaks to many school assemblies. And believe me, when she speaks, those students listen. So in writing the Federal Douglass Act, we listened to her and others, and we were moved, and of course, it helped us to get it right. And again, that situational training that's at the core of this particular bill to make sure that our young people, I say to all my colleagues, there are curricula out there, and Frederick Douglass's foundation has curricula. Go to your schools, go to your police departments and say, please, will you take a look at this and have a day or two or more of training so that the young people, elementary, secondary age, and also applies to college and higher education, that they know how to defend themselves, and if they see a friend at risk, to intervene quickly before the traffickers get them on drugs and hurt them severely. I see we're pretty much out of time before the end of this time period, so I do yield back the balance of our time, and I urge a yes vote on this legislation.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5856 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being affirmative, this gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5856 as amended will be followed by 5-minute votes on the motion to reconsider House Resolution 863 and adoption of House Resolution 863 if ordered. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Deep within Asia, 1,000 years of frog farming, harvesting, and processing tradition have woven a fascinating narrative about this unique industry. With hundreds of millions of frogs nurtured and produced each year, the frog farming industry plays a crucial role in the livelihoods and economies of many Asian countries. Join us on a journey of exploration as we delve into the diversity and intricacies of the frog farming process. From tiny eggs to delectable frog legs gracing the dining table.
Damn, it's a beefy booty. Oh God, what's right now? It tastes like chicken though. They're pretty good.
Did you
ever had them?
Work together. This company has built a solid reputation within the export community and become a trusted partner for many importers.
They are the frog leg producers. Oh, frog ice cream, frog noodles, frog dumplings. You want some frog cookies, frog crackers, frog chocolate, frog pudding. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I didn't know you could do all that stuff with frogs. Did you? Huh. Wow, it's like they really figured it out there.
In the border battle tonight, the Texas Land Commissioner says the state has successfully blocked cartels from a small island on the southern border.
Chelsea Torres live in McAllen, Texas tonight, where agencies say this area is heavily used for smuggling. Chelsea, what are they telling you?
Sure, John, Christina, it was the Texas General Land Office along with Texas DPS and the Texas military who say since the state took over this island, they're able to eliminate all cartel activity. And this island is called Fronton Island. It spans about 170 acres. And according to the Texas Land Commission, she says that this area was actually considered lawless for many decades. And it really took some surveying to actually make sure that they could take hold of this island itself. The commissioner says cartels would use this island as a stepping stone between Mexico and Texas to traffic people and even smuggle guns and drugs. After the General Land Office did a survey, Texas was able to take over the island in November, immediately clearing brush and keeping Mexican cartels out with razor wire and anti-climb barriers. DPS has also placed a mobile command center and cameras so they can monitor this island 24/7.
It's literally a safe haven where American law enforcement couldn't step on it, Mexican law enforcement couldn't step on it. There were masses of humans coming across it every day. There were major caches of weapons and drugs there.
So the commissioner says that this is just one of 3 islands that the state has been able to take over to prevent the cartel from trafficking and smuggling. She does tell me that as of right now, they are not aware of any other islands that the cartel is using. In McAllen, Texas, Chelsea Torres, Fox 10 News.
Can't let it go to waste. What are you talking about? They're farming them. Like, what go to waste? The frogs? They want the flavor of the frog. They want to suck on the meat in the mouth. That's all it really boils down to, meat in their mouth. That's it. So it looks like they're going to pass this thing, whatever this is. But they're still dragging their feet on getting the impeaching thing, aren't they? Snail farming is good if you clean them. What's good about it? You used to be a snail farmer? You're a snail farmer, buddy. No, it's a different vote. I don't know, man. It's something about trafficking. This is all confusing because all the titles say that this is supposed to be about Alejandro Mayorkas, and they're all playing the same thing. Even Lookner. What's Lookner say it is? I could always look this up. HR 5856. To reauthorize the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 and for other purposes. That's what's happening right now. Why do they have to keep reauthorizing it? Why don't they just keep it in place? She said they've done it like 5 times. Oh. Who keeps removing it? Why do they remove it? And they're voting for some other stuff. They're voting for some child trafficking thing. Yeah. Nothing important. What is it? Child trafficking bill.
We found out a woman in her 70s has died after she was hit in the head by falling bricks. News 4's Erica Byfield live in Sunset Park with these breaking details. Erica.
You're gonna see they fell up. Oh, I see
now. In the
now.
last 15 minutes, we were speaking to people who knew this woman. They're devastated with this news of what happened here. If you take a look behind me, you get a better idea of what was happening. From what police are telling us, she was out here earlier today trying to clean off some of the snow from in front of her house when the facade of this building came crumbling down and crashed upon her. We talked to some other woman who told us that she walked up right about that time, and then she saw investigators when they got here on the scene trying to care for her. She also saw some other people with the FDNY trying to resuscitate her, but she said she knew instantly that woman was not going to make it. Take a look. Here's some video that we have from earlier in the scene as investigators are here on the scene. In addition to police and fire personnel, you have members of the Department of Buildings here trying to investigate, trying to better understand what happened. Off to my right now, I know you can't see it, but I see a cluster of 3 of those investigators here pointing up at this building, discussing what may have occurred here. In the meantime, we've seen a lot of people come over to this area. You can see them there. They're walking there in front of me, coming across in front of this building. A second ago, they had a tape measure out, and they were kind of measuring out this area. Obviously, they want answers as to what happened here. It was just here in front of this stoop where we met a woman just a short time ago who told us that she, of course, knew this woman. She was devastated by this news, and she said she saw her just last week, and they had a friendly chat, so she cannot believe that she's now gone. Listen to this.
Like, it's just like, piled in there.
I feel very sad.
Brownstown doing kind of weird on the inside of them.
We always talk, and I never asked her name.
Those are expensive too.
Never. I don't know.
Are there?
So back at here live, here is the scene. You can see members of the Red Cross are now here. They probably arrived within the last minute or two. I see their van here behind me. But of course, all the attention right now is in this area here where you see the steps where she was up on there, according to witnesses, trying to sweep away some of today's storm that had landed right here on her doorstep. And then tragically, some of those bricks, or it looks like a big piece of this facade, fell off and hit her in the head. And then she sadly passed away. But investigators, of course, are on the scene. Hopefully we'll get more answers shortly. In Brooklyn, Erica Byfield, News 4, New York.
Brownstone. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Is that what Lugner said? You cheated. Dancing with Mr. Brownstone? What does that mean? Oh, right on, man. Peace band. So be sure to drink your Ovaltine. Be sure to drink your Ovaltine tonight. Oh. You too, Mark. Thanks, man. Agenda free, man. Clarity. I think it's clarity. Very clear. 10 more minutes. Oh. Where's that? Man, I wish their time limit meant something. You know what I mean? Like they actually had to be done when it was done, and that was it. That's not it. Why isn't that it? Why does the clock matter? Asparagus. You know about that? Asparagus in a pouch, baby. Oh yeah. It's like I'm going out into the field now. I'm a field worker. Steamed and marinated asparagus snack. Costco had them. Otherwise I wouldn't try them probably. They are a little pickly. The ingredients are green asparagus, cayenne vinegar, salt, extra virgin olive oil, lime juice, citric acid, lime zest, garlic, basil, oregano, black ground pepper, parsley, rosemary, and thyme. I actually bought a ton of them. They're normally like 16 bucks for 10 of these little packs, something like that. I got like 35 boxes of 12 of them for $4 each. So I got a lot of asparagus back there. So if anything ever like happens, I got enough asparagus to live off of for a little while, at least, no matter what. They make a bunch of different ones. They have artichoke, cauliflower, I think. Maybe one more. Really good ingredients though, it's the first thing I noticed. For the price for that, they last for a year. I'm going to be eating asparagus a little bit every week though, at least. I dig that I can just pick it up whenever I want, like a light snack. It's only 15 calories. It's got 95 milligrams of sodium in each package, so that's something. If you're watching that. A gram of fiber. 1 gram of total sugar, no added sugar. 1 gram of protein. Nothing else really to note. Asparagus. I'm eating asparagus out of a pouch. Hashi. Yeah, it's super cheap. I'm not that rich to be eating hashi normally. see you. Nice to see you. Oh, he ate some when I wasn't looking. That's why he's all cleaning himself. Boy! Boy, I didn't even see that. Way him actually. Well, yeah, way him. Here we go, dog. Come here. Oh, well, yeah. What? Oh, you're good boy. Actually gained weight. Dude, that means he for sure went hypothyroidic whenever I reduced his heart medication. He had to have. Man, hopefully I didn't mess up his kidneys too bad. There's a month of it. Well, it did because all kidney damage is zero. You can't reverse it, so that's a bummer. No, it's just to consider him being impeached. They're going to argue about it some more. And they're going to vote on it. Right? That means they're going to vote now.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition? The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
So this is a 1. Hey. Hey, what's up, weird? Whoa. Whoa. Louder than I thought it was. Is that bad? Oh, yeah. They do this stupid shit on purpose, dude. Whoever person slept to vote is like getting off on the fact that they get to vote last or something. He's edging right now, like about this spooge load with his vote button. I'm the one. Do you guys all remember I'm the one? I'm the last one that did it. I'm the guy. Why do they do this kind of dumb shit to us, dude? Uh-oh, there it is. Jays have it. But it's gonna tie up again like a fucking stupid NBA game or something over here. And how long do they realistically have to get to stop voting? 5 minutes past the 5 minutes?
Laser 213. The resolution is adopted.
So what's that mean?
Pursuant to Section 2A of House Resolution 996, House Resolution 995 is hereby adopted.
What's that mean? He's impeached? Now what? We need an explanation there, buddy. Is that him up there? He's gonna get impeached right now. He's just gonna go on the stage and he's gonna be like, okay, well, you guys have a good day. There's a bald dude up there, I can't tell. Hey, thanks for being here, everybody. All you people, wherever you're at. Yep, thank you, man. Oh, what? It's kind of surreal that this is going on at the same time. The mic sucks. Come out. You like this one better? better. I'm coming for you. Did he mean he's nutting?
The House will be in order.
Is he talking about splooging? I never realized that until right now.
Outside. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members, move your conversations outside. Thank you.
Yeah, you tell him. He's running shit today. What's going on? Is somebody off or something? Why is he acting like he's the speaker now?
The House will be in order. First one. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
Oh, that was the vote to argue.
Seek recognition.
What is it? Now they're going to argue about it. They didn't even impeach him yet, did they?
The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Almost sex is sin, dude, by the way. The guy's poster says it.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of Rich Kelly of Center County.
That thing. You got the bolo.
Rich was a tireless advocate for emergency service in Center County, and he never wavered on his dedication to helping others.
You got the shoulder-looking leather pieces.
Health system in 1991, working his way up to EMS manager.
Oklahoma.
He was responsible for the significant development growth of the department and EMS in the region. Over the years, he also served as Center County Coroner, Executive Director.
What's happening? Is it over? And what now? What's the next step with it? Did he get impeached or not? I guess he's been impeached. He's been impeached, it says. House Republicans impeach him. So what now?
House Republicans are posed to try again tonight.
Interesting. 2 Democrats didn't vote. Wonder which ones. Why don't they just tell us which 2 Democrats didn't vote? Why do they put 2 Democrats without telling us which 2? Huh? That's some dumb shit. They don't know either? Why don't we know? That should all be transparent. It should be up on a board for everybody to see who didn't vote, who did vote, who voted for what, everything, all the votes. It would be tallied up. We should know everything right now. What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? What's now though? What happened? We're down. After being impeached, Mayorkas will now face a trial in the Democratic-controlled Senate, where a 2/3 majority vote will be needed to convict or remove him from office, which is very unlikely to happen. Yeah, okay. That is a complete fucking waste of time then, actually. They all knew it. They all knew it, dude. Yeah. Now what? What they're talking about.
Spoke about the impeachment vote. He was not in favor of it. So now this speaker is not speaking about the impeachment vote. I think they're speaking for like a minute each, but I want to keep my eye on this because maybe the next speaker will speak about the impeachment vote.
Like the next speaker will be Marjorie Taylor Greene. But they're going pretty
fast here, so I got to keep my eye on it.
Just been working out lately.
The New York Times says it was not immediately clear whether senators would hold a trial to consider the articles of impeachment or vote to dismiss them.
Does he actually have a TV behind him now?
The New York Times article I was just reading says the charges against Mayorkas, the impeachment charges,
does he actually have a TV behind him that has that
by failing to identify any such offense.
No. No, it's still green screen.
They said the action put Mr. Mayorkas in the company of past presidents and administration officials who have been impeached on allegations of personal corruption and other wrongdoing, but the charges against him broke with history by failing to identify any such offense. Instead, effectively declaring the policy choices Mr. Mayorkas had carried out as a constitutional crime.
Smart.
Hey, hold on a second. Let me just get this on the screen here. Hold on.
Dude, green screen really does suck.
Got to switch things up.
For 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we mark the first anniversary of the shooting at Michigan State University that took the lives of Ariel Anderson, Brian Fraser, and Alexandria Verner.
All right, so that the speaking the
campus in East Lansing where I saw.
This is again this speaker is not talking about the impeachment either.
What is this?
The Israeli military saying that it has footage showing a Hamas leader inside a tunnel below southern Gaza. The IDF just a short time ago releasing this video. Now watch it. They say that this was taken back in October, allegedly showing Yahya Sinwar and his family fleeing from troops underground. Israel has publicly accused Sinwar of being the mastermind behind the October 7th attack. In the meantime, CIA Director Bill Burns is in Cairo today for negotiations alongside a delegation from Israel and Egyptian and officials from Qatar as well. This is all to discuss a possible truce in Gaza to try and release the remaining hostages that are being held by Hamas. Of course, this comes on the heels of a stern rejection from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over proposed framework for that new deal with Hamas. He's insisted, vowing to press ahead with his military offensive across Gaza until reaching what he calls total victory. This comes ahead of an expected ground invasion in Rafah, where over 1 million Palestinians have sought refuge away from all of this fighting. ABC News foreign correspondent Marcus Moore is in Tel Aviv now with more on this. So, Marcus, let's start right away here with the video. What is the Israeli military saying about this video and what it means in terms of their efforts to find Sinwar?
Well, Kana, hello to you. This is the video, according to Israeli Defense Force officials. They say not only shows the network of tunnels that Hamas members have been using to evade capture, and also they say to carry out attacks. But they also seem to be wanting to juxtapose the image of this leader of the Hamas organization, who they say orchestrated the October 7th attacks, him fleeing the area, fleeing capture, while people up above were suffering or have been suffering. They have, in that release, talked about how they also found areas that, a safe area where Sinwar apparently fled to in the days after the October 7th attacks, and that those areas had services along with food and also money. So the video, Kana, they say, shows that the organization, where they keep all of this and where those senior officials are operating, and also where they may be hiding.
And Marcus, let's talk about these negotiations that are happening right now. President Biden said yesterday at this meeting with the King of Jordan that key elements of a deal in Gaza are at least on the table. What is the status of that now?
Yeah, well, we know that the negotiations are apparently ongoing, and that there are several parties that are part of this, including a delegation from Israel, and that is an encouraging sign, especially for the families, Kana, as you know, who have been waiting for word on their loved ones. But in terms of specific progress that may or may not be having been made so far, we don't know at this point, but these are negotiations that could go on for several days. But it does, Kana, give some bit of hope.
All right, Marcus Moore in Tel Aviv. Our thanks as always to you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
What you doing, baby?
Except for everybody here,
I'm just kidding.
We'll be with you.
I just made that up.
Hopefully you
Could that be a hit?
okay. LCNC Health Cam, the Turo Cam, still
okay.
showing those parades
Put
rolling,
it in rotation.
the truck parades. But take a look at what we have from above too. We're getting close to a great sunset. What we did for
Wow,
high
is that
today,
really what the
61.
sky looked like?
We started off in the
Looks
40s, so
gay.
it was a chilly start. The overcast skies, temperatures
Everything's
in the
turning
40s,
gay,
bit of a
dude.
breeze.
Even the
It was still a
sunset.
chilly day outside
Dang
today.
it.
But once you got that bright sunshine out, things were much better.
Man.
See, we have the satellite imagery, and we're going to see that we have a few banks of clouds that are rolling through still. And with that, we could have a number being done on some of those clouds here this evening. With those clouds rolling through, it'll hold temperatures down just a bit. So what are we talking about with the real-time temperatures at this point? We're going to see that we're into around 60 degrees in many cases. There are a few upper 50s in Raceland, at Belle Chase, the lakefront there at all at 59. Covington still standing at 60. Bogalusa at 59. When we look ahead for the next 12 hours, though, and for the Mardi Gras forecast in the French Quarter tonight, I still say mostly clear, but may have to put that as partly cloudy. Temperatures will be to the 40s before you know it. We'll track some warmer days, and then our next round of rain. We'll let you know when that's here in just a few minutes.
And today, crowds made their way out to the parade route early this morning to claim their favorite spot this carnival season. WDSU reporter Shay O'Connor spent the day on St. Charles Avenue and joins us now with reaction from parade goers.
I'm going in, guys. Cover me. Cover me.
Tell me, what made you come out today?
You know, we got the best chef in New Orleans right here on the grill. He throwing it down all morning, all day, all weekend, really. He been throwing it down for real.
So I'm talking about, what's your name?
Preston Shabatow.
Tell me about what you have on the grill.
We got some barbecue chicken and some burgers and hot dogs, things that we enjoy out here in New Orleans.
So how long have you been out flipping meat?
Been out here since 8 o'clock this morning.
Man, we've been here. How does it feel to be around so many amazing family members just enjoying yourself?
Oh, I love them. I love them. You see how they acting? Oh, yeah. They out here, we having a good time.
I'm the fool, I'm the clown, I'm everything, I'm the party, and I'm security, you heard me? And I'm the president of the United States, baby.
Where y'all from?
I'm from Houston.
Well, y'all here. We right here.
All day.
New Orleans, what part of New Orleans?
Right here in the east, out the east, baby.
Well, can I get a happy Mardi Gras, y'all? 3, 2, 1.
Happy Mardi Gras!
There you have it.
And the good times roll. Now to one of the most extravagant costume contests during carnival season. WDSU reporter Cassie Sherm spoke to some of the contestants competing in this year's
still doing this?
Street Costume Award.
Thank you for joining us.
Look at this. I got like an AA meeting setup going on.
Hi, sweetie. Our Miss Katie. Hi, Amazon rainforest. Thank you so much, Brazil. Appreciate you being with us. This is the J6 Vigil.
I wouldn't even stream on YouTube, but everybody wants to be on YouTube. I would stream on.
Why does he piss me off so much when he talks, dude? Idiot. He sounds like such a fucking moron. I think that's what bothers me a little bit.
Yes, please. I thought that you had said that you
it's like you got
to this phone, but I didn't see it.
hit in the head or something.
Everybody needs to get a rumble.
Wrapped up in some other stuff. Vote for Mayorkas was 216 yay and 215 no.
You don't know what I'm talking about, apparently.
Find out the names of the Republicans who voted no. Katrina, hey Mark. He's going to be... Hey, Grod. Thanks for joining us.
It's real easy, Marlene. It's just the same thing.
Hi, Priscilla. I'm glad you made it, darling. We're about to have our Zoom call prayer. Thank you all for joining us tonight for the J6 Vigil.
There you go, Tara Ray. See, Tara Ray found us. We're there.
We are. I was just letting it.
I'm going to bring you.
The 5 cheese, and then the pizza I like the Tombstone, the 5 cheese, and then I like put my own stuff on top of the stuff, and you know, I don't like to buy them the pre-made pepperoni.
It builds up to it. Then you're like,
I like
what?
those 5 cheese, and you can put your own stuff on it. Sometimes I'll cook the pizza and then I'll fry some eggs and put them on there and have pizza eggs for breakfast.
That's different.
Yeah, you know, we all irritate someone. It's true. The pizza I like
egg pizza. He likes egg pizza. That's really what that one was about. Oh, what's this one? Oh, there's another one with him. Oh, it's when a bird landed on his phone when he walked away. Remember that? It was 4:55 in the morning my time, and I called that. 4:55 in the morning, I used to get up with these fucking people. I was already up, man, in here, catching shit. That's crazy. Who am I even watching? Oh, it's him. He titled it Test. Isn't that neat, though? A bird landed on a streaming camera. Hardly anybody caught it. How often do you think that happens? Pretty cool. It was chirping while it was there too.
Put your hedge of protection over all of our J6ers, Lord, because they need it. They're suffering. And each and every one of them rely on you, Lord, to bring them through this, because they know that through you, that they have a greater purpose. And in their suffering, their purpose will be shown. Lord, we thank you.
There's another storm one.
For bringing us here tonight and giving our J6ers a voice. We also ask that you take.
I don't have much free time. And you say, oh, he's just sitting there. No, I'm not. I'm looking at people. I don't have much free time. And you say, oh, he's just sitting there. No, I'm not. I'm looking at people. I don't have much free time. And you say, oh, he's just sitting there. No, I'm not. I'm looking at people. I don't have much free time. And you say, oh, he's just sitting there. No, I'm not. I'm looking at people.
How do I have all these clips, dude? How do I have it on Twitch and I was making it on YouTube over here? Oh, that's right. I would do that. I would clip it. I would do both, dude. That was smart, though. I'm glad I did that because he made it so all these got deleted. All these clips I did on YouTube, they got taken from me. So yeah, I still have the Twitch ones, though. I'm saying, you try to take all that shit from me. You didn't like it. You didn't like me clipping him saying shit. They were acting like they were doing something out there because they were looking at people. I don't know if he was being sarcastic or what, man. Oh, this is when he dropped the flag. This is when he didn't give a shit about the flag. Oh, I got you, motherfucker. I got him. I got all his little. He tried to get.
Justice in DC.
He tried to get all these from me, dude. He actually did, but I still got them. This is where a flag falls over behind him, and he looks at it, and then he looks back at his coffee, and then ends up walking away from everything. He said, I'll get that chair in a second, it sounded like.
You need to get on the megaphone.
I know, I will. You want me to? I will.
And the homeless lady picked it up for him.
Are you sure? I don't want to piss anyone off.
Carry your camera and you get on it.
Oh gosh, okay. You're going to get me in more trouble than I'm already in. We need a Patriot.
Chair down.
You can see I was clipping it here on YouTube also. But that got taken. Oh, look, we were even watching Korean. I just realized. There. Bro, I got history. I got history over here.
About 30 minutes. I thought it was snowing this morning. But then it looks like the weather turned pretty good.
It's a little sleety this morning, but it's not too bad tonight. It's warmed up considerably, and we have a nice group out.
Should I make some of the Antifa streams public now that I'm demonetized and who gives a shit?
Kind of getting to know each other, and that was fun. I had 4 books denied today because they were hardback, which is too bad. It just is what it is. And then something happened to me today. I had money taken off my tablet. It says deposit, but it went negative. So I've never seen
There's hundreds of them.
Else in here never seen that. So GTL, if you're listening,
I mean, I do every day, but I would list them every day.
Somebody would make a deposit and it would go in the negative. So, anyways, it's really weird.
That's very strange.
Bunch of weird stuff. Huh?
So, who are the new people?
So we've got Gracie and we got I don't remember the names. The 2 boys from down in Florida that got arrested on January 6th.
Hutchinson and Bullock.
Yes, I think that's right.
What is this? What am I smoking on?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's in the last couple of weeks the pod has had.
I don't remember.
So it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun meeting all these new people and you know, it's just so interesting.
Randy Watson, that's it. Randy Watson. This is the weird name. It doesn't make any sense. Who the hell is Randy Watson?
You know, I definitely would not call this a homogenous group. Everybody's from different parts of the country. Everybody kind of has different feelings about things, but you know,
it has an old school flavor to it.
That, we would really like Donald Trump to win the next election.
Amen.
Amen. Anyways, a couple things I saw in the news today. First and foremost is There's a video out on the January 6th pipe bomber. Apparently that pipe bomb may not have been sitting out all night long, like we were told earlier. So that's one interesting tidbit. I think Julie Kelly broke that story with a video clip. And then I also saw that Peter Schweitzer,
Tier 1. That is Tier 1.
I think one other co-author posted something that most of us listening may have already known.
It's not clear. It's really dark. Look, I see a picture of it.
Proactively went to the Five Eyes countries and gave them a list of people to spy on in Donald Trump's orbit so that they could get a referral back, which would then create the impetus to get a warrant to spy. Which means they essentially found a loophole in spying on American citizens using the technology that our countries collectively use. Right. That has long been rumored. That has been known by people like Dan Bongino and others who have written about it. But now it seems that the limited hangout has expanded to include that. So this is another
one of those like sugar, a little greenish tint to it.
Back and we go, wow.
Delicious,
Here we have Joe Biden, who in the Washington Post, I showed one of the guards this morning, kind of laughing. It's like, oh look, Trump's still trying to claim some presidential immunity on the front page, and then here's this other article that says, by the way, Joe Biden came into office as a criminal, but we're not going to charge him because he has a bad memory, he's not competent to stand trial. And I'm like, do you see what's happening
most expensive stuff isn't that dark. It's interesting.
I was like, this is just getting to be absolutely insane.
Most Tier 1, which is their more expensive stuff.
Here because, just in a very brief overview,
I'm getting near the end of my batch,
right?
so it's the higher end stuff now.
At the end of the day, I think that most Americans know, and everybody I know listening here knows that the January 6th cause will be vindicated. And the thing that I really hope for is that we have some serious accountability. Hey, Mike Johnson, where are those tapes? Why are we still waiting for those tapes?
The only stuff I have left is Tier 1, actually.
How much more do we need, right? How much more do we need? So.
Well, we need 44,000.
Slow my roll on it a little bit.
That's right.
We need 44,000.
Maybe I'll quit when it's all gone.
We need everybody to go home while we process through that and decide what it is that we're looking at is what needs to happen. So, but we can all just wish, right? Right, guys? We can all just wish. I wanted to.
Welcome, Jerry. I appreciate you being here.
Say that again.
I was just going to say, I hate the saying wrong place, wrong time, because it was absolutely the right place, and it was absolutely the right time. And had the government not decided to entrap you and attack you as citizens exercising your First Amendment rights, then, a lot of the actions that happened that day would not have happened. But I don't feel like it was the wrong place or the
Do they
wrong
talk
time.
about the same thing every day or what?
Right place. Absolutely.
What, I mean,
that's right.
Does it change? Does something change?
Let me clarify my
What would
statement.
change?
I wish that we all would have stayed 30 feet further back. Let's put it that way, right? I wish that there that all that the media would have been able to catch was them putting, chemical spray into the crowd and the
Maybe
things
they
that
get
many of the
new
men in here
inmates.
know happened first, right? I wish that those things had been the only things that had happened that day. So when I say that statement, I don't mean not in DC, not on January 6th. I kind of more mean I wish we all just could have stayed 30 feet back, and then it would have truly been what was intended by peaceful, patriotically making our voices heard. And it is what it is. Nobody can go back and unspill the milk, but that's that. I wanted to share something tonight. I wrote another little piece, and this is gonna be a 3-part series that I'm gonna share with you guys. And this one's titled "The Wisdom of Fountainhead." So I recently, while I was in here, read Atlas Shrugged, and I was very moved by it. It was one of those things where I felt like when the student is ready, the teacher will come. I spent a lifetime trying to learn a lot of lessons, and then when I see another author has written it in such perfect words, she took 1,000 pages to do it, but she expressed something that I've been trying to say for a long time. And my former podcast, The Peasant's Perspective, hundreds and hundreds of hours to talk about what she was able to talk about in that book. And then I recently read her first work, which was The Fountainhead, and same thing there. I was very impressed by it, and so I wanted to, kind of like I did with Common Sense, I wanted to share this with you guys.
All right.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Sometimes you spend a lifetime, in my case 40 years in the wilderness, trying to distill your experiences and life lessons to a concise, coherent grouping of words to convey a wisdom and meaning that has taken the whole life lifetime to develop and discover. Then, as the greatest discovery is made, you encounter others who have expressed in better sentiment the things that took your life to discern. Amongst the noise of voices pulling souls in every direction, as happened many times, as soon as the student, in this case me, was ready, the teacher appears. Ayn Rand has put her philosophy of objectivism into her epic works, The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, where she explains the deepest meanings of life. I would like to distill for you, the listener or reader of this work, a few highlights from her work, The Fountainhead. For those familiar with my work,
what's that do with the alarm going off, man? That's annoying.
Will ring true. May these words echo in your life.
Spray one of the counter protesters.
From the mind of Ayn Rand through her character Howard
just
Ward,
annoying.
The second-hander is explained. The root of every despicable action, not selfishness, but precisely the absence of self. Look at them. The man who cheats and lies but preserves a respectable front. He knows himself to be dishonest, but others think he's honest and he deserves self-respect. From that, second hand. The man who takes credit for an achievement which is not his own. He knows himself to be mediocre, but he's great in the eyes of others. The frustrated wretch who professes love for the inferior and beams in those less endowed. In order to establish his own superiority by comparison, the man whose sole aim is to make money.
How long are they going to let this guy read?
If a man wants it for a personal purpose, to invest it in his industry, to create, to study, to travel, to enjoy luxuries, he's completely moral. But the
this has become the prison
go much beyond that.
hotline.
Luxury is a limited endeavor. What they want is
starting to pay just to talk on the radio.
To stun, to entertain, to impress others. They're second-handers. To see the difference in behavior today between a creator or a second-hander can be examined in the work of The Millionaire Next Door, which explains through study and observation the difference between high-income earners and high-net-worth individuals, what they do and how they make their money, and how they keep their money, and what motivates them to make it. Continuing with Rand, a true selfish man cannot be affected by the approval of others. He doesn't need it. It's so hard to stand on one's own record. You can fake virtue for an audience. You can't fake it in your own eyes. Your ego is the strictest judge. It's simple to seek substitutes for competence. Such easy substitutes. Love, charity, but there is no substitute for competence. That precisely is the deadliness of second-handers. They have no concern for facts, ideas, work. They're concerned only with other people. They don't ask, is this true? They ask, is this what others think is true? Not to judge, but to repeat. Not to do, but to give the impression of doing. Not creation, but show. Not ability, but friendship. Not merit, but pull. What would happen to the world without those who think, who do,
is he gonna get to read?
Work, and produce? These are the egotists. You don't think through another's brain, and you don't work through another's hands. When you suspend your faculty of independent judgment,
you should work for
suspend
Audible.
Consciousness. To stop consciousness is to stop life. Second-handers have no sense of reality. Their reality is not within.
Have you ever wanted to have a book read to you by a prisoner? Well, now you can. With Audible's new,
but a relation anchored in nothing.
With Audible's new program,
the flaw of committees, describing them as, quote, men
you can get just that.
Opinion without a rational process,
for $9.99 a month.
Power without
You can have any book read to you by a federal prisoner.
In every other living person. It's
you pick the crime.
And you can't reason with him. He's not open to reason. You can't speak to him. You can't hear.
The book.
You're tired, but empty. You're tired by an empty bench. A blindness running amok to crush you with such a purpose. A committee, council, or legislator creates a situation where no one person can own a decision, good or bad. No one can be blamed or rewarded.
Would you pay for the service?
And no one
have a book read to you by a prisoner, but they read it perfectly.
Can use their role in a matter. In the name of democracy and democratic values, truth can be rewritten. Rand elaborates. Notice how they accept anything.
Some of them are tweaking them, and you can tell when they're reading.
They recognize him at once by instinct. There's a special, insidious kind of hatred for him. They forgive criminals. They admire dictators. Crime and violence are a tie, a form of mutual dependence. They meet ties. They've got
you know this the one line.
On every single person.
Get some self-help book or something to the masses so they can get some help. He's teaching people how to get help, how to help themselves while he's locked up in federal prison. That's really happening right now.
They know they're afraid. That's because some sense of dignity always remains.
He's trying to get everybody to wake up and be better people.
Themselves and others.
He's the one to do that.
Men have accepted it in the only way it could be accepted, by seeking self-esteem through others, by living secondhand, and it has opened the way for every kind of horror. It has become the dreadful form of self-enshriners, selfishness, which is a truly selflessness.
Why not take advice from a federal prisoner?
Selfish man couldn't have conceived. And now to cure a world perishing from my writing.
You're fine.
Selfishness. You're asking
He wrote
to destroy.
that?
Selflessness. You're asking to destroy
that
self.
with his hand?
Listen to what is being preached today.
Why?
Look at everyone around us. You've wondered why they suffer, why they seek happiness and never find it. If any man stops and asks himself whether he's ever held a truly personal
Well, I mean, they're going to have payphones, regardless.
His wishes, his efforts, his dreams, his ambitions are
And I think they're talking on payphone.
by other men. He's not really struggling even for material wealth before the second-hand delusion, prestige, a stamp of approval. Not his own. He can find no joy in the struggle and no joy when he has succeeded. Every form of happiness is private. Our greatest moments are
on lockdown.
Self-motivated, not to be touched. But now we are taught to throw everything within us into the public light.
They're terrorists or something, supposedly.
To seek joy in meeting halls, we haven't even got to work for it. The quality, I mean, for the self-sufficiency of man's spirit. It's difficult to call it selfishness or egoism. The words have been perverted. Rand describes then a character in her book, but I will boldly insert the name she describes, the ultimate second-hander, the man who has done nothing but mirrored the false altruism of the people and saw power. Joe, you have 1 minute remaining. Take your pick. There are many more who are second-handers. They preach for the good of others, but they themselves do nothing. The opposite of being the change you want to see in the world, the second-hander.
Amen. All right. Well, I can't wait to hear the second installment tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate you giving me a platform to read this stuff. You know, the government's been so kind to give me all this time to be able to sit here and distill my thoughts and to be able to write stuff like this. So I really appreciate you guys giving me a chance to put it out there for the world. As always, my family, anything that every little bit goes a long way. GiveSendGo.com/Jonathan Family Help, and we sure love you guys. And really
wants to give Send Go? Oh, they all dropped their donor link at the end of it. Oh, that's the crazy shit.
Bye.
Well, I am not going to do a literary study right now, but I had a very different take on Ayn Rand in The Fountainhead, and because I find that in The Fountainhead that people look to their own identity and what is going to make them happy, and that is what gets them to the top, and that's what I found about The Fountainhead. So maybe I've read something different, because then I went on to Camus and I saw something very different. But I don't know. What I do know is that when the Pollacks and Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. Gracie got inside the pod last night, I heard from Mr. Pollack, the daddy, and he called me today, and he just wanted to say that he is just so thankful for the reception that they received inside, and everybody reaching out to Olivia, Tammy, and a couple of other people there, but it made his heart really happy, and he feels that they're safe, and he knows that they will do and have the Lord's light shine inside from them. So Amen. I'm glad that Mr. Pollack has that attitude, and just wanted to let y'all know he did reach out, and he's very thankful for all of y'all that's reached out too.
Amen.
Right, don't look like you're going to be able to say hi to everybody for a while.
I don't look like I'm going to say hi to everybody for a while.
Hey. I just want to have technical difficulties, Jake.
because you've been trying to call your phone.
Well, no, I was on the phone with Taylor, who was the first person to call in. So I don't know what y'all's list says, but Taylor calls every night at 5:45.
I guess they weren't seeing because Brew was trying to call you, and I guess you didn't know that Taylor was on. All right, I'm gonna get the phone to Brew because he's the one trying to get a hold of y'all. So
okay.
All right.
Mark Brew on the phone.
Sorry about that. I was told that it was my turn.
Oh, no worries. Y'all can argue about it. I don't care who calls me. I just hope to get calls every night.
Yeah.
Again, this is Mark Brew.
Well, I got some interesting stuff here. Some more dereliction of duty here by the DTDC staff. I got an official, according to their BS policy, I got an official legal document in which they had opened the document outside of my purview and discarded the envelope and gave me a photocopy of the envelope and then handed me the opened document on a book delivery. Tell me...
A legal document?
What?
A legal document?
Yes.
Wow.
The fucking horse... I'm sorry. The horse buggy that is going on in this jail and this state of D.C., they must be absolutely insane.
Well, they definitely work with no impunity. Like they go unchecked. I don't think there is a balance here.
Well, there's an age-old thing that the governed are governed by tacit consent. So, we have nobody to blame but ourselves for these particular things. You can try to point the finger at the Democrats, try to point them at the Republicans or the Independents or whoever you want to. But when it comes down to them, the people have not held them to task and have pretty much let them run amok. So I have this legal document, which apparently they don't give two craps about. No signature. There's several things. There's no disclosure on this document. They want me to sign it. They have in one place.
But they gave me a photo.
They have in one place that I owe $2,000 to the clerk of the court of the United States, and then they have their list of other entities. Now, keep track of this. The district court for the District of Columbia, which means the court that's specific to the corporation of District Columbia, and then they have for disbursement to the following victims. Now, keep in mind, in the law, a victim cannot be a corporation. A corporation is not a victim. Okay. Right. Because you have a right, a universal right to face your accuser.
Right.
Okay. So here's what it is under victim. The architect at the Capitol. Who the hell is that clown? Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Who the hell is that clown?
Okay. Hold on. Here comes Nicole to explain it to you.
All right. So actually, Mark, the architect at the Capitol is actually a presidential appointed position. And they have thousands of people under them.
Exactly. But here's the thing, is that there is no transparency in this contract, where you have to have transparency to ensure the flow of the performance. Okay, you have to have transparency to ensure the flow of the performance. These are all legal terms that are specific to contract law. So it's not, in layman terms, that's like, yeah, okay, whatever. But these are specific procedural issues in which have to be adhered to. And these guys just think that they can carte blanche, just throw this shit in here.
These prisoners are running the show now on this.
And not only that, but for you,
they know that they don't have a show without them.
They want you to buy that they are an authority. They are an official authority over you, the American people. the power is in the people, not with this regime. And I'll tell you what, it's been a belligerent for a long time. This is not the first time, just because, you know, we have a short-term memories. You know, Biden, the regime, is the most recent. We can point our finger at it, but you can go to 8 years of Obama, the Bushes, even Reagan had his issues. You know, I mean, he was the first one to actually recognize the Vatican as a nation rather than a religion. Wow. And that was very important at the time, and I think that passed through a lot of people's, detection of BS. But so even our great Ronald Reagan, he was part of this system of the left boot, right boot uniparty, and I think that maybe he was forced into it. There was nobody at the time to challenge it, and we can make an argument for that. However, the fact remains the same, that we have never had a president besides Donald Trump.
I think it's ice cream dirty. MCA, man.
This is just living proof. These contracts are made by children, and they want to assume authority over me. Of course I'm going to call the judge a clown. Of course he's holding a kangaroo court. There are a bunch of human trafficking bank tellers that are using an age-old process to control and enslave an entire population. Yep. And America is the only one that doesn't know a clue about it, doesn't have a clue about it.
Soylent Green's human.
I've got two Iranian gentlemen in here, a father and a son, and they know this stuff. I'm like talking to them about what's going on in my case, and they have no the jurisdiction is off. It was kidnapping. He goes, says the old man, the father says, oh, of course.
They get to talk until their time expires on the phone.
Of course.
Pretty much.
We all know.
And they just ramble until their time's up.
Every country is they subvert the law.
Where did it turn into this?
And they implant contract law, and then they don't even do it right because they're a bunch of appointed idiots who don't have any experience in it. James Emmanuel Boasberg is a skull-and-bone appointee. He's a special, silver spoon. He's carried his silver spoon all the way to Chief Magistrate Judge on a fraudulent oath. I mean, the guy is a joke. And you've got marshals who are kowtowing and doing his bidding. You know what? I blame the marshal. I point the finger at the marshals too. Even if you're part of the silent majority, it's not time to be silent anymore. You're sitting here carrying these orders out. You are aiding and abetting a human trafficking enterprise.
It didn't go over well for the brown shirts after World War II when they said, but we were just doing our jobs. We were just following orders.
Yeah, and it is absolutely the marshal's responsibility within the courtroom to make sure the Constitution is upheld. They take an oath to that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have my reservations about the Constitution itself at this point, the way it is.
Excuse me?
But the principle, yes, I agree with.
Excuse me?
Look, in this okay, so in this contract, schedule of payments.
Did you really just say
that? A section here that says lump sum payment of $10,226 due immediately. And then they have the total at $2,000. These guys are fucking. These guys are idiots. Why?
I really can't tell you. I mean, there's a lot of things that happen that should not happen.
Talking about.
We do.
$1,000. He's got to pay $10,000. But she muted it. Why?
I mean, I don't know what the...
Right, and we have a lot of veterans that take their oath to the Constitution, and they don't have an issue with it. They would like it to stay just exactly how it is.
So the judges don't take an oath to the Constitution. They do a syntax fraud by capitalizing "so help me God." It's not a proper oath.
Did they really get pissed off because he said that? They were like, "I'm fine."
I I have a copy that I put on my record that was a right to refusal on the oath because it's BS. And, what happens when we have an entirely propagandized population where we think that they have any sort of just footing to stand on in the first place. They're absolute frauds that I can't even, not a thing about them is real. So here's the sentences imposed pursuant to the Sentencing Reform Act, which was enacted in, guess what, 1984, same year, the same year George Orwell's book was, 1984. Can you tell me that they haven't been warning us, and we've been asleep the whole time, just taking it? Living in a.
Goes off to the races again, isn't he?
Holy cow!
I mean, yeah, I guess that is one way to look at it.
Okay, I'll give you a rundown. Okay, the 1945 Foreign Immunities Act, that handed over all public offices and office holders over to the care and control of the UN. Okay, we have been a UN-invaded country since 1945. The reason why we didn't feel it, the reason why nobody set the alarm, is because their first act wasn't really until 1947 when they issued the SAI program, which was the Stratospheric Aerosol Injection Program, which is all those things they call chemtrails and they call a conspiracy theory for conspiracy nuts. But that's how they dumb down and they make docile a nation. They did it in Southeast Asia, and they're doing it here in the United States since at least 1947. Okay, and it comes under the DoD Missile Defense.
Imagine being this dude's girlfriend,
and also
ladies,
the Department of Agriculture
talking to you about chemtrails and shit all the time.
This means we can have more crop yields and more people can eat. BS. Okay. This is a fraud from there. Okay, and then you have.
Should give me a headache just being his friend. I can't imagine that thing.
The 1976
Always listen to it.
Declaration of Interdependence. Okay. Isn't that the opposite of independence? So who are they being interdependent to? The UN. Okay. And then they have the 1982 Driver's Registry Act. Okay. And in those two acts right there, the Declaration of Interdependence and the Driver's Registration Act, National Driver's Registration Act, created the communist card, which is the driver's license. Try to go buy some beer. Go try to buy a can of chew. Go try to, to buy certain healthcare products without a driver's license. I dare you. Go try to open a bank account.
He's got it all figured out, doesn't he?
With cash in hand, without a driver's license.
Right.
You cannot operate in this totalitarian, communist, wielding country without entering an adhesion contract.
Because a lot of kids want to do drugs, man.
The only way you can do it is go off the grid, and they will attack you for that. Right. They are already attacking farms all over the country.
Gotta protect them
about it. And
from themselves.
These guys here that are isolate themselves,
IDs.
they stand alone, getting raided and pillaged by the government, or by the assumed government, I should say, the belligerent. And everybody is docile, not supporting that group of people, and not putting.
You have 1 minute remaining.
This stuff needs to come to an end, and Americans need to look at their neighbor and realize that their neighbor is just as important as they are, and that they need to fight for them as hard as they would fight for their own young.
Right. I agree with that.
All right, love you guys. I have to go.
Love you.
I got to figure out how I'm going to hide the 10 grand that they want to take from me.
All right. Go stuff it in your mattress.
Oh, good.
Don't put it in your court.
We're going to put it over here in the graveyard.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, Patriot.
Let's put it over here in the graveyard.
All right, take it easy. Have a good night. Love you guys. Bye.
Yeah, good night.
Hey, say hi to some people. Hi, Darryl. Hi, Olivia.
That dude sounds like a doofus.
Hi, Kathy.
Let me do for Ashley.
Do them.
What is the time?
8:17.
Okay.
All right, you guys, for Ashley, the number 4, ASHLI, we have all of our affiliates that we do work with. There's a lot of really good information on there. You can get those really great Ashley Babbitt and Roseanne Boylan t-shirts. And they have all our live streamers on there. It's a really good point of reference if you want to point someone to get some information or jot down what we have on there. We also have Mrs. Jonatakis, her peasant's perspective. It's at the very bottom of our page where you can hear some of the things that Taylor talks about here on live stream. If you didn't catch it, you can go there and find the link to it on our page. We're going to be going to CPAC. We are going to make sure that we're going to make it J6PAC again. And we're going to be doing little mini updates throughout the day about who we're talking to and what we're talking about and what are the people talking about. What is it that they want to know? You know, because Jan 6 does affect just a very large segment of our country. And there are a lot of people that are there that day that want to know what is happening, and a lot of people that weren't there that want to know what's happening. So, you know, we're going to be there. We're going to be talking to as many people as we can. We're hoping that a lot of people show up here out on Freedom Corner. We're going to be handing out flyers and things for people to come in to do that. We did reach our goal for our money drive that we were doing. Thank you so much, Miss Deb Ash. You sent us over the top on that. And Shauna, thank you so much for your donations. Y'all help us keep us here on the corner, and we appreciate y'all.
Hi, Top Gun.
It takes a while to accept the call.
I feel like I'm crunching really long.
Thank you for using.
I don't know what that is,
Hello,
man.
Patriot.
What's going on, Patriots? How are you today?
We're doing good, Chris. How are you?
We're still looking into that.
I'm all right. I'm here with a friend, Farhad Azari. So if you know what, yeah. So Azari. So there was two of them. I'm with the father. So it's father and son. He is originally from Iran. He's been a United States citizen since 2000 and has not been sentenced yet. So we're going to keep the, we're going to kind of keep it PC, if that makes sense.
Yes, of course.
But I'm gonna put him on. All I can say is both him and his son have been great, great guys. They've been along great. That's the great thing about the gulag is we don't care what it doesn't matter what your background is at all. We're all here for the same thing.
We're all Americans.
Right. And I won't get too much into it, because I don't want to speak for himself.
And what is his first name?
Farhad.
Farhad. Okay.
Farhad.
Got it.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna let him on.
Forehead. That's what I heard.
And anyway, and then hopefully we'll get his son on here in a couple days. And,
All right. Get him on.
Switch it up again.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Patriot.
So funny.
Hello.
Hello, Farhad. Welcome.
Welcome to Freedom.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Are you woman or man? I cannot hear you properly.
I am a woman, and you have hundreds and possibly thousands listening to you through live streams tonight, and we welcome you to the Patriot Pod.
Hey, Patriot!
Thank you. I'm glad you have connection with all these innocent people who have been hurt. And we hope one day everybody join together and celebrate the freedom.
Yes.
And that's hopefully very soon.
Yes.
So the real freedom come back to our country.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah.
Well, welcome. Welcome to Freedom Corner. Thank you for coming on and speaking to us. What state are you from?
I'm living in Richmond, Virginia.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, Richmond, Virginia. Since 2000, we migrated from Iran. Legally, we came to the United States. And me, wife, and my daughter, my son, we resided in Richmond, and since that time, we have been very active in politics because as a responsible citizen, we felt we have to, participate in everything that's, going on in the world and the United States. So I'm glad, I'm here because now I feel better because now at least I do something good for this country.
Yes, amen, brother. And you have an entire J6 family behind you and supporting you. And we thank you for what you did that day for us.
Yes, absolutely. It's everybody's duty, but some people get it, some people doesn't know until they wake up, by force of evil. But some people, know ahead of time what is going on, and they step up and try to prevent it. And we are the victim of that, but that's okay. Freedom has a price for it. Every freedom, you have to.
Well, no, that is right. And the country that you come from, when you stand up there as just a citizen, there are very different consequences than even what is here.
Oh yeah. They kill people for just simple protest. But at least here, we can negotiate. We can talk. We can communicate with you guys. Even we have freedom of at least communication with you guys.
Well, that's right. And we all know recently what the women of Iran have gone through and the persecution and the struggle, what we were able to see on TV. I know that your family was already here during this latest conflict, but it was very tragic for the women that stood up in Iran.
That is correct. That is continuation. That continue. And they are, believe it or not, they are watching the United States. They are watching as a symbol of freedom. If we do something good here, echo in that society, they will look at us as a grandfather of freedom. So we have to keep this freedom alive, in this country.
It makes others stronger.
Exactly. The whole world, are looking at the situation right now in what is going on in the United States, what is going on in our border right now. And we pray every day and every night. So at least, Almighty God may help us as well. And everybody here, everybody, they have a very high spirit here. Everybody very friendly, very cooperative in every point. So we have no problem, actually. Only problem sometimes is, the food is not food. It's just it's poison. They try to actually, give us some bad food and then hook up to the medicine, the chemical they give people.
It's poison. It's not good for your body.
No, not at all. Not at all. This is very
pressure, anxiety.
But it's okay. As I say, freedom has a price. And we have to pay for it. For our children. I'm 65 years old, and I'm thinking about the future generation.
You lived during the fall of '79, then.
That is correct. Yes. And I was 19 years old that time, almost.
I think people forget how modern Iran was before the fall happened. And,
you know that, yeah, exactly.
Well, I have a small connection. My grandparents lived in Iran from '68 until they were smuggled out in '79. And so my grandparents. My grandparents lived there. Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, wow. And they saw what happened to that country, and you know, it is still very sad, and the repercussions of allowing the country to fall is still reverberating in the Middle East.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Everything. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Absolutely. Yeah. It should be okay. You know, it is just, you know, sometimes up, sometimes down. This is a normal. You know.
The spirit of the Persians are amazing, though, because you know there's always. Yes, I feel like you always that country and the people always rise above. And same with you know, Americans. And
do we really want Iran getting emboldened?
That's correct. Yeah. American people are very
going on here?
Unique people,
weird.
Actually, because
Ass kissing.
I traveled almost 72 countries because of my job. I was a ship engineer. I traveled many countries.
Iran's okay, guys. Yeah, Iran's fine.
Some aspects, which is the spirit of the people that always they want to have. You know,
I dare you to go there. Any of you, let's go there and take a picture with the Iranians.
In human, you know, affair and everything. But it takes time, you know, it takes time. But it is what it is, you know. I accept what I have done, and right now I have no problem because we have a good friendship here, and that compensates the suffering that we had, you know, a month ago. That when they put us in a closet for almost 11 days, in a tiny closet for 11 days. So me and my son, actually, my son is an engineer also, and I was a ship engineer, retired. And, but both of us, you know, together, you know, but what we can do, just waiting for some good news and. Yeah.
Well, just know that you have thousands of people that stand behind you and are grateful for you standing up for us that day. And we're so glad that you and your son were able to make it to the Patriot Pod, where you are being housed with like-minded patriots, and we welcome you.
Thank you
very much. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
You as well, sir.
We got you, Patriot.
Got you back.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. God bless you guys.
God bless you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Amen.
Well, see, that goes to show you. You come here legally for the right reasons. And you stand up for those reasons, for the American way. Someone from another country who just wants freedom of speech, and freedom for his family. He stood up for each and every one of you that day. That should make you real proud.
It does make me proud. I'm very proud of him, and you know, the suffering that the people of Iran have gone through, and the struggle of the women there, and being murdered just because they want a right to drive. Even, you know, it's a real thing, and for him to know that it cannot be lost here says a lot. I do want to do a shout out to Mary Kay, Michael, and Deborah B. For donating to the For Ashley cause. You know, I talk to people all the time because I don't want to come out here and say, oh, us at Freedom Corner, this is what we do every day. We're doing this every day. You know, it's not just what For Ashley does, it's what the live streamers do, it's what the Chinese Americans have done, it's what so many people have done. And it is because we do hold this vigil here in this corner every night.
Amen.
And it's because of what so much of y'all do out there. And I think it speaks volumes on its own. And I believe that if other people can't see the value of what this brings, just sit back and you'll see.
Amen.
Because you know, the consistency and the drive to come out here every night, and for you guys to turn it on or watch it later when you can, you know, it causes things to go in the right direction, whether we see it or not, you know, and it's because we're all here for the same cause. We're all here to ensure that these people have a voice, and that we give a voice to those that aren't even here. You know, we have almost approximately, 280 people incarcerated. We have so many that have gone through the system. We have so many that are at home detention. And their families, it's important to them that we're here.
Amen.
And so we're going to keep doing it. And we're gonna keep doing it until we just can't anymore. So all the people that call in from in here, and you hear this man's testimony, and you hear Mr. Ben Pollock's testimony today of there is a sense of comfort knowing that his kids are here and that we're all out here.
Amen.
And that they're not here alone. And so I thank y'all for joining in with us on that, because we couldn't do it without any of us.
We the people!
We the people be the people!
Amen!
All the way. Hi, Eric and Doris. Hi, Tiffy. Hi, Rick.
Again, thank you all for joining us here tonight for the J6 Vigil. Please hit that thumbs up and share this video out on every platform that you can possibly can.
March 20th.
I raise a hallelujah.
We'll have to go from there. See how long.
Louder than the unbelief.
What our funds
I raise a hallelujah. My weapon is a melody. I raise a
Amen, Kim. Lindy, thank you. Hi, Richard. Hi, Melody. Hi, Lindy. Thank you all for being here with us tonight. Oh, Melody, you're a dear, honey. Thank you so much for being here. You can give us a message anytime you like, Melody. Yes, they definitely need all of our prayers. And we have another call.
Kids or grandchildren, have them draw a picture. Put that in there. I love that.
Hello.
Hello, Patriots. What's going on?
Hello.
Quaggle Stash?
This is the Quaggle Stash.
Hey, Quaggle Stash!
Well,
how is my friend Joseph?
Chris Quaglin on the phone.
So they go by Joseph and Francis. I did realize that, but I'm looking down at paperwork in front of me, and I just did the original name.
So Farhad is Joseph and Farbad is Francis?
Correct.
All right. I'm learning every day.
That's it.
So I told him that we need to create like really, really good jokes so that when we what
Love
you
you
call
too,
it,
Gator.
when we have our or our communist protesters out there, that we just need to do. So when we do, hold on one second. Hey, Bob. Your name is on the visual, but your name is on the list. But when we have the communist anti-protesters, we just need to do like a Borat, like roast session.
Well, you are the producer of this show, so.
Absolutely just roast these people. Because we have some pretty funny
do you know how? If I was to.
I think it would be hilarious.
Well, you should put it together.
You know what? I would get. You know what? I mean, what's the point? We could have like the hey, this is the Borat road session, like Quagland. Because at this point, what else is the FBI going to say about me on this thing?
I mean, they can't really say anything that you haven't said already. So
that's right.
Right? I mean,
you might as well have fun with it if they're going to use it all against you.
That's absolutely right.
I mean, I don't care at this point. What's the point? Like, the FBI literally told me, hey, well, we're just going to keep on slamming these charges in different groupings and give you 20 years if you don't cooperate. Well, you know where you screwed up, and honestly, you know where the FBI really screwed up?
They told you.
They kept me, they put me in jail in the most ghetto, the most ghetto federal holding center in New Jersey, where eventually half the people were like, hey man, I dig Trump. And then my cellie goes, hey man, listen, like nothing for nothing, you know, I'm going down 13 years for some crack. Like you think that I should, you know, have to do this? I don't think so. It's my first time getting busted by the feds. Like this is crazy. Like I'm looking at like kingpin charges here.
What is happening?
I'm gonna do a deal and get 8 years and blah 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 blah, and even 8 years is crazy. But they arrested 20-something people. They spent millions and millions and millions of dollars.
That's right.
And they wanted these guns like that didn't exist. They got 2 handguns and they arrested 20-something people. It was a 2-year-long investigation. And what do you know? That's what the feds do, right? Waste taxpayers' money.
That's right.
Once in a while, it pans out, and you know they get a big bust. But you know they went for like they arrested some crackhead or some girl or whatever it was or some dealer himself, probably the biggest one out on the streets. And they said, oh no, I'll get you other guys. And then they made a deal with him, and he got 2 or 3 years, and the case fell apart. Blah 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 blah. As part of the plea deal, they got 18, 20 arrests, and then the FBI fell on their face. And when they realized that they were gonna fall on their face, they started saying, hey, to the crack guy, hey, I really want some heroin. Well, I really don't deal with that. Well, come on. I've been buying for you for 2 years. So then they go to the heroin dealer and they say, hey, I want some crack. And then they go to the crack dealer and they say, hey, I want some heroin. And then they get them on a completely different charge, even though drugs is drugs. Now they have 2 different types of narcotics. So now their time almost doubles.
Right.
And that's what the feds do. They just play dirty games. Yep. And then they play the long ball with you. And they rip apart families and they do this and they do that. And it is what it is, and that's what they do.
2 different types of drugs if you double the time. That's ridiculous.
And intimidation.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's not it is what it is, but it needs to be changed. But no one's going to change it until someone stands up. And it's just not the little people standing up.
Right.
It's the people who are and people start talking on both sides of the aisle. Well, listen, Democrats have been talking about this.
Isn't it a little ridiculous?
And then the Republicans come in and they say, oh, no, we need to cover this and cover that and cover this. And it's like, no, what you need to do is fix the system.
Right.
That's right.
So,
or uphold the laws that are already on the books. So I don't think we need more laws.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Some of the laws need to come off the books.
Yeah, another law just isn't going to all of a sudden fix this thing. And everyone knows it. then you get people like, you know, you get these same bureaucrats in here for 30-something years, and they don't want to do their job, and it's crazy, you know. Then these bureaucrats, because they're playing politics, and because people won't stand together and say, hey, Joe, I understand we hated Trump, but, you know, for 3 years, the border has been a complete mess, or they let it get this way. You know, I mean,
concerted effort to have an invasion.
Yeah, it's, you know, hey, listen, they could have gone day one. Biden could have said, hey, listen, I'm going to keep this whole stay in Mexico thing, but it's based off of, we own all the power right now. We own the Senate, they own the Senate, the House, Senate, and the, or did we own the Senate and then they own the House? I don't know. But the fact is, like, hey, listen, we're gonna get this thing done. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep the stay, you know, remain in Mexico law, but we're gonna fix this border issue. We're gonna continue, and I'm pretty sure this was Trump's idea. If he got another 4 years,
this guy's a genius.
Let's get that done. Okay,
he's gonna fix our government.
Next, now let's talk about border issues. You know, or let's talk about, you know, legalizing the good immigrants that are staying here, or let's talk about, you know, possible green card status, or extend these green card statuses that have, you know, gone overdue, or anything like that. There's a number of things. Like, I'm more in the middle than a lot of people understand, and you know, I think it is common sense. I think, but it's common sense. You got to secure your border first.
Right.
Then you can talk about, you know, green cards and this and that. Whether it's this whole, hey, listen, you come here and then you pop out a kid and all of a sudden the kid is a
citizen. Is an anchor baby.
I don't even know if I agree with that. I really don't.
I
you know,
don't
because
agree
that
with
just gives the pregnant mother, you know, says, hey, just hop over this fence, hop over this, and do this treacherous walk, and possibly die die on the way. But at least your kid will be, you know, born a better way. There has to be a better way to go through the front door, absolutely. But
and it creates generational welfare.
Absolutely. Absolutely it does. What you should have is, okay, fine, you want to come over? Okay, cool. Listen, we're going to put you in X, Y, and Z, and it's a working, you know, whatever, and are people going to say, well, that's a form of slavery? Well, yeah, but I mean, so is welfare. So you come over for a green card, you get a job, and whether these jobs are you know, not necessarily the best jobs out there, but get your foot in the door. It puts you to work. You can do this, you can do that, and it's not. I'm not talking about state-funded jobs. I'm talking about just a private company say, hey, listen, this is the job description. I need 100 workers part-time in 3 months. Okay, I'm a farmer. Okay, great. Well, here you go, you know, and I'm going to provide housing and this and this. It's nothing that the farmers haven't done before.
Well, we already have, you know, migrant farmers that we already have a green card status for that.
I understand, but could it be expanded? Is my point.
It probably could.
That's where I'm going with it. Could it be expanded? It most definitely could, in my eyes. I mean, in Jersey, I'm going back 20 years, but my sister grew up with multiple friends that had farms, and I mean, these guys were, you know, they lived in a trailer, and they had water and plumbing and you know, electric and heat, this and that, but they lived there, you know, 8-9 months out of the year,
right,
or 12 months out of the year if they wanted to. But, you know, they were expected to work on the farm, blah, 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 and they made a wage, this and that. I mean, there's so many different ways to go about it, and what we need to do is start saying, listen, plain and simple, welfare can't be a forever thing.
Amen.
You know, unemployment isn't. Unemployment isn't. I run out of unemployment in 6 months? You know, after that, get your ass back to work.
Right.
Do something. You might get an extension if you're in a union and you're on strike.
Right.
That's it. You know, it can't be. You know, the problem is the Democrats want more and more and more and more, and they're both the Republicans and the Democrats are leaning to the left more and more and more and more every year.
Right.
And then you have a select few that are like, no, and they're still getting pulled to the left, but they won't bear the anchor.
Right.
So, I mean, it eventually it's just going to implode. I mean, it doesn't take, it's not, you know, rocket science here. We can't sustain it. You know, you just had a 15-year-old that shot the person was arrested and accused of shooting the motorcyclist in New York City. 15 years old. He's part of the street gang. Hey, guess what? Venezuelan violent crime has gone up like 11. I heard this today. 11,000%.
Wow.
In Chicago, in like a year or two.
Right.
11,000%, and they made him repeat it 3 times. He said no. 11,000% in Chicago, and opening up their jails.
Right.
I'm not saying everyone is coming over is a criminal. I'm not saying that, but they're opening up their jails and just letting them out. Why wouldn't you?
Well, and they're not
overrun
to follow the law in any regard either. So,
you have 1 minute remaining.
And I know. Go ahead.
They're incentivized to come here with their hands out asking for social programs and not expected to follow our laws. And that's unacceptable.
It's absolutely insane. And now you understand why, you know, all of these things are happening and no one can stop it. And this, I mean, listen, I understand these Democrat cities are going to start turning red, but it's not going to be quick enough because they want their check too.
Yep.
It's absolutely insane. But guys, listen, we're going to get cut off. We love you. Thank you so much for giving us a voice.
Thank you, Quagglestash.
God bless.
Yeah, we love you, Quagglestash.
Patriots.
All right, listen, here's for the wall, and here's to Menorcas being exiled.
That's right.
That's right. All right, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, love you guys. Thank you.
Good night.
Hurry, Tammy.
I know, I got 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I did it in 6. You can do it.
Sometimes she does it in 2 minutes. One night.
I think it'll take a breath.
It does.
Well, we
This is just really cute. It's such a little hi. I'm up here.
They're shining down on you.
I know. A little smile down on us.
Look at those words.
All right, for those I lost on January 6th, Ashley Babbitt, Roseanne Boylan, Kevin Greason, Benjamin Phillips, and on the next day, Officer Brian Sicknick, rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
For those detained, Justin Adams, Michael Adams, Thomas Adams, Tommy Allen, Chris Alberts, Russell Alford, Noah Bacon, Edward Badalion, Daniel Ball, Thomas
They still do
Ballard,
this.
Logan Barnhart, Richard
Dude,
Barnett,
they don't have the same
Colleen
energy
Ballard,
as they used to.
Phil Quero, Matthew Bedingfield, Luke Bender, Joe Biggs, Aiden Billiard, Craig Bingert, Joshua Black, Matthew Bledsoe, Kenneth Bonowitz, Dominic Box, Brandon Bradshaw, Larry Brock, Jeffrey Brown, Jeremy Brown, Mark Bruce,
They're saying hero,
Jennifer
dude.
Batu, Daniel Caldwell, William Calhoun, Jared Cantrell, Jacob Hart, Kel Clayton, Stephen Capuccio, Billy Cressman, Reed Christensen, Dylan Cronin, Josiah Colt, Mason Corson, Bruno Kua, Matthew De Silva, James Davis, Nicholas DiCarlo.
I guess how you do it now.
David Dempsey, Lucas Denny, Robert Dennis, Timothy DeJargan, Michael Dickinson, Caleb Dillard, Joshua Doolin, Michael Eckerman, James Elliott, Daniel Eggvet, Brandon Fellows, Kyle Fitzsimon, Kevin Galetto, Mitchell Gardner, Robert Kieslein, David Geeson, Vincent Gillespie, Natalie Goschenkowski, Jeffrey Grace, James Grant, Matthew Green, Brian Gunderson, Joseph Hackett, Stacey Hager, Kenneth Harrelson, Johnny Harris, Richard Harris, Joshua Haynes, Donald Hazard, Albuquerque Head, Andrew Hernandez, Joshua Hernandez, Eric Herrera, Joseph Howell, Joshua Hughes, Jared Hughes, Joseph Hutchinson, Matthew Huddle, Brian Jackson, Shane Jenkins, Douglas Jensen, Justin Jersey, Joshua Johnson, Zachary Johnson, Taylor Jonatakis, David Judd, Theo Kelly, Ryan Kelly, Julian Qatar, Federico Klein, Matthew Kroll, Nicholas Langren, Daniel Leeden, Joseph Leeden, Luke Lentz, Michael Lockwood, Joshua Lawler, Kevin Lyons, Marcus Nolly, Christian Manley, Cody Matisse, James Malt, Christopher Maurer, Mark Mazza, Ronald McAbee, Patrick McCoffey, James McGrew, Sean McHugh, Jeffrey McKellop, James McNamara, Connie Meggs, Kelly Meggs, Jonathan Mellis, Rodney Millstreet, Matthew Miller, Scott Miller, Jordan Mink, Robert Menuda, Landon Mitchell, David Marshall, Robert Morse, Christopher Moynihan, Jonathan Munifo, Eric Munchell, Daryl Neely, Ryan Nichols, Kirsten Niemelas, Gregory Nix, Ethan Nordine, Nicholas Ox, Grady Owens, Joseph Padilla, Robert Palmer, Nathan Pelham, Michael Perkins, Dominic Pizzola, Daniel Fitz, Mark Ponder, Jonathan Pollock, Olivia Pollock, Rachel Powell, Sean Price, Joshua Pruitt, Chris Quaglin, Barry
Two
Raymond,
Pollocks are
John
better than
Fitz,
one.
Zach Reel, Mariana Reiner, Stuart Rhodes, Howard Richardson, George Riley, Thomas Robertson, Michael Roberts, Michael Roche, Jonathan Rockhold, Daniel Rodriguez, Greg Rubenacker, Bobby Russell, Jeffrey Sable, Ryan Samsel, Ronald Sandlin, Salvador Sandoval, Robert Sanford, Peter Schwartz, Benjamin Schuler, Daniel Scott, Christian Secor, Hunter Seafried, Kevin Seafried, Alexander Shepard, Thomas Civic, Jeffrey Sills, Mikhail Sly, Charles Smith, Tommy Smith, Kelly Sorrell, Audrey Southard, John Strand, Tara Stottlemyre, Isaac Sturgeon, Alan Swinney, Andrew Taki, Enrique Tario, Curtis Tate, George Finney, Jacob Dares, Kenneth Thomas, Devlin Thompson, Destin Thompson, John Todd, Edward Vallejo, Salvatore Vassallo, Jason Wallace, Jessica Watkins, William Watson, Matthew Webler, Thomas Webster, Bradley Weeks, Sandra Weir, Jack Whitten, Anthony Williams, Riley Williams, Timothy Williams, Duke Wilson, Ricky Wilden, Shane Woods, Chris Worrell, Donnie Wren, John Wright, Doug Wyatt, Greg Atman, Isaac Yoder, Kyle Young. And those who've lost to suicide, Christopher Georgia, Matthew Perna, Mark Unston, Jordan Meacham, rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Woo! Let's say her name.
Ashley Babbitt.
Bro, they worship Ashley.
Ashley Babbitt. Ashley Babbitt.
Ashley Babbitt.
If that's not the nick of time, I just don't know what it is.
Right? You did great. 260 names.
I only got 10 typewriters. Hello.
Hey, what is going on? I got me and Mr. Daniel Ball here.
Hi, guys. We're visualizing.
Hey, you're visualizing. Well, it's about dang time. So.
Only every night.
Yeah, only every night.
I know. I know.
And after spring.
So
562 days.
Yeah.
562
Oh, so
days.
wait. How many days?
562.
Oh, I've got you beat by at least 500. You guys are like junior varsity. Come on.
I know. Guy says that to me all the time. He's like, man, you got to catch up.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, hey, hold on. It's 8:57. Let me say the 3-minute warning. Hold on.
Pass it back to Mickey.
Wilma.
What?
Hey, all right, we are back. Got Mr. Daniel Ball here. Just another day in the gulag. Go ahead.
Just welcoming y'all to the corner.
They try to act like they're in a barracks or something.
Mr. Ball, any revelations, anything new, anything going on? I was hoping to get some from somebody here, hoping somebody knew a little bit more about Trump saying he would promote Putin attacking NATO countries if they didn't pay their dues. It sounds a little Mr. Ball is concerned. Now, I got a couple topics as well, which we'll talk about after the anthem. But Mr. Ball wants to run right in and go, what's going on? There's a bull in the China shop. What does it mean? So maybe we can chat about that one as well. We've got a lot to talk about in the next 10 minutes or 12 minutes. We've got something about Mayorkas that just came out. I've got something else about CISA, C-I-S-A, and I got something else about J.D. Vance covering something.
Love me some
So,
J.D. Vance. I thought he was supposed to say thank you. J.D. Vance? Yes. When did you get it?
Yeah, he's
It took him long enough to stand
from Ohio, I believe.
Yes,
But we'll talk about that. Yep, we'll talk about that after the anthem. Let me do the 1-minute warning, and I'll leave you with Mr. Ball while we warm up our vocal cords. Oh, you got to be laughing great, guys.
I'm going to give you guys a little different view tonight.
Not a whole lot. Like I said, I was hoping to get some feedback from you over the whole Trump saying to promote Putin to attack NATO countries he didn't pay their dues. But I guess we got the anthem going on right now, so forgive me.
All right. We'll forgive you this time. Just this one.
Yes, Nona, he was in here tonight.
Still there. Oh, sir.
What's happening?
Are you there?
And we're still here.
Can you hear me now?
Are you there?
All right.
Are you there?
We thought we lost you guys.
Are you there?
I'm here. Are you there?
Are you there? Are you there?
We're here. Okay, everybody's together now.
Houston, we have a problem.
No, Houston, there is no problem.
Oh, we got problems.
Oh, well.
Can you hear me and Mr. Ball?
We can hear you.
Mr. Ball.
Wait.
All right, wonderful. All right. You want to go first? You want me to go first, or do you want Mr. Ball to keep going? What do you guys got?
You go first.
All right. I learned this one last night. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance uncovers hidden impeachment clause against Trump buried in the Ukraine funding bill.
Yep.
Basically, if he tried to stop funding the war in Ukraine. Now, here's the thing, my take. So, if they are putting things like this in place for when he's president, then it sure looks like they're planning for him to come back in.
That's right.
So, I really like that one. Next, I have an interesting one, and it's way too long, but I'll try and paraphrase here. A journalist by the name of Yuda Miller received several FOIA documents that will be published over the next couple days that will prove that statements made by Chris Krebs, a former CISA chief. CISA is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security. Basically, what he said under oath was false. Deals with a whole secret 2020 election day phone call, some meeting that was held on election day that included over 200 names of individuals, companies, businesses, media outlets, one tech giant. There were members from Dominion, Eric Systems, Amazon, something called Runback, which is that's a company that delivers ballots to states. Basically, all kinds of leftist organizations and some other leftist groups, the Associated Press. Essentially, how could all these people all of a sudden have a meeting that was set up by a government agency the day of the election? No, actually, it was set up a couple days beforehand, but the phone call was made on the day of the 2020 election. It just seems a little weird. It's a little weird. So that one, apparently, there's going to be a bunch of information coming in about that. Again, FOIA, CISA, CISA, which is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security. I believe it's a branch of the military, not a branch, but a division or a portion of the military, I believe. Anyways, that's number two.
It's also associated with through the FBI and the DOJ. They all have fingers in like that.
Yeah, and that's it. I don't think it was originally designed for the tracking of We the People, but after it was first formed, I think in 2018, and then right around 2020, 2021, then it kind of shifted gears over to, let's use all this technology to spy on the American people.
Judge Beryl Howell.
That's number two.
Judge Beryl Howell, who is before Judge Boasberg, she was the Chief Justice here in D.C., she has written different things to help CISA and the surveillance part of that.
Okay. I have no comment for a variety of reasons, but also you're outside my bailiwick of knowledge, so I really... I can just listen to what you're saying. Go ahead.
Well, I can speak because I'm not in your situation. It just seems like a conflict of interest that she sits on the bench and still has her hand in participating in those types of organizations.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then last on my list, of course, is DHS Secretary Mayorkas was impeached by the House, and he was the second presidential cabinet member to be impeached. However, he now has to go under an investigation by the Senate, and with the Senate being controlled by the Democrats, we'll see if anything happens. And also, it needs to be a 2/3 vote in order to impeach him. But an investigation has to be done, and if he clearly broke laws, I don't know. I mean, we know that the Senate might just thumb their nose up at it and be like, yeah, you know what, we're just ran by the Democrats and we're just going to do what we want to do regardless of the law.
Right.
We'll see what happens.
Do that anyway. Which they've already done that. They've already proven that that's what they will do. So that's what we can expect.
It's our honor to be here for you, Melody. Sure that he wasn't doing what they wanted him to do. I mean, I think that he was doing his job as the Democrats laid it out. Yeah, as it was laid out to him. I think that, you know, he was supposed to allow this mass invasion, and that's why he's done it. I mean, I just don't find it. I cannot feasibly believe that he is that incompetent. I can't.
I don't think anybody could feasibly be that incompetent. It's by design. I mean, you can't be like, oh, look, wait, there's a gap in the wall that they're coming through. Dereliction duty. We're not going to do anything.
Right.
Problems get worse. What do we do?
Give them more incentive to come through that.
Yeah, I got an idea. Let's give them money. Let's give them a driver's license. Let's give them a Social Security card.
Place to live for 2 years.
Yeah. What? Say again?
Place to live for 2 years.
Free.
Credit cards, house, you know, everything. I can't even believe all the incentive that they have to come here from foreign countries. And American citizens cannot get these same incentives because they're American citizens.
Right. Let alone our veterans.
Right. Amen.
Yeah. Speaking of a veteran, Mr. Ball is a veteran.
All the way.
Thank you for your service.
All the way.
Well, I appreciate that, but he's modest. More like unknowingly participating in George Bush's war crimes, but he actually, believe it or not, he's modest. He was believe it or not, he was the driver of an aircraft carrier. Helmsman. My bad. Forgive the lack of sea legs, even though I did spend three months on a barge, but. I'm like, he did what? He goes, yeah, I used to steer a big boat. I'm like, big boat? He goes, yeah, the aircraft carrier. Which one? CVN 73, George Washington. USS George Washington. Wow.
USS George Washington.
So, that is a big boat.
Yes.
Indeed. Is it a boat or a ship?
Ship. It's a ship.
It's a ship. Okay, I think it's both. I don't know. Okay. You can't, if you're in the military, if you're in the Marines, you can't say, this is my gun.
Okay, here's a question for you guys. Here's a question. What's the difference between a ship and a boat?
I feel like I should know the answer to it, but I don't.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I don't know. Go ahead.
You can put a boat on a ship. You cannot put a ship on the boat.
Oh.
All right. I didn't know that.
Yes, Daniel Ball, you should have known that.
I should have. All right, we got limited time. I thought it was going to be a joke, but that's what he's playing. We'll come up with a joke about it tomorrow. All right, we got limited time. Anything else, Mr. Ball? No, thank you all. Love you all. God bless you. All right, you guys.
Makes sense.
Again,
like a life raft is a boat.
Go to precinctstrategy.com. Also, check out tacticalcivics.com. And then go to stophate.com if you want to see some cool videos. Thank you guys for all that you do. God bless you, and God bless America.
Love you!
Guys, we love you.
God bless America. Thank you. Bye.
But you can put like a ski boat on a ship too if you want to.
Yeah, we got to remember that this government does not want us united. They do not want us educated. They do not want us to be able to organize at all. Right. And you just have to mind your business and organize anyway.
That's why they're so pissed off. Because they didn't think that we'd do this. That's right. We the people.
American
We the
spirit.
people.
Amen.
Come on, y'all. Let's get this Broadway show on.
Everybody belching it.
Hamilton was
I'm
sold out
a real American hero.
Will be sold out across the country.
That's right. We're selling tickets.
Hottest ticket in the universe. Hottest ticket in the universe.
That's right. The greatest show on earth, right?
To start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today. 'Cause the flag still stands for.
Where's this? Oh yeah, we can just leave them. Where is this? 2017, Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington, asked white students and faculty to take a day of absence from campus. This is what happens when one professor refused.
Fuck you and fuck the police!
What? Okay. I didn't know it was from 2017. What? I'm kind of intrigued by that, though. I'll have to check that out later.
And defend her still today.
No.
'Cause there ain't no doubt.
2017. That was like before George Floyd and all that shit.
God bless the USA.
I don't know that just happened for a second.
From the lakes and
It's nothing. It's nothing now. It already happened one time ago.
Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from the sweet of
Dakota translated allies.
Mark, you should meet up with him, man. Get in the thing. Meet one of the people.
every American heart, and
He
it's
needs
time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me, and I'm gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
There's a helicopter outside. That's awesome. Now I feel safe.
Where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up.
No, dude, they need every race up there. They need a Mexican person. They need all the different Asian people, all of them. A Chinaman, a Japanese man,
USA!
a Mongolian, a Laotian, a Filipino, a Thailand man,
All right.
a Singaporean
everyone,
man.
let's keep the Middletons in our prayers. They were convicted on all charges. And it's always
All the really small
tough
countries
when,
we don't know about.
you hear that news. And Tammy's walking away, so I'm going to say what she say.
And all the Muslim countries
I'm
need to be
gonna
up
say
there.
what she say. We're gonna y'all pray for us because we're gonna pray for you, and we'll meet y'all here tomorrow night, and let's do it again.
Amen. Amen.
Okay.
Love you guys. Y'all have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow night.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you guys so much for being here. Make sure you give this video a thumbs up and share it out. Let the world know about our political hostages. Thank you again for being here. God bless you all, and God bless the USA.
Are they leaving?
Amen.
I'm watching this. Where's the Denari guy?
Anxiety. I have my daughter here with me, but she can basically say I'm a changed person. I'm happy again.
Robert Steele served in the Marines and says his psychedelic experience was life-changing and helped him process past trauma.
A lot of my problems, withdrawing from people, my anger problems, a lot of it subsided.
He says using shrooms with therapy helped him avoid a dependence on daily pharmaceuticals.
At one point in time, I used to take over 300 pills a month from the VA.
And while more patients and advocates praise the positive effects of psilocybin, it is still an illegal controlled substance under federal law, with penalties for possession and distribution.
The first time I got treatment was, would be considered underground. I went to Montana. Got treatment there. I've received treatment in Mexico, California.
Many critics like Dr. Sue Sisley say those unregulated treatments out of the country has impeded scientific studies into the safety and efficiency of psilocybin.
We don't have any objective data, nothing published in a peer-reviewed journal that would influence lawmakers or other community leaders. So we really need to get this data in place so we can all examine it together and understand what is the potential for these mushrooms.
The Research Institute where she works holds a Drug Enforcement Administration license to legally grow the mushrooms. Treatment using them would include a controlled environment and counseling services.
This is not, as was mentioned, a treatment that everybody will seek. It is going to be something that is done in consultation with a patient's medical professional that will be done in a very clinical, closed setting.
Reached out to the U.S. attorney here in Arizona to ask where they stand on decriminalizing psilocybin. We're still waiting to hear back. Supporters of this bill say they're working closely with the federal government to get FDA authorization. It just passed through committee unanimously today and is headed for a full vote in the Senate. Count on us to keep you posted as it makes its way through the Capitol. Live in the newsroom, Alexis Dominguez for Arizona's Family.
Alexis, thank you.
Guaranteed bad trip. But that's when you grow, man. You gotta have a bad trip to grow, man. Yeah. Target is considering a paid membership. It says like Amazon Prime though. What the hell am I looking at right now? This Instagram lady that made it famous by striking a pose, apparently. Is there closed captioning? No. Well, there are. The sad sounding party. Titties at. Hide them.
Consecutive days of beach closures on the south end of Imperial Beach here. Now, Mayor Paloma Aguirre and other elected leaders, they're rattling cages, trying to get the attention of decision makers in Washington, D.C.
Not seeing people being able to enjoy the water is probably the most troubling, and then the health effects as well.
These yellow sewage signs might as well be cemented into place here at the IB Pier. They've already become pretty much permanent.
You can even tell the difference in the water, you know? The color is all green, and then you go out a little further and it breaks.
Justin Roebuck was born and raised here, and he's disappointed his son Dakota can't experience it the same he did.
I've been able to come out here when I was a kid, and we had really good time going in the water, and now I can't even take my next generation in the water because we just have this crazy pollution going on.
A new report by SDSU researchers finds that toxic chemicals and microbes from untreated sewage that were once thought to remain isolated in the water can also linger in soils and be airborne.
Once that stuff gets in the wind, especially the breeze that's blowing right now, yeah, I can see it definitely affecting people that are immunocompromised. My oldest son has asthma, so yeah, it's a big concern.
According to Imperial Beach Mayor Paloma Aguirre, the storm on January 22nd brought 14.5 billion gallons of toxic sewage across the border.
I'm the one that gets the emails, right, from people who are immunocompromised or their kids. This is unsustainable. Our economy is very, very impacted because of the beach closures.
We can't take this shit
Scott
anymore.
Peters says Mexico is currently building new wastewater treatment infrastructure that should come online later this year. As for our side of the border, more funding is needed, hundreds of millions of dollars to make repairs and expand our international treatment plant.
I would love to see our beaches saved and be able to see people out here enjoying it as much as we do, but you know, getting in the water is all the fun of going to the beach, right?
The South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant is supposed to be able to process 25 million gallons of sewage per day, but according to Congressman Peters, that capacity is much reduced right now due to lack of proper maintenance over the years and equipment failures. Marcella Carlo, back to you.
Ryan, more than 800 days. It is just a long-standing problem. How much money exactly are they asking for from Congress, and then how would it be spent to really fix this problem once and for all?
It'll cost $650 million to repair and expand that current treatment facility on our side of the border. Now, apparently they already have $350 million secured in federal funding. They're seeking an additional $310 million from Congress in the near future. And aside from repairing that facility, they're also looking to double its capacity to be able to handle 50 million gallons of sewage per day.
Sewage. We learned about sewage here.
So we've seen a spate of some very brazen cell phone robberies in New York City that's been attributed to a Venezuelan gang called Tren de Aragua, which has its origins at a prison outside of Caracas. A number of the gang members escaped in September 2023 when the Venezuelan government raided the prison. And a lot of them have come over within this surge of migrants from Venezuela into the United States. In the last fiscal year, there have been like 340,000 1,000 encounters at the U.S. southern border with Venezuelan migrants. Among those, Border Patrol has apprehended 41 Tren de Aragua gang members. Law enforcement says they are infiltrating cities in the United States and maybe forming alliances with gangs that are already established here. We're seeing the presence of Tren de Aragua in New York City. We're seeing all these brazen cell phone robberies where two guys on a moped will go onto a sidewalk in Manhattan and they will steal a cell phone out of the hands of somebody who's actually talking on the phone. This is important because if you're talking on the phone, your phone is open. So the guy on the back of the scooter just keeps tapping the phone so that all of your apps are open, and then they take it back to a gang leader in the Bronx where, you know, a hacker goes through and drains people's bank accounts. The phones are then bundled up and sent to Colombia where they're resold. So it's suddenly a big menace.
I didn't think about that. That's how they're doing it. They're getting them while they're using it, so it's still open, man. That's how they got the dude for Silk Road, man. He had his back to the door, and they caught him with his PC open, and were able to catch it before he closed it. If he would have closed it, they wouldn't have been able to catch him. Pretty wild, man. And now he's like in prison for life or something. Crazy. I made a movie about him. Never saw it. Y'all see it? It's good. Is it called Silk Road? What's it called? Movie about Silk Road. I might watch that sometime. Oh, it is called Silk Road. Came out in 2021. I mean, that's one song. We could loop that, reverse it, loop it again, reverse it back on itself, loop it again. We got a song. Gotta give you your other medicine soon. Oh my God, it's in a minute. Gotta give him his fish oil. Look at a Bermuda Triangle. I don't know. Probably. I've seen I don't know which one. Many. Do you remember Chicago was on the show Unsolved Mysteries even back in the day? Remember that? Unsolved Mysteries? Bermuda Triangle, Unsolved Mysteries. Remember that? That right. New one? Special one? What do you say? What do you say? What do you would say? Lookner's covering the New York special election. Why?
Also note that Queens had like what? How many people voted in Queens 2 years ago?
48,000.
This is a special election. It's going to be less. Right now we have 24,000 in Queens, and it's almost done. So looks like it's going to be about, a little over half of the turnout that they got in 2022 on Election Day. I saw somebody say last night, with special elections, it's all about turnout. But very few, remember, most of the votes will be from Nassau County, and we only have 2% in Nassau County. Thorea thinks it's going to be close. Just generally speaking, when it's not election day and it's a special election, the turnout is less. Remember, on election day, there's usually other offices. And this is just one election for one office,
You know I was looking at you, didn't you? Or you looked at me. What are you doing?
I am checking for some more analysis here.
That was interesting. All you have to do is copy and paste it, man. Is it about what you want, Jets? Huh? What the fuck, man? You just got here. I gotta read the comment ASAP, huh? I gotta fucking. What am I doing? I'm taking too long. Man. Oreo Express is gone. I don't know about that. Channel got taken down. Oh, wow. Oh, what the fuck? A Wired article asked YouTube for comment on their actions at the border. The article also asked about the Master Grifter channel and focused heavily on Big D's actions, but as far as he took down his own videos without YouTube ban. What the fuck? That's crazy, man. Damn. Joe just got remonetized too. Crazy. Dude, I think they refund all this. I don't know if they do or not. They refund all the super chats that he got to everyone. Because if he hasn't gotten paid for them yet, all the memberships get deleted. Crazy, man. Do we really know? What? Who refused to comment? YouTube? Well, I mean, I don't know if it's important that they got banned. It's not going to change anything. JLR is not banned. He's still reporting on it. Maybe they didn't the People's Convoy stuff. Maybe they got tired of they were talking shit about YouTube all the time. And they were actively trying to get people to join other platforms instead. Oreo especially was like, come on over to Rumble, man. Rumble's where it's at. Fuck YouTube. Oh, you think they took their own channels down? But does it say they've been terminated? I don't know. I don't have any of their videos to click on to check on it. If I can scroll back far enough. Yeah, New Orleans is a cam. Yeah. This is New Orleans news, but they're not playing anything related to Mardi Gras. Yeah, it went back 13 days. Oh, there's first responder, okay. Click on him. No, it says it's been terminated. Video unavailable. This video is no longer available because the YouTube account associated with this channel has been terminated. I gotta give Simon another medication. How's that? Dude, I think that green nut muscle oil extract, whatever, extract oil, is helping with his skin, man. He seems to have less dandruff. He was getting dandruff kind of bad. He's been helping it. Something's helping it. That's the only thing I've added. Oh, well, maybe he was going hypo, man. Oh, goodness, I'll throw fast. If hypothyroidism causes flaky skin. We're never grifting. Look what they titled it. Wired titled it. YouTube live streamers made money hunting for migrants along the U.S. border. As a Take Our Border Back caravan. Oh. Wow. Yarberry. Oh my gosh, dude. He's famous now. Anybody in there? Said Dennis Yarberry, one of the YouTubers. He approached a migrant camp at night in Jacumba Hot Springs, California, near the border last week. Yarberry was live streaming to thousands of people. Come out, wherever you are. They said nobody would let him come out there, dude. That's hilarious, dude. He got their fucking YouTube shut down. Cause look, oh, wait, let me see that. What is this? Oh, it's a clip of him doing it right here.
Anybody in there? Come out wherever you are. This is what they stay in, guys. Oh, there's a rat running right there across the back. That's gross.
Damn, it's windy. Damn.
Goodness, it's cold. I don't believe they're going to be coming across here tonight.
Oh, this is when he was out there by himself.
It's cold, yo. If they was, they better be dressed warm. They're coming across here. Night it's cold. Wow.
Hi there, everybody. What are you guys doing?
So, Yarborough is one of the 3 men who split off from the takeout quarterback convoy in Texas, and according to live streams, spent days driving along the border in Arizona and California to harass migrants and volunteers with non-profit groups. We're illegal hunters, Yarborough told a store clerk while live streaming. Oh my gosh, they got him. They got all these, dude, like ready to.
Yeah, we're illegal hunters. I've hunted a lot in my life, but I've never actually hunted people, and that's what we're doing now. So it is what it is.
I don't know. How about that? Is it what it is? Hunting? The subway counter is where he was doing that in Yakima Hot Springs. I've hunted a lot of people. Okay, Yarborough, who is known online as both Master Grifter and Big D, and says he joined the People's Convoy, a group that protested COVID lockdown measures and disrupted traffic in 2022, was joined by Josh Fulper, known as Oreo Express, and Joe Felix, known as Taco Joe, who runs the First Responders Media, an outlet focused on live streaming far-right events. Throughout the hours-long broadcast from the border in Arizona and California, these live streamers regularly asked for donations from their supporters, which they claimed was being used to continue their work covering the crisis. Even while in the middle of harassing the migrants, the live streamers could still be heard thanking those who were sending them money via YouTube Super Chat function, through other platforms like Venmo and the Christian-aligned crowdfunding site Gives and Go. In one situation, while Fulper was shouting at migrants in Arizona, telling them to go home, he stopped briefly to call out a supporter who would send him $50 on Venmo. It really pisses them off that they got paid, I guess. You're right. They're like, fuck, you guys are getting paid? Shut them down. These live streamers come after weeks of inflamed rhetoric from both far right. So that's about it for that. They're just talking about what's happening in the world. That's interesting, man. I got them. Have they went live and talked about it yet? Who is what guy? Who is this guy? Master Grifter?
Meanwhile, a big new development tonight in that deadly shootout last night at a subway station in the Bronx. New York cops now say 3 gunmen fired as many as 19 shots in what started as a fight between 2 groups.
When the gunfire ended, 6 people were shot, one of them fatally. The NYPD released these images of 2 men captured by security cameras at the Mount Eden station.
And tonight, an MTA station agent who witnessed the chaos talking exclusively to Eyewitness News reporter N.J. Burkett.
NYPD officers are walking the platforms at the Mount Eden station that were littered with shell casings the night before. Police officials released these surveillance images of 2 young men wanted for questioning as the investigation intensifies tonight. The gunfire triggered pandemonium on board a number 4 train at 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
2 groups of young people fighting one another before one of them fires shots.
If you can imagine a chaotic scene, you have a crowded train
They'll
pulling
still
onto
be
a
doing
crowded
all right
platform,
with
one
Facebook
shot
and
being
Rumble.
fired. Now everybody's trying to scramble to get off the platform.
Investigators now believe there were 3 gunmen who fired at least 19 rounds, both inside the train and on the platform. 6 people were struck, most believed to have been innocent bystanders. 3 of the 6 victims were rushed here to St. Barnabas Hospital. One of them, a 35-year-old homeless man, was struck several times in the chest and did not survive. A 28-year-old man was shot in the arm, and a 29-year-old woman had bullet wounds in her face and her neck.
Everybody's running outside. People are jumping on top of each other. It was crazy.
Station agent Abdul Hussein saw the woman bleeding profusely and called in the emergency on the system's dedicated phone line.
She got shot with the blood coming from the face, from the neck, and she tried to get help from me.
MTA Chairman Jano Lieber insisted that crime is trending lower.
We're headed in a good direction, but today we're acknowledging what those folks are going through in the Bronx.
But Transit Union President Richard Davis says more needs to be done to protect riders and workers.
They have to focus some more resources onto the platforms and the stations with police presence.
Police believe the shootout was gang-related and are chasing down fresh leads tonight.
We think of coming things, and when and if it is broken, half the things can be fixed with WD-40 and duct tape. But with this kind, they have put so much money into other places. I'm sure, I'm just taking a guess here, but last couple of years, especially ones at war, probably could have hardened our grid overnight. Again, that's not going to happen. There's only one county that's hardened against EMP and CME. One county, not country, county out of our entire United States. If a CME or a Carrington level event hits us, which is a matter of time, it's not a matter of if, it will happen, then it could knock out our entire grid. And again, it could knock them out for a long time. They're talking, anywhere from 6 months to 24 months. 2 years, and that's assuming our supply chain is good and that everything is running. So as far as this goes, like the 3 that hit, it's like we could get a stack of these 3, and if these end up being the big ones at some point, we could be in a whole lot of trouble. Like imagine if these were all big, the biggest flares possible. Would that not be an absolute disaster?
Oh yeah, I mean that. In my opinion, when we do get that event, and even if you go back and look on some of the historic data, it's not just going to be one hit. Because if you actually think about what's happening on the sun when that does erupt, it destabilizes anything in that area. So it's all magnetics on the surface of the sun. So when that stuff erupts off, it will destabilize a good chunk of the sun. And as we've seen last week, we had an X flare that was off the bottom, but it was actually on the backside. This flare was occulted by the sun. The sun was actually blocking some of the X-ray from getting to us, and it still came in at an X3. So that flare itself was most likely an X5, X6, maybe even an X7. That particular eruption went off the backside, but Earth got a radiation storm from it. So it wasn't even coming at us. So what happens in that instance, it grabbed onto a magnetic connection line that we're connected to the sun with. It's called an interplanetary magnetic field line. And so when those CMEs off the backside actually cross that line, it'll grab the protons from the CME and it'll siphon it right to the Earth. So anything that goes off the right side of the sun has a better chance of impacting us. So that's why when you see bigger ones on the other side, we don't tend to see as much. But you're looking at the 94 angstrom right there. The bottom right, you will see that flare, that X flare. But I just wanted you guys to get a good overview of what the sun's doing right now. And the reason why is because you're going to see a lot of blinking, a lot of flashing. Each one of those are flares. We're talking, we had 4 high M class, almost X class flares, and an X class flare in less than a week. That's extremely busy. Yeah, that one there on the left was huge.
I know that a lot of people are looking at what is happening. So solar activity on top of everything that is happening right now. People are like, oh, "Are you kidding? Like this on top of everything else?" But that's kind of how things roll. I don't know if people have noticed, but it's like when these kind of bad things happen in your life, usually it doesn't just happen in ones. It happens in 3s or 4s or 5s. As far as this goes, the solar cycle 25 has been talked about for how many years, Mark? Like,
oh God, a long time,
a decade.
Ever since I've been doing this, it's been talked about. Yeah,
we're in that right now, and we're in the peak in 2024 and 2025. And is it correct to say that the solar cycle 25, the solar maximum, has moved up? They actually say it's coming sooner than they thought.
Yes, it's coming sooner, and they're expecting it to be more powerful, more energetic. Now, there was a couple scientists that actually came out and stepped out of it and out of what the norm is, and their forecast has been almost right on. So,
which is scary.
Yeah. I mean, it can definitely be scary, and I want to say something. The X flare that was down there on the bottom right side of the sun there.
Well, if you look at wages, the reason I say it's scary, I just don't want to say it's scary. It's scary because if they are accurate, what the other predictions from those 2 scientists are, which a lot of scientists are now jumping on their bandwagon, is that this could possibly be one of the most wildest solar cycles we've had in 400 years. Looking at the termination event of last, the last, what is the end cycle called? Wages, is it the Terminator event? Is it?
Yeah, the termination event. Yeah,
termination event. And
when it flips again. Yeah.
So this one is looking at that last one. They saw a pattern from one that they saw a very, very long time ago, and they found a pattern not from the 11-year cycle, but a 22-year cycle inside of the cycles.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how many cycles are inside the cycles, because if you really truly do take the time, you can almost forecast it out. And if you really, and that's what's kind of wrong with what gets reported sometimes, is because people, you just want to grab a hold of one thing. Hey, I see this little one pattern, and you don't take in consideration the rest of them. And and that's the wrong thing to do. So if you take this back and you go back to when we expected this, when the Carrington event actually did happen, and if you go forward with that, you'll start to see patterns that were trending towards something like that. And if you got the 304 up there, that is a huge eruption that missed us. Okay, that was yesterday or the day before. And I say this because if that happens 24 to 48 hours later, that hits us. That's how close this is. This is not something that's 2 weeks away from us. This is legitimately 24 to 48 hours from this coming right at us. And the same thing with that big X flare that caused the radiation storm that was actually behind the limb. If that had happened 2 to 3 days before that, we might not be having this conversation. We could be having different issues, bigger issues. I ain't saying it was going to be grid down, because I just simply can't say that, you know what I mean? But I can show you what I think could cause it. And I do think that the triple hits and the quadruple hits and stuff like that is where we're going to see the big stuff happen. Our magnetic field does not have enough time to come back to an ambient strong position when it's hit with a strong one after a strong one after a strong one. It just doesn't have the time. It puts us in a weak position. And, I talk about the magnetic position a lot because it's very, very important. It's called the BZ. And that's the negative and positive of our magnetic field. It's the orientation. And there's a threshold that we look for. It's called -6 on the BZ. If it gets to that -6, that means stuff is getting drawn in on our polls a lot easier because it all siphons in through the polls. And we were at like a -20, -30 before. So when you see that, stuff really does. But in the opposite of that, I seen us get hit and the BZ went to positive, and it actually has a deflecting effect.
I know what he's talking about or what?
All these factors come in, and you just don't know what you're going to get until the stuff starts hitting. And that's what makes it so hard to forecast. Even the direction of it sometimes is, not quite exact. And that's why I look at, I showed you 2 different models there. I don't just stop there. You can't. It's not the responsible thing to do. You have to go and you have to go look at all of it, because one of those was a NASA model, and one of them was a NOAA model, and then I showed you the European model. Those 3 models, it's the same model, but they take in consideration the data at certain levels. They make it more serious on one part of the data than the other one. It's like a hurricane spaghetti string model we see when the hurricanes hit. None of those models ever completely agree. But the second that they start to agree, that's when you can be very confident that's pretty much what's going to happen. And when you see all 3 of these models show something hitting, you can't ignore that. And that's kind of what I'm saying. And what you're looking at there, that is SOHO. That's a satellite 1 million miles closer to the sun. And it is always looking at the sun. It orbits with us around the sun. And you're seeing probably 4 or 5 days worth of eruptions there. And those are big eruptions. At the start of that, you've seen what we call a halo eruption. Right about, well, I'm not sure if we got a lag here.
There is a little bit of a lag, so it just happened. I'll keep replaying what I believe is the halo right there.
It is.
Right there. Look at that.
And the reason you get the halo, for the people that don't know, that black disc is actually on the camera, and it's a physical disc. They have to have that there because the image would get overexposed with light from the sun. So when you see the energy poke out around the whole thing, it looks like a halo. That's why they call it a halo eruption. But when that happens, we do not know if it's coming right at us or going right off the backside. So that's why you have to go look at other things.
So that could be as if you were looking at a punching bag. Somebody threw a water balloon at the back of it. It would probably look the same, breaking apart and splashing, as it would if you threw it from the front if you were looking straight on it, right? So it's kind of like,
that's a good analogy. Yeah,
you wouldn't be able to tell which way the balloon came from if you didn't see it pop. You would just see water coming out every side.
Yeah. Yep.
One thing with this
satellite's already
mark
over.
is that,
Oh, really?
So some folks might wonder, like, what about these recent events? Is this the bad stuff? I guess the point that we want to make sure that everybody knows and pays attention to is the fact that this is now getting to the point where it is exactly where we thought it would be, and where we thought it would be was not a pleasant place. There are one after another, after another, after another. And it's picked up to the point where now you are not hearing a lot of this in the mainstream media, but we thoroughly believe that in the coming very soon here, in the next year, you are going to start seeing more and more mainstream coverage of this as more and more people start yelling about it. And then, of course, once mainstream covers it, nobody's going to believe it, and they'll think the opposite of whatever they're covering. But just keep in mind that before this,
we're not going to be able to ignore it.
Yeah, it's going to be so huge. So when this does happen, folks should be prepared. Like the Fugel fam should be prepared. You guys have been watching for a very long time. Everybody here is a really tight-knit community. Wages, you know that. You have a lot of the Fugel fam over on your channel. But yeah, I mean, if you are following his channel, he's also putting a lot more stuff out. You'll see, like, this is definitely picking up. It used to be, even just last year, it was not like this. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right. And I think something else that we have to consider is the fact that it's not going to take as strong a one to affect us right now. because something that wasn't going on during the Carrington event
You guys are
was a magnetic
in
polarity
on
flip.
this. I love it.
Now it is. So it's weakening our magnetic field. And that's
Every day they
you can
they
go
think
look at
about
all the
this
data
way.
on that. And when our magnetic field is just, it's losing a lot of its deflection powers. It just really is.
Every day I think about the sun
what that
and
means
them rays,
is
man.
it's not going to take as
Gold
big of a
pepper.
hit to really give us a good little oomph. So, and you know, that and proof of that would be the SpaceX satellites that fell out of the sky during a G1 storm. That should never happen. It just should have. They've launched in those conditions. Gosh, countless times. And then it happened a week later with the other company that was launching satellites too. And the reason why that happened was because it added particles and it caused drag. So these satellites fell out of the sky, or they didn't really fall out of the sky. They just couldn't get them into orbit where they wanted to. And so, you know, obviously they had to let them come back. But the reason why the extra drag was caused was because our magnetic field didn't deflect like it normally does. And that's why it let more in. So when they launched through those conditions, what happened? Satellites failed. And that's just another proof. I mean, they went back and they've done
That's a
so
proof,
much
man.
study, and there's so many things going on with that. And it's just,
Yeah,
you know, the South Atlantic anomaly, that thing.
I got to prove.
The magnetic
We're all gonna
craziness that
die.
goes on down in the South Atlantic. You know, that's split into two now. It's getting real big. I mean, all these things are all coming together at once. And this affects everything. The sun is the biggest influence on anything that we do in our lives. That's the single most influential thing in everybody's life is the sun. You know, we had flares pop during hurricanes in the Atlantic Ocean and in the Gulf like 2 years ago. It was like a week apart. We had two different flares and we had two different hurricanes. Within hours of both of those flares hitting, those hurricanes intensified by like two levels. Went from like a cat 2 to a cat 4, one of them did. And then the other one was like cat 3 to cat 4 within just hours.
Well,
and they weren't forecasting that. So the only thing that could have caused that would have been the
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Pat Paris.
And I'm Heidi Alaga. A Congressional Western Caucus visiting the southern Arizona border last weekend ended with two congressmen taking their own trip to a migrant facility here in Tucson.
A video posted to X by U.S. Congressman shows them asking to be let inside. Now, the video shows staffers refusing access to the hotel. As of now, the video has over 2 million views and even received a reply from Elon Musk.
Our Adam Clapp picks up this story from here, joining us from the hotel where the migrants are staying.
The video was posted to X by Republican Congressman Tom Tiffany. With him in the video is Republican Representative from California, Doug LaMalfa. The video ends with hotel staff here calling 911 on the representatives and a sheriff.
Yo, we losing! We're losing!
Congress getting a Pima County Sheriff's deputy called on them and promising to return to look for answers.
That we should have a hearing down here.
Now, I'm speaking with Diego Lopez from Casa Alitas to better understand what happened.
The refusal of the tour is that we didn't have the right staff present to give the tour. That was not part of the 911 call there. It was the staff that were there, the hotel management and so forth, felt uncomfortable with how everything was being approached.
Lopez says a tour of the hotel was also denied because Representative Tiffany showed up unannounced. Sheltering migrants in hotels is something that has been happening in Tucson for years. We at KGUN reported on migrants staying at hotels in 2021 and have followed along as the county supervisors approved more federal funding for sheltering migrants.
It was a secret for people who are not from here or who are unfamiliar with how to use Google.
Mark Evans, a spokesperson for Pima County, says they've spent $65 million federal dollars on migrants since 2019. He also tells me the claim from Congressman Tiffany in his post that Casa Alitas is assisting illegal immigrants is false.
Those people are making asylum claims and they're being released into the country.
Right. They're not illegal anymore.
That is the law, where they can wait until they have
That's
an
how they see
adjudication
it.
of their asylum claim.
In a
Now they're
separate social
legal. They
post,
made it this
Congressman
far.
Tiffany says a migrant at the Tucson airport showed him this travel itinerary, claiming it's proof Casa Elitas is using federal money to pay for migrants' flights. Casa Elitas says the migrant who showed their paper in the post paid for their own flight, and the document is not proof that the organization is funding migrant travel with taxpayer money.
The sheet of paper is simply a guide. It's no proof of payment. It's no receipt. It says that up on the top.
They are, though.
You know,
I watched the informant video for this one.
Of my journey.
Lopez says 97% of the migrants they receive pay for their own travel. The other 3% of migrants Casa Elitas does pay for are for rare circumstances where migrants need immediate assistance. The recent posts have caused issues for both the county and Casa Elitas.
There's been a lot of threats associated with that. There's been a lot of angry phone calls.
It's been a little bit disheartening to have people attacking the work, attacking the staff.
Lopez again confirms with me members of Congress can get tours of Casa Elitas facilities by going through the proper process.
Please just show up on a time. Have your staffers reach out to me, and we could work something out.
So we can make it look nice and hide everything.
KGUN 9.
Now, we reached out to Congressman Tiffany's office for comment on his video. He's not available today, but has agreed to an interview tomorrow. Meantime, overcrowding at migrant shelters in Tucson and Phoenix have eased some in recent weeks, but the number of apprehensions in the Tucson sector remain near record levels. Here are the numbers I found for the last 2.5 months, according to Border Patrol. December, a record 73,500 apprehensions in the Tucson sector, dropped to just over 46,000 in January, with more than 25,000 apprehensions so far this month. But compare that to last fiscal year, an increase of more than 50,000 in December, 30,000 more in January, and an increase of more than 14,000 already in February. Apprehensions have dropped slightly, but still very high compared to a year ago.
Yeah, but the Dems will say that they've dropped. The hell? It's daytime. What was that? What happened over there? Daytime for that? It's party time.
Step-aside taggers, base-jumping daredevils are now flocking to downtown LA's infamous graffiti towers.
As authorities are trying to keep people out of the high-rise complex, they're now concerned these viral, wild stunts could attract more people to the area. KTLA 5's Sarah Welch joins us live from downtown LA with the story. Sarah.
Hi, Sharon Courtney. Good evening. Well, first it was taggers, and now, as you said, it is thrill seekers getting into this dangerous building and then posting on social media. You know, LAPD is monitoring this building, these 3 buildings, with around-the-clock security
Did you
at
see
an
that
enormous
dude
cost
that
to
base jumped
taxpayers.
and
The fear is
suicided?
that someone is going
He
to
had
get
to
killed
shoot
here.
underneath his strap.
A base jumper
and it didn't
flying off
deploy.
the vacant high-rise is at 12th and Flower, the latest trend in dangerous and illegal activity unfolding at the abandoned development in downtown L.A.
My fear is someone
You can see it before he jumps
City
too. You can see
Councilman
that
Kevin
it's
De
not
Leon
right.
and others in the city are working to tighten security at the eyesore
Crazy.
across from Crypto.com, overrun by taggers and other vandals trespassing and scaling the ledges several stories up.
We are pleading for the developer to step up and do what's right.
But he isn't counting on that. The Chinese developer is
You want me to go
reportedly
stream that
bankrupt, so
building?
the city
Would that
council
make it
is
me-
moving forward with
would
the
that mean
necessary
something?
steps to secure and clean up
Not that far
Oceanwide
from me.
Plaza and fight to recoup all costs so city taxpayers get paid back.
We want to make sure that taxpayers of the city of LA are in front of that, long line of liens that have been placed on this property, and specifically on Oceanwide.
The property was supposed to be luxury apartments, condos, and a shopping center, but the owner ran out of money in 2019. There have been numerous issues, tagging, and a recent shooting. A week ago, LAPD cleared the building, but in the last 24 hours alone, more than 24 people have been arrested for sneaking inside.
We have 8 units here.
It was just a
and
wasted
we're doing this
building.
around the clock.
Nobody's
And
ever
we're
going to
asking
use.
people to stay away,
Fuck, man.
stay out.
Stupid.
They will be physically.
We got so many homeless people. We have this huge building just sitting there.
LAPD is guarding the property, but the current barrier is flimsy and easy access. So the city is looking at ways of fortifying the fencing so it's not scalable and securing the stairwells above the second floor. So far, LAPD has logged more than 3,000 hours babysitting the property. The police chief told the police commission it's taxing resources.
This has strained our deployment.
But the chief says the patrols are necessary to deter vandals from gaining access and preventing trespassers from risking their lives.
If we were to walk away from that today, that would be reoccupied in a matter of hours.
And the chief says, while this is stretching resources, every region is still meeting the minimum requirement for policing. This is prime real estate. And of course, the goal for many is to get this property sold and back on the tax rolls. Back to you in Hollywood.
All right, Sarah, thank you.
Oh, she's over 7. Well, there goes. Bye-bye.
At 5:38 p.m. this evening, Austin Travis County EMS, as well as the Austin Fire Department and the Austin Police Department, received a 911 call reporting a vehicle that had crashed into the emergency room at St. David's, North Austin.
Dude.
Upon arrival of units, a level 4 mass casualty incident was declared, which indicates that there may have been upwards of 10 patients on the scene of the incident. Multiple units responded from across the city of Austin and the surrounding areas. On arrival, we discovered 5 patients on the scene. Of those 5 patients, 1 individual was pronounced deceased on the scene of the incident after being extricated from the vehicle by the Austin Fire Department. An additional 4 patients were transported to area hospitals. Of those patients, 2 pediatric patients and 1 adult were transported to Dell Children's Hospital. One of those pediatric patients was in critical condition. In addition, 1 adult patient was transported to Round Rock Medical Center in critical condition. Upon stabilizing the incident, our resources transitioned into supporting St. David's North Austin Medical Center. An additional 8 patients were identified that required transport to other area hospitals. At this time, we have multiple resources on the scene, including our medical ambulance bus, which is preparing and coordinating with St. David's North Austin Medical Center in preparation for their transport in the coming minutes and hours. With this, I'll turn this over to Assistant Chief Thayer Smith from the Austin Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief. Austin Fire Department units initially arrived and began an assessment of the scene. They did initial triage of the patients that were involved. They also did extrication of the vehicle and started with the hospital staff with CPR on that patient. That's a patient referred to that was ultimately pronounced deceased on the scene in the hospital ER. From that point, we just assisted with the operation to identify patients, continue the triage, and support the other agencies as needed.
I'm just going to step in real quickly before Dr. DeYoung speaks. The Austin Police Department has vehicular homicide detectives on the scene, and they are investigating the cause. So just so you all know, we're not going to be able to speak to anything that would involve the investigation. Dr. DeYoung?
I'm Dr. Peter DeYoung. Just want to thank all of you for being here. All of you, everyone, for the quick response. As everyone has described, we had a tragedy happen with the vehicle entering our emergency department. The driver, as I mentioned, is deceased, was treated by our emergency department team. We did have 4 other people that were in the lobby that have been transferred to other facilities, and another that was treated here. Obviously, this is a big deal. We have 8 patients that are queued up to go to other facilities just so that we can better regroup. We are so thankful that the building itself appears to be in good condition, and there's been no impact to operations outside of the emergency department at all. The emergency department right now is closed to ambulances, EMS. We would be able to handle walk-ins. And we're hoping to kind of regroup here over the night and see where the morning leads us. But just thank you, everybody, for your support.
We can take some questions.
Just to confirm, the driver was the one that did asking after emergency CPR.
That is something that's going to have to be determined by the police department in their investigation.
He did just say that, so it's reportable in terms of, he just said it was the driver that was the one that was deceased.
Thoughts?
I'm sorry, what? I did not hear the question.
It was just said that the driver was the one that was deceased, so we're just confirming that because it was just said.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I have a question for the doctor. If maybe you could just talk on more subjectively about seeing all these, you work at a hospital to see all these first responders come together to tackle this, how that just feels.
It's amazing to see. I left the facility just 15 minutes before this occurred, to then turn around and come back and see the response, to see the number of vehicles, to see things were already, everyone is being cared for, and it was amazing. To have it under this circumstance, obviously, is tragic.
For the people.
You've got folks behind them, trying to tell first responders that they're having an emergency and need to get in. For people that are walk us through what is.
Yes. Right now we're setting up an alternate kind of entrance triage area where the
clip on.
ambulance bay is for us to treat patients there. We are in the process of sending patients away so we can better manage that. And then we're not taking any ambulance exits.
Do you think he uses a straight razor?
Staff member, I can't answer that one.
Yeah, and we're not taking any ambulances at this time. That's kind of a big deal.
Damage to the building itself and how that might impact the days ahead.
There is a damage to the outside, to the doors of the building. There was an aquarium inside. If there's any pictures that are out there of water, that was due to the aquarium.
There's an aquarium.
We feel very fortunate at this point. The preliminary report is that the facility
Bro, the fucking lady killed the fish with her ass. She just had to take somebody else out with her, didn't she?
I would say at this point we have
She's the only fatality.
Deceased. There may be other people, but that's what I can confirm at this time.
What? What is?
I would say at this point we have 5 people injured and the deceased. There may be other people, but that's what I can confirm at this time.
And so just to be really clear, when you say those 5 people, those were the ones involved in this incident in particular. Each others are people injured for different things.
Absolutely, that is correct.
And of those 5, one is deceased.
Yes. One is
driver.
deceased. 5.
No, they
5 injured.
5 injured, one deceased.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5 casualties, 1 fatality.
There's one patient.
How many different ways does he need to say it?
4 were sent to other facilities.
And the other 8 that you guys were describing was?
The other 8 patients have been sent to other facilities. They were already being cared for at our facility. So they're being moved just
Wasting
to
the doctor's
allow us
time.
to decompress that.
You got lives to save, man.
Correct.
Dang.
Okay.
Of those injured, 2 of them.
Correct.
And 2 people are critical. Do we know is it near fatal?
Bro, these fucking reporters are something else, man.
Of the 4 patients that were transported, 2 were adults and 2 were children. 1 child was transported with critical life-threatening injuries. 1 adult had serious potential life-threatening injuries.
Not a kid! It gets everybody
and the other
freaked
adult that
out.
were transported
There's a
had
kid.
non-life-threatening
That's
injuries.
why they want to know that. There's a kid.
Well, thanks you guys for your time.
No!
That will be up to the Austin Police Department. That will be up to the Austin Police Department.
Not a kid. This is a Valentine's Day wedding, so this is San Antonio. What? Oh, we just missed it. Man, why is Discord making all kinds of noise? What's going on over here? Oh. Yeah. I did see that. Yeah, the boom boom. Sorry, man. I got a DM that very rarely happens, but it does do it whenever. Like I have everything else muted except for DMs. That's when I was like, "What is happening?" Unless something else happened. There's a new arrival, unknown walker. One person's done left and everything already. Why you keep saying English? She did more than one thing. Lonnie did it. Lonnie's doing it. We missed the party. The San Antonio wedding party. What exactly is it? I don't know. They get married here, I guess. People just get married in San Antonio, right here. They have a group wedding. Yeah, group wedding. You're all married. You may all kiss the brides. I'll do it. It's quicker when 5 people get married at once. More efficient, cheaper. If you want to save $1, it's one good way to save $1, you know what I mean? Have a group wedding. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not even sure if that's a thing. It's a weird thing, if it is a thing. Or the Alamo, did they have a group wedding? Cathedral Notre Dame, oh. There. What is this? Child abduction.
They're old and young, male and female.
Hold up. Hold up, I got an emergency, man. Child abduction, child abduction. Everything's gonna start exploding now. This phone's gonna go off any second now. It's taking it so long. I need to know about the abductions. Oh my gosh. At the date, update. I don't feel like updating. Get out of my face.
Every business owner wants them, including you. As the fast food arena becomes more competitive, you must work even harder to maintain and expand your store's current customer base. Providing a great tasting product is not enough. In fact, it's only the beginning. Customer base is never guaranteed. People who walk through your doors today may not come back tomorrow or next week or next month. There's even the chance they might never come back at all.
Dude, I haven't eaten
Studies have
Subway in
revealed a variety of
forever.
reasons for this phenomenon.
I remember, dude, back in the day, every morning I would eat Subway. They came out with this breakfast sandwich like in, what was that, like 2003, 2004, somewhere around there. They had this breakfast sandwich all of a sudden, and there was a Subway on the way to work. I had like an hour drive with my partner. He would drive the company car, and I would get paid for that hour's drive time just to pretty much sleep on the way to work. And that Subway was one of the, we would always stop there and I'd give me a little breakfast sandwich. And it was decent, you know, it was satiating. It would give me a little something for the morning, ready to go to work. I mean, but like, since then, like I had them on a regular every morning for a while doing that while we were subcontracting at that place. So it wasn't a forever type gig. So, but for a while I was eating some Subway, but yo, I haven't for a while now. I don't know if that Jared thing had something to do with it, or like their prices, or what happened. I don't know what happened. Why we have fallen out, Subway? There was the tuna fish scandal where they were saying it wasn't real tuna. That was kind of weird. What happened though, man? Everybody used to eat Subway, and now, I don't know, did they get to, like, didn't they have the bicyclist too? Lance Armstrong as their dude? What happened? And at one point people were like, Subway is the sandwich, dude. You get Subway. Interesting. They really fell out, dude. Maybe people learned about like processed meats more. Stopped eating so much processed meat. Sandwich meat. Well, this is their heady. This is 1993.
Customer service tops the list. Even Subway stores have this problem. For example, in 1990...
Dude, this is like foreshadowing. They were just talking about how their customer base or whatever was going to change or whatever. I'm pretty sure their sales are still high because they're everywhere. You know, they're back in '93. They probably weren't near as many locations as they are now. They have more connections because there's like certain stores that, I don't know. Whenever you see a KFC, there might be a Taco Bell close by because they have like a connection. But who's Subway have a connection with? Do they have any connections like that? Starbucks maybe. When you see a Starbucks, there's probably a Subway nearby. I don't know. Maybe. Have to look around next time.
2. Poor service topped our customer complaint list every quarter. By year's end, this area alone accounted for over 37% of the complaints registered with headquarters. In order to succeed in the fast food industry, both your products and customer service must be top-notch. You've got to give every customer a positive experience, so each one will want to visit your Subway store.
That thing's not even right. It's not. All it was sloppy ass meatballs with
basic customer service
sauce and cheese on it.
Slowly to enhance understanding.
It didn't even have any vegetables on it, man. What are you doing?
Let's take a look at the first area.
You might as well just go get some pizza
Excellent
at that point.
Service involves how you act toward customers. Not only must you fill their order, but you must also make them feel welcome. Let them know you appreciate
some marinara
their
to
business.
dip it in.
This is a task that involves several elements. Let's start by looking at these. Customers have two needs, practical and emotional. Filling their practical needs is easy. Make their order as specified. But what if you were rude during their visit or acted indifferent? Then the customer got what he ordered, a sandwich, but he didn't get what he wanted, friendly, quick, trouble-free service.
Dude, did you see the subtle difference there, dude? This is because this is what it's like now. This is what it's like now, right here. Unless like In-N-Out, they still look like this. They because they're getting paid decent in In-N-Out, and they seem to be having a good time in there. But this is what most people are acting like now. The second shot where he's all relaxed, his shoulders slumped with his hat backwards. Like, I mean, not really paying attention, no eye contact, not smiling at them as they leave. Interesting. This This happened.
Then the customer got what he ordered,
This was
a sandwich.
20 years
but
ago,
he didn't
21
get
years
what he
ago.
wanted. Friendly,
Wow.
quick, trouble-free service.
I mean, it was already happening back
Filling
then,
emotional
too.
needs is a
That's
major
why they had
part
to
of
tell them to
customer
do
service.
this, right?
In fact, even if you can't fill an order exactly, your customers can still leave happy, as long as you treat them pleasantly and with respect, just as
But
you would treat
customer
friends.
service is one out
Make
the
eye
window.
contact and greet people when they enter your store to make them feel welcome.
Hi, welcome to Subway. I'll be with you in a minute.
No, that seems so warm and welcome.
It only takes 7
Like a
seconds for
robot.
customers to get
Yo,
irritated for
Jesus
waiting
saves
unnoticed.
from
At
hell.
least acknowledge their presence with a few words to let them know you know they're waiting.
Sorry.
When you're ready, turn to the customer and give him your undivided attention.
Thanks for waiting. What can I make for you today?
Something else just happened here.
What was
Something
his
so
hands
simple
dirty
you
to
might
begin
not have thought
with?
about it. Hand washing. It's easy to forget, but it's one of the most important tasks you need to perform.
Bro, what was
Let's
he
take a moment to
doing
find out
before
why.
we walked in?
Plain and simple, hand washing looks good to customers and gives
Yeah.
them the idea that cleanliness is important.
Well, isn't it?
It also
Hold
promotes
up.
proper
Gives them
hygiene.
the idea
Hand washing helps
that it's
prevent the
important.
transmission of bacteria
No,
to
it
food
doesn't.
and lowers the occurrence of foodborne illness. When you're a customer, how do you feel when you see counter attendants wash their hands? How about when they don't? The hand sink in your Subway store is located on the back counter.
They used
This
to make them wear
positioning allows
gloves
customers
eventually.
to see when you wash up and when you don't. Rinsing
Weird shit.
isn't good enough. Always work the soap to a lather.
We had hand
thoroughly.
washing instructions. How little that sink looks. It's like miniaturized looking for some reason. Fuck, was
And dry.
my perception ain't right. Didn't it? It looks like a
Now
Lego micro sink. It's a micro sink.
and in between preparing different food products.
You better
For
wash your
example, if
hands
you've
all
just
the
made
time.
meat setups, you should wash your hands before preparing vegetables for
A
slicing.
meat setup? They make
The
those?
use
I
of
thought
rubber
those came
gloves is
from
a
a
topic that
factory or
frequently arises
something.
during any discussion on hand washing.
Ooh, gross.
Some of our
Somebody
store
actually
owners have their
picks up all
employees
those
wear
and puts them
gloves.
on that piece of
If
paper
gloves
like
are
that?
worn,
I'm
you
done.
must also follow a few sanitary rules.
I thought a machine did that.
When you wear gloves, your fingers stay clean
Gonna throw
inside,
up.
but the outer surface becomes dirty. A dirty glove can contaminate food just as easily as dirty hands. To
I'm about to
prevent
throw
this
up,
from
dude.
happening, you must
Somebody
change them after
touches that,
handling
and
money,
then it sits
after
there,
touching hair, face,
and
or
then they
skin,
make my sandwich with it?
and
Oh,
in between preparing
wonder
different
nobody
food
goes there anymore.
products like meat and
They don't
vegetables.
cook this stuff after they,
Now,
I mean,
let's get
after
back
they
to
touch
more
it.
ways of treating customers like friends.
That's a little
There are a few
sus.
more things to keep in mind.
I don't know.
Thanks for waiting. What can
They
I
made
make for you
those
today?
meat preparations.
Continue
How
making eye
sanitary they
contact
were.
as you take orders. This shows you're paying attention and makes customers feel special.
That weed or white?
Hold up, we are special,
Refer to
aren't we?
customers by name
Bitch?
if you know it, and make pleasant conversation with them. Talk about
Alright.
the weather, sports, family, anything appropriate.
Oh, we are
It
special.
puts them at ease and sets us apart from the competition. It also helps keep customers occupied, so the time spent waiting in the store
It
seems
creeps
short.
me out when they talk to me while they
And
make the
above all,
sandwich.
smile, be friendly and quick,
Say my sandwich,
and act
weirdo.
professional at
Stop asking
all
me
times.
questions.
Remember, you're not just selling sandwiches, you're also selling your store's
No,
image.
all I want is my sandwich, and then I want to leave. Okay?
Putting
Salt and
customers at
vinegar,
ease
yes,
doesn't end as
yes.
you get down to business. In fact,
oil and
being
vinegar,
friendly
I
can
mean.
help you take customers
Salt and
through
pepper,
Subway's ordering
yes.
procedure in a fast and efficient manner. A typical transaction can be broken down into 4 main parts. Let's cover them in the order you would encounter them while working.
I've never been here before. What do you recommend?
What the hell?
What's in a
Bro,
Subway club?
these people are zombies.
How far in advance do I have to order a 6-foot sub?
Oh, she seemed real.
I'm having a get-together on Sunday. Can I order 20 sandwiches to pick up then?
Every day, customers will
Yo,
ask you all
that
kinds
old
of questions about
sign.
Subway's products as they order.
Wow.
Helping
Look at that
customers
thing.
understand how and what to order is a major part of giving excellent service. Learn everything about the product line and the particular
$1.89 for
ordering
veggie
procedures in your
cheese.
store.
Who gets that? Cinnabon.
I've never been here before. What do you recommend?
You might want to try our BMT. It's made with salami, bologna, pepperoni, and ham. Our seafood and crab is another popular choice. What's in a Subway club? Our club is made with turkey, roast beef, and ham. How far in advance do I have to order a 6-foot sub? We'd like a day's notice so we can braid the bread and prepare everything we'll need. We make every party sub to order, so it's as fresh as possible. Would you like to order one?
I'm having a get-together on Sunday. Can I order 20 sandwiches to pick up then?
You sure can, but you might want to consider one of our party items. Our 6-foot party sub serves 20 to 25 people. Or you might want to consider a party platter.
Smear them on me, and then I smear my body onto the canvas.
Sincere, accurate information to customers. If you're asked a question you can't answer, ask the manager for help.
I also sell a tape with
or if you're alone,
of the
offer
moaning
to write
that
down the customer's name and phone number,
while I was
and then
smearing
call back when you find out the answer.
They can play
After a
when
customer
they look
places
at
an order, you have to try to increase their check size through suggestive selling. This too is a learned technique.
Make it as
to put it
visceral as
plainly, timing
possible.
is everything. When done correctly, suggestive selling enhances your menu and encourages customers to buy higher-priced or additional items. It should never confuse them or, worse, annoy them. Common sense will tell you how to do it right.
Never annoy the customer.
Here are the
That's a good
3
tip,
times when you
actually.
can trade up customers during a transaction.
Oh, selling times.
When should the following questions be asked?
What? Hold up.
BMT today.
This is when they should try to upsell you after a customer places an order or is undecided. After placing cheese on the bread. What does that mean? This is when they just... Okay. After a sandwich is made, before orders are... Okay, that's a no-brainer. But after the cheese is on the bread, that's when they get you.
Be asked.
Would you like some extra meat?
How about a BMT today?
This can trade up a customer to a higher-priced sandwich. Since it offers customers a choice of sandwich, you ask it when you take their order.
That's a foot long, right?
You need
Try to
know
get them
what
in that
size
foot long.
sandwich to make.
Try
and
to get them in
larger,
the...
the better.
Lock them in,
Ask
Chuck.
this if no preference is given with an order.
Lock them in the foot long, Chuck.
Would you like to try double meat today?
Double meat! Called it.
Since you're
I haven't
suggesting
even
extra
seen
meats,
this, dude.
this one's appropriate to ask while you're making the sandwich. Remember to explain the higher cost involved so there's no confusion later on.
Now, what size drink would you like today?
This question involves an additional item, so you should ask it when you're
Yeah,
done
don't
making
ask
the
them if
sandwich.
they want a drink.
Don't
Ask
ask
what
if the
size they
customer
want.
wants a drink. Ask what size he
Yeah,
wants.
that's good.
This is more likely to encourage a drink purchase.
Yeah, I wasn't really going to,
Would
but
you
I
like
guess
a
I'll get a
fresh baked cookie and a bag of chips with that?
Immediately follow your drink question with this.
Does it come with it?
Again, chips and desserts are additional items. Ask about them after you've wrapped the sandwich.
Yeah.
How well did you do on the quiz?
Made
See,
all
we
kinds of
told you
money.
it was easy.
Making Subway money, which helps
Let's
me
move on
make
to the
money
next part of a
too.
transaction, handling the sub club card.
Oh
The
yeah, I
sub
remember
club
that
card
thing.
is a marketing
You get like
tool
10, you
unique
get
to
one.
Subway. Basically, it rewards loyal customers and encourages repeat visits.
Remember that thing?
The Sub Club card is one of the best in-store marketing tools available. The card
In the
receives
world.
2 stamps for
In
a
the
foot-long
fucking
sale
world, man. Do you
and
remember?
1 for a 6-inch.
Do you remember? Look at that
Customers
thing.
can redeem full
Look at
cards,
that.
those
You get the
bearing 24
stamps.
stamps, for any regular foot-long. Half-full cards can be redeemed for any regular 6-inch or salad. Most of your regular customers should be familiar with the Sub Club card, but new ones may be confused. After all, how often does someone get something for free?
Never.
Offering a stamp for someone's card is the
We need to
last
bring
question to
stamps
ask
back
before
again.
ringing up an order. This gives you
Free
the time you
Subways,
need to
man.
explain the program to a new customer without interrupting the flow of the transaction. The last part of the business side involves how you handle customers as they pay for their orders.
Ooh, I'm going for
It's easy to
New
feel
York.
rushed during this part of a transaction. Customers are
Banned.
waiting, you're
Yeah, they got
trying to
banned.
hurry. But it's
You're
important
going to
you do this
withdraw.
right. The customer deserves to be given the correct
funny.
change.
And that's a seafood footlong. And a cookie. That's $6.54, please.
Here are 3 steps that can help you get it right every time. First, repeat the amount given.
Out of 20.
Next, place the customer's money on top of the register or on the register drawer. This leaves no doubt about how much the customer actually gave you. And
Hey,
lastly,
taking too long,
count back
Brad.
the change.
Okay, that's 7, 8, 9, 10, and 10 is 20.
Things were so much slower
Let's
before
watch that
everybody had a
again.
card in their hand.
Notice how the change wasn't counted back to the customer as $13.46.
He makes it seem like they were, though.
Instead,
they were a
it
little
was counted
faster than
back
that.
to
He's
equal
a
the
slow-ass
customer's original
counter,
method of
dude.
payment, a $20 bill.
Okay, that's 7, 8, 9, 10.
This dude's
10
trying to
is
get
20.
fired for being too slow in rush hour, I'm telling you.
This three-step method of counting back change verifies the accuracy of the change and reconfirms the amount you took in from the customer. Although it's tempting just to give back what the register tells you to, it's good cash register etiquette and good business to take your time to do it the right way.
Okay,
Don't trust the machine. If you've entered a wrong amount, it will calculate the wrong amount of change. Another tip for preventing errors is to keep your money drawer neat. Place all bills face up, with the heads pointing in the same direction. This can help you detect when you've placed a bill in the wrong slot. Let's see how the four parts of a transaction fit together.
Man, we're learning
As you'll
here.
see,
I'm
an
learning.
effective employee mixes making friends while conducting business.
Oh, it's a full thing.
Hi, welcome to Subway. What can I make for you today?
I've never been here before, but how's that spicy Italian?
Well, that's a good sandwich. That's made with salami and pepperoni. Another good choice is our Subway Club. That has turkey, roast beef, and ham. It's one of our most popular sandwiches.
That sounds good. I think I'll try it.
Would you like that on white or wheat bread?
I think I'll have wheat.
Okay. That's a foot long, right?
My choices are 6-inch and foot long?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll go for the foot long.
Would you like double meat or bacon on your sub today?
No bacon, but is everything double with double meat?
Well, you get the normal amount of fixins, but twice the meat and cheese of a regular footlong for just $2 more.
I'm hungry today. I think I'll try that.
Okay, great.
This is what it was like shopping
Is that
in
going to be with all our
93.
fixins today?
The fixins are what's up on the
Fixins,
menu, right?
by the way.
Yep, that's them. It's easiest if you tell me what you don't want on a sandwich.
Okay. I'll have everything except for olives.
Okay, no olives? No problem. Sure turned into a nice day out there.
Yeah, it's a lot warmer out there than they predicted. It's great weather to play softball.
You play softball? What team are you on?
I play on my company's team, Acme International.
Really good friend of mine plays on that team. His name's Martin. I think he's a pitcher.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's been doing a great job this year.
Really? He keeps trying to get me out for a game, but never seem to make it.
Yeah, we have a good time out there.
Yeah, softball's a lot of fun. So, it's quite a sandwich.
Yeah.
Okay, what size drink would you like today?
I think I'll have a large.
Huh. Man, I want a sandwich now.
Okay. Would you like a bag of chips or a cookie to go with that?
No thanks. I think the double meat will be enough.
Okay. Here's a Sub Club card.
What's this?
That is our discount card. Every time you buy a 6-inch or a salad, we give you 1 stamp. Every time you buy a footlong, we give you 2. When you fill up the card, you get a free sandwich.
Wow, free sandwich. I'm going to hang on to this.
Okay, so that was a double meat club and a large soda. That comes to $7.93. Out of 10? Okay, that's 8, 9, and 10. Here's your receipt. Here's your cup.
Okay.
The self-service down that way.
Thank you.
Have a nice day and come back soon.
Well.
There you have it. An example of excellent basic customer service. The employee was patient and friendly with the customer while moving the ordering process along. Every customer deserves this high level of basic service. However, this does not mean it's the best that can be done. Your store owner and manager will have more instruction for you in all of these areas. Be sure to learn the particular rules for your store so that you can provide quick, professional, and above all, consistent service for all of your customers.
Dude, hey look, these people are on.
Con biết được thì mọi người, thậm chí quý anh chị muốn mua sách
hạnh đầu năm. Bình Võ và Ngọc Trang Channel xin kính chào quý khán
Hey,
giả của Bình
hey, you
Võ và
miss
Ngọc Trang.
Oreo and first responders?
Hôm nay là
This
ngày
is like
13
them on
tháng 2
steroids.
năm
I think
2024.
I shit on these guys.
Thì ngày mai là ngày Valentine quý vị, mà tại vì mình không có người yêu mình là ông Trump, cho nên ngày mai mình phải đi gặp Tổng thống. Chính vì vậy mà tụi em phải là lặn lội tối hôm nay chúng em lại trên đường South Carolina để rao đi cho Tổng thống vào ngày mai quý vị. Và cũng là
Look, they got 15 people watching, but they got 99,000 subs. In like for 22 minutes, 15 people watching, 9,000 subs.
Mình nói cho nó thật là lia ha anh hả?
You never know who's going to call your store. It could be a secretary ordering lunch for the office, someone who wants a BMT to go, or someone who's interested in party items. Or maybe it's even Subway's founder, Fred DeLuca, asking how things are going. Then again, maybe not. The point is, it really doesn't matter if you can't see who's on the other end of the line. Callers are customers, and they deserve the same excellent service as those who order in person. Since they can't see you, you've got to impress them using only
Phone
your voice.
callers, huh?
Here's an example
I've
of how
never
you
done
can make
that
that
to a
first
fast
impression
food
a
place.
good one. No one likes waiting. Make sure you answer calls in 3 rings. Also, remember to speak clearly and slowly enough to be understood. Let the caller hear the smile in your voice.
Good morning. Thank you for calling Main Street Subway. This is Jim. May I help you?
Hi, this is Paula calling from Harrington Press. I'd like to place an order for a party platter for this afternoon.
Great. What type of sandwich would you like, Paula?
BMTs, tuna, and roast beef. Is that possible?
That's no problem. That platter, including tax, comes to $30.73. Would you like drinks and chips with that?
No, we have plenty of those. But do the sandwiches on the platter come with all of the fixins?
Yes, they do. Now, what time would you like to pick this up?
4.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
4 o'clock. Is that okay?
That's no problem. One party platter for Harrington Press will be ready and waiting for you at 4 o'clock. Now, all I need is your phone number.
555-1212.
He's really good, isn't he?
That's 555-1212?
That's right.
Taker.
Okay, Paula, thanks for your order. Now, do you know how to get to Main Street Subway?
Across from the hospital, right?
That's right. We'll see you in a little while.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
But proper phone etiquette doesn't stop there. In addition to the points we just covered, there are a few more we'd like to review. Be sure to keep all of these points in mind as you serve customers who order by phone. Be able to tell customers how to get to your store. Don't interrupt customers. Let one bad encounter affect the rest of your day.
All of the bad encounter.
Oh, I could see why you're upset. But how about if I make you a new sandwich? It'll only take a minute.
That'd be fine. Tuna, no onions this time.
Coming right up.
You know, I usually don't complain about such small things, but I really can't stand onions.
I understand. I'm just glad you gave us a second chance. We wouldn't want to lose you as a customer.
Well, just be sure you tell the manager about this morning. I don't want it to happen again.
Oh, and neither do we. But I'll tell you what. How about a free drink for your inconvenience?
Okay, thanks.
Remember, customers are your #1 priority.
Oh, this is the bad employee.
He's in the Pepper's Rouse, right?
Right. Hey, he remembered something.
Hold up.
No peppers are all.
This is what employees like nowadays. Hold up.
Resolve the problem.
I know it.
How about a free drink?
This isn't hard.
There we
but
go.
You must always be aware of how you treat customers. To show you why, we're going to wrap things up by letting you listen in on customers' thoughts. You'll see 2 Subway stores. Keep in mind this simple question. Which one would you want to visit again?
That was my most favorite concert of all time. That music was so loud I could feel it.
No wonder the radio's so loud. He's probably deaf.
No, you missed a great show, even though our seats were so hot.
Does he even know I'm here?
So what are you doing on Saturday night?
I've got to get back to work soon. Excuse me.
Really?
Excuse me.
I gotta go. I'll call you back later.
Finally.
The phone number.
Can I get you?
Hi, what do you recommend? I'm in the mood for something light today.
How about salad?
Salad. Okay, what kinds are good?
Oh, okay. Depends what you like.
No kidding. Okay, I'll just have a 6-inch cold cut combo, please. No peppers or olives.
Sweet or white?
White.
Double meat or regular?
Regular.
Did you say 6-inch or foot?
6-inch. I think I already said this.
Hey, Matt's less than 6 inches. He gave the skitty end.
You sure you want double meat? It'll taste better.
I'm sure. I'm not that hungry. Besides, it probably costs a lot.
It tastes better, he said. You want double meat, it tastes better.
Hey, Kelly, can you get that? I'm with the customer.
There's someone else back there? Dude, did you put enough lettuce on that? I wonder if his hands are clean. I didn't even see him wash them earlier.
No, they're clean.
You said no pepper flowers, right?
Right. Hey, he remembered something.
The office there?
No, I don't want to die of thirst. Why don't I have a medium drink, please?
Here's your cup, and the stuff is right over there.
Okay.
That's $2.73. You can change. Thanks. Have a good day, and thank you for coming to Subway.
Thanks.
Oh, hey, do you have a sub card I could stamp? Well, maybe next time.
Oh man, I was hoping it'd be the same actor.
Bye.
With him acting like better this time.
I just have to wash my hands.
Man, shit, that's not as cool. It's a different person doing it. That dude couldn't actually do both. That was him. He can't be anything else but that.
So, welcome to Subway. What can I make for you today?
Wow, that was fast.
Oh, she's got that music playing in the background.
Well, all of our sandwiches can be made as salads. But if you're in the mood for a sandwich, I'd recommend the turkey breast.
That sounds good. Okay, I'll try a 6-inch turkey breast, please, with no peppers or olives.
Okay. Would you like that on white or wheat?
White, please. I usually get the cold cut combo, but I'm kind of in the mood for something different.
Yeah, it's good to switch around every once in a while. I know you said you were in the mood for something light today. Maybe next time you'd like to try double meat on your sandwich. It's only $1 extra.
Is that for a 6-inch?
Yeah, that's for a 6-inch. But even for a foot long, it's just $2 more.
That's a pretty good deal. That's good to know.
Now, you look familiar. Have you been in this store before?
Actually, I've been to Subway many times, but I've never been to this store. This is a nice store you have. It's very clean.
Thanks. We try our best. So, what size drink would you like today?
I'll have a medium, please.
And would you like a bag of chips or a fresh baked cookie to go with that?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot dessert. Okay, the cookies look good. I'll have a chocolate chip, please.
Hey, great. And I see you have your Sub Club card out. Here's your stamp.
Thank you.
Just one more and you get a free 6-inch.
That's nice of her to notice. I know, I can hardly wait. What do I owe you?
Comes to $4 even. Out of 10.
I'm learning how to be my best subway worker that I can be. When just in case one day they're going to want me, dude.
Thanks, I will. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
After seeing this.
Congratulations. You now know the basics of how to provide excellent service for Subway's customers. Your store owner or manager will give you additional instructions on the specific rules of your store. Just remember, whenever you serve customers, imagine you can trade places with them. Then, act as you would like to be treated.
Oh, whoa, this one goes like even further. Dude, I got hired. Ma, I got hired. Yeah, Ma. I'm gonna work at Jack in the Box. Well.
Welcome to Food Maker. We're proud to have you as part of our winning team. To be successful in our business, you need quality food, great customer service, and an attractive and clean dining environment. It also takes a positive attitude on the part of all of us to maintain the high standards set by our company. These standards can be summarized in 3 simple words: quality, service, and cleanliness. QSC. Quality, fresh, and appealing food. Fast, friendly, and helpful service. And sparkling clean and pleasant surroundings. Quality, service, and cleanliness are what keep our customers satisfied and keep them coming back again and again.
This is 1985.
Often bringing friends. This leads to even more satisfied customers and more sales. It's up to you to maintain the QSC standards every minute you're on the job.
Most of the people in these videos are older than me.
Customers are your guests. The way you prepare the food, serve your guests, and
might not even be
maintain the
around
restaurant's
anymore.
appearance determines the customer's impression of our restaurants. Maintaining the highest possible standards of quality, service, and cleanliness is a big responsibility. We realize that, so we'd like to give you some helpful tips that will make your job easier. Quality. Quality is what people expect when they go to any restaurant. Quality food, quality service, and a quality dining experience. When they come to our restaurants, they make no exception. Quality food starts with fresh ingredients. If something looks old or spoiled, don't use it. If you wouldn't eat it, certainly don't serve it to one of our guests. It's our job to maintain that consistent quality in all of our products and service. Quality also has to do with appearance. Every item on the menu should be prepared by the book in a consistent and appealing manner. When guests unwrap their food, it should look as appealing as it tastes. You are the key to the quality of our food. Take pride in your role as a food maker master chef. Service. Good service goes hand in hand with high quality. Our guests want fast, friendly, and efficient service, and our goal is to please our guests. To help meet that goal, here are a few proven service techniques. No matter what your job is, always greet guests immediately. They may not be ready to order, but at least they'll know that someone is ready to help and they won't feel ignored.
Hi, I haven't learned the register yet, but someone will be right up to take your order.
No hurry, I'm still deciding, but thanks for your help.
Get to know our regular customers and treat them like special guests. They'll want to come back, not only because they like our food, but because they feel welcome.
Hi, Mrs. Thompson. Where are the twins?
They're not feeling very well today, so I thought I'd cheer them up by bringing them a surprise from their favorite restaurant.
Oh, well, tell them I said hi and to get better soon.
Thanks for asking about them.
Treat every guest as an individual. Be sensitive and try to anticipate their needs. Our job is to provide quality service, not just take orders. Put yourself in the customer's shoes and offer them service even before they ask for it.
Okay, that was a chicken supreme, a large French fry, and a large Coke.
Right.
You look rather thirsty. Would you like your drink now? The rest of your order will be up in a minute.
Hey, that's a great idea. Yes, please.
Good service also means making that extra effort, taking that extra step to please our guests. This not only helps keep our guests satisfied, but it creates favorable impressions
It
that
feels
can
like
mean
Christmas
repeat
time
business.
listening to this commercial for some reason.
Here's your
The
order.
bells
That's
or
one
something.
hamburger, one jumbo jack, one small French fry, an order of onion rings, and 2 small Cokes.
Thank you.
Looks like you could use a little bit of help. Why don't you find your seat and I'll bring this over to your table.
Thanks. I am kind of running out of hands.
Why, you gotta hold her hand?
As you can see, a lot of common sense, coupled with a little extra effort, creates the kind of service our guests deserve.
Nowadays, she'd be
Just
carrying
treat
it.
every guest the way you would like to be treated.
Excuse me. Thanks for bringing my tray to the table. That was really nice of you.
Sure, no problem at all. Please come back again.
Thank you.
Cleanliness. Keeping our restaurants clean and spotless is essential to maintaining the image we want to project. Unclean is unhealthy. That's an image no restaurant can afford to have. It's essential that every inch of our restaurant be clean, both inside and out. Areas within the guest's view should
Dude, they got
sparkle
ashtrays
at
in
all
the middle of
times.
the table? What is that?
It's the responsibility of every team member to keep the work areas clean. Also, cooking containers and utensils must be clean and sanitized before being used. By doing your part, you will help to set a good example for everyone else. To ensure our quality, service, and cleanliness standards are consistently met in all of our restaurants, QSC specialists make periodic inspections to let us know how we're doing. But the real QSC specialists are our customers. If we get a high score in their book, they reward us with repeat business and increased sales. Quality, service, and cleanliness. 3 simple words with a great deal of impact. QSC is the foundation for food makers' steady growth and is helping shape our future success. By doing your part to maintain our high QSC standards, part of that success can be yours.
Cheesing. He loves his job. Keep him there forever.
There's a lot to learn as new employees, and at first everything may seem a bit overwhelming. Our restaurants are divided into workstations including prep, grill, fryer, and customer service. Although the person at each station performs separate functions, everyone works together as a team to ensure a smooth and efficiently run operation. There's an orderly flow of product from back to front, from storage to the prep area, to the grill area where cooking and assembly takes place, and to the counter where the food is served to the customer. When someone in the system fails to do their part, the system breaks down and our customer service goals cannot be met. The result is unhappy customers and possible loss of business. Teamwork also involves being helpful and supportive of fellow employees. We all find ourselves under a lot of pressure sometimes, but a positive, patient, and friendly attitude goes a long way towards making everyone's job a lot easier. Every job in a restaurant is an important one. No matter what workstation you are assigned to, it is critical that you perform your job correctly as well as efficiently. You will be scheduled for training at an assigned workstation. First, your trainer will explain what is expected of you. Next, you'll have the opportunity to watch an experienced employee working the station. You will then study the proper workstation procedures in your Cookin' Book training manual. In the last step of your training, your restaurant trainer will show you each workstation procedure and provide you with time to practice. We don't expect you to do everything perfect the first time, so if you have any questions or don't understand something, be sure to ask your trainer. The skills and knowledge you gain through training are the stepping stones to your future success and advancement. Your on-the-job performance will determine when you are ready to move ahead to another position. Your manager will evaluate you periodically to let you know how you're doing. Promotions and pay increases are based on how well you perform. If you exhibit the willingness and necessary skills, you could be selected to enter the Shift Leader Training Program. From there, you have the opportunity to advance to Assistant Manager Training. Foodmaker likes to promote employees from within. Many of our managers started as production employees, just like you. Rules and regulations. They're part of our daily lives. From our home life.
Sure, you can stay out past midnight. If you want to be grounded for a month.
To our working environments. We also have some rules, policies, and guidelines. They've been created for our own benefit. By following them, we make the restaurant a safer and more pleasant place for ourselves and for our guests.
Check in the box.
Your trainer will go over some of these rules in more detail, explaining that failure to follow them can result in disciplinary action or even termination. Remember that rules serve an important purpose and are for everyone's benefit. At Foodmaker, we dress in attractive uniforms that are designed to enhance our restaurant's image.
Understatement.
Dressing for success is one way to put your best foot forward in any business.
They look like train conductors.
As times change, so do our uniforms, to keep up to date with current fashion trends. The company will provide you with everything that a well-dressed employee needs, from jeans to shirt or blouse, to apron, name badge, and hat or visor. Accessories such as protective aprons, goggles, and safety gloves must also be worn to protect you while performing certain cleaning tasks. You must provide your own shoes, keeping a few important guidelines in mind. They should be dark-colored, low-heeled with a non-slip sole, closed-toed, and above all, comfortable. High heels and platform shoes are out. So are open heels or fabric shoes. All are either unsafe to walk in or don't provide enough protection if you drop something on your feet.
Fabric shoes aren't allowed.
We can dress you up, but we can't make you look clean and healthy. That's your department. Remember, you're a representative of the restaurant and our company.
You have to wear an animal skin.
How would
too.
you like to be served by a person who
That
looked
wouldn't
like
fly
this?
nowadays. That's discrimination.
To meet safety and health
I'm
regulations,
vegetarian. I
the
don't wear
company
animal
has certain
skin.
appearance guidelines we all must follow.
Vegan or whatever.
Your hair must be neat, clean, and well-groomed. It must never extend below the bottom of your collar. Sideburns must be kept short at or above the bottom of the earlobe. Mustaches are acceptable, but must be neatly trimmed at the lip and above the corner of the mouth. And as far
they
as
don't
beards
let you
go,
have the
they don't.
the
Not in our
handlebar.
restaurants.
No beard.
Clean hands are a must in any restaurant to prevent germs from being transmitted. Always wash your hands thoroughly whenever you use the restroom or return from a break. Keep your hands away from your hair and face when working. Also, keep your nails trimmed and well manicured. Simple jewelry can be worn, but dangling necklaces, earrings, and bracelets can be hazardous, so save them for after work. Hey, you're looking pretty good. Now let's move on to some other rules that help us maintain a professional work environment around the restaurant. When you are working at the restaurant, you should be concentrating on your job, so no distractions. Eating, drinking, smoking, and gum chewing are not allowed in the kitchen or service areas. No personal phone calls unless it's an emergency. Visiting with friends and off-duty employees is not allowed when you're on the job. Idle conversation interferes with the restaurant business and is against the rules. Your manager carefully schedules employees so the right number will always be there to meet the needs of our guests. It's important that you work your scheduled hours, always be on time, and only take breaks when you're directed to do so. Following these simple rules makes everyone's job easier and enables us to provide better customer service. Sometimes schedule adjustments can't be avoided. If an emergency comes up at the last minute, be sure to notify your supervisor immediately so someone can be called in to take your place. And when you need time off for special occasions, let the manager know as soon as possible so that arrangements can be made. In order to get paid, you must punch in and out on the time clock.
I'll be a good employee.
The time card must indicate the exact hours you worked. We also have some rules regarding your personal safety and security. Since you're our greatest asset, we don't want anything to happen to you. Here are some security guidelines that have been set up for your protection. At night, before leaving the restaurant, check the parking lot and surrounding areas for anyone who appears to be watching the restaurant. If you notice a suspicious person, remain inside and notify your supervisor. At all times, day and night, keep the back door locked. After dark, leave the restaurant by the front door. At closing time, always leave with another employee. Never leave alone. Follow these common sense rules, policies, and guidelines, and you'll have nothing but smooth sailing ahead.
When I was a new employee, I was shown the safety film that you were about to see. That was a long time ago, but what I learned from that film still means a lot to me in my job today. Watch it, and you'll see what I mean.
Coming soon to a Jack-in-the-Box store near you. Deadly Dangers, featuring an array of horrors so incredibly ordinary, you'll think it could happen to you. You'll thrill to the unknown terror of poor security and the deadly dangers that lurk just outside the back door.
Keep this door locked. It's our best hope of security.
But security alone isn't enough, for there are other deadly dangers already at work inside the store.
Careful, Ted. The floor's awful slippery.
Hey, I'm as sure-footed as John Travolta.
Well, I think flatter heels would be a lot safer around here.
Hey, it's style that counts to you.
Well, at least you better walk flat-footed till the floor dries.
You worry too much.
You'll cringe in horror at the workings of the insidious tomato slicer.
Here, Ted, you better use this safety top. This thing can really hurt your fingers.
Don't worry, Tina. Mine was easier. Quicker, too.
But the deadly dangers have only just begun.
Man, you just punched it?
And they lurk in the most unexpected places.
Ted, wait! You may not know it, but you're flirting with a deadly danger. But me? Let me show you how to lift this without injuring your back. For safety's sake, use the strength of your legs, not your back. Safety's for suckers. There's nothing wrong with my back. There's something wrong with my back.
And there's even more. You'll watch, breathless with fear, as the inattentive young Casanova flirts with 375-degree terror.
Hey, Tina, did I ever tell you about the time I jumped my motorcycle over the Caspian Sea?
You better watch yourself, Ted. Those fires are no place to fool around.
Oh, what the fuck? Dude.
And just when you think you've seen it all, the bubbling fryer threatens to bring down
Ted
the
needs to go
house
home.
Forever.
That was Ted, right?
Call the fire department, Tina.
Tina and Ted.
Hey, where's the fire? Don't you know water only spread a grease fire? Ted, pull the O-ring for the fryer.
Ted, is that you? Man. Oh, now I gotta clean that shit up.
If you have a weak heart or dainty stomach, there are only 3 ways to cope with deadly dangers. Be aware. Be alert. And always be
Who's gonna
prepared.
fall? Should hold on to the handrail.
Maybe you can escape the gut-wrenching grip of deadly dangers. But remember, they're coming to a Jack-in-the-Box store near you.
That's for that Jack-in-the-Box that had a basement, apparently.
The safety of our employees and guests is of primary concern to the management of our company. That's why we just showed you the Deadly Dangers film. Even though the film is an older one, it still effectively illustrates some very important points. The more information you have about safety, the more accidents can be prevented, and the better prepared you will be when something does happen. It's much easier to learn the procedures and guidelines now than to try and learn them when an accident occurs.
As part of your training, review the emergency procedures contained in the cooking book. You should refer back to them from time to time to keep them fresh in your mind. To ensure everyone's safety, and when handling an emergency, be sure to stay calm, use common sense, and follow proper procedures. We've set high standards for quality, service, and cleanliness. Standards designed to please our guests and meet our goals.
I'm pleased.
We've
I
learned
think
the
I would be
rules.
pleased.
From proper appearance to professional work habits and personal safety.
They did great.
We now have the knowledge to be the best.
I know what he's doing now.
The rest is up to you.
Welcome.
Welcome to our winning team.
To tell their kids about how they used to be on a training video. For Jack in the Box. Food maker, for food maker. But it's for Jack in the Box. I think that's about it for me, y'all. I'm fucking tired. I ain't got anything else. Nothing's happened. You tired to play? Oh, nice, Bill. Hopefully you're still in it. Maybe. That'd be cool. I'm gonna get out of here. I need to get some sleep. PUBG, no PUBG today. I'm tired. Tired, too tired for PUBG. I'm too tired, I'm sorry. Thank you for hanging out though. It's something about having the headphones on for this long that is what does it. I need to take the headphones off. I'm ready. At 11 hours, I'm pretty much ready to take the headphones off every day, every time. DoorDash just brought your Subway. Oh, you just got some Subway right now? The sun's fault. There's a bunch of events going on with the sun right now. You actually got some Subway, Lonnie? I didn't see you say that. Well, enjoy, man. What kind did you get? Love you, man. Love you. I'm gonna get out of here. What kind did you get, man? What kind of sub did you get? We just watched the whole training video, bro. Dude, I have a set. I don't ever get to sleep in, dude. If y'all don't know, if he doesn't know, I have to get up every day at 5:30 in the morning. Doesn't matter what day it is, because of Simon's medication regimen. I could give it to him once a day, and it would change all that. But I feel like it's better for him to give it to him twice a day. It's less shocking to his system. Because she's given me the out. She's told me I can give it to him once a day. But I still think it's more, it works better twice a day. Probably less shocking to the kidneys. Hopefully. I don't know. Anyway. Tired though. Alright then, Lonnie didn't want to tell me what kind of stuff he got. It's okay. Good night, everybody. Good night, Bill, Ted, Lonnie. Anybody else might be here? Who else is here, man? If you're here, I love you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for being you. Hope to see you again real soon. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow, huh? Maybe. Brody, take it easy, Brody. Thanks for your time. Do I have to wait for this thing to finish or what? Alright, I'll probably be done by the time I finish. Alright, everybody. Give me a couple minutes. Yeah, I'll be watching it. Alright then. Bye now. Yep. Yeah, I'll watch. I'll make sure it finishes. Good night, everybody.